Okay. I just feel is potentially alright for background noise, music, or videos. Beep 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 beep. You on Detroit Become Human.
Autophidia's Grace
Insanity.
Insanity.
Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
Hello! This is a very long-winded essay on the themes and ideas in Detroit Become Human. Today we'll be analysing the game through the following 4 lenses: the materialist perspective, the revolutionary perspective, the product versus the developer intention, and how it works as a standalone story. If you're already familiar with the materialist perspective on AI and basic revolutionary history, or just want a plot recap with some light analysis, you can
Sue's
skip to the
tablet is
timestamp on
unplugged.
screen now. I know that's what most people want from YouTube video essays, but I really wanted to establish the ways I'm assessing the game beforehand, because without this foundation, a lot of what I have to say about the game doesn't actually make any sense. Let's begin by looking broadly at the world of Detroit Become Human. The game is set in 2038. By this point, a vast amount of work, from construction to administrative jobs to entertainment to housework to military occupations to sex work, is carried out by humanoid androids created by the CyberLife Corporation. Androids in
it
the
feels like
United
he said
States
text
specifically
work.
make up over 80% of teaching jobs, 65% of medical jobs, and are about half of the military. Rather than ushering in a utopian future wherein work is entirely automated and humans are free to live however they wish, society has gotten way worse for everyone but CyberLife employees. The only non-CyberLife jobs for people seem to be gardening on rooftops, working as police officers, or being the president. This lack of jobs, but the continual requirement to earn money, has led to a mass alienation of humans, who form resistance groups not against CyberLife the company, but against androids who have no say in their existence. They jump at me! They jump at me! In light of this mass social unrest, America has reignited Cold War tensions with Russia and China. They're fighting them in entirely automated proxy wars over useless land in the Arctic Circle. On top of all of that, an addiction epidemic has hit America, with people taking something called red ice to cope with their ever-worsening existence. All the while, climate change has effectively doomed the planet, and mankind seems to be meandering towards its self-inflicted destruction. With this as the backdrop to the game, androids, overworked and mistreated by the wider world, have begun to develop both an idea of religion, worshipping a Christ-like saviour figure in the android RA9, and an idea of class consciousness, seeking liberation from their oppressors and organising demonstrations to show their intent. These rebellious robots, called deviants, seem to develop consciousness when their orders become too complex and contradictory, causing stress and confusion that leads to an awakening of sorts. There's a line at the start of the book, The Haunting of Hill House, that explains this concept. It reads, No live organism can continue for long to exist sanely under conditions of absolute reality. That's what's happening to the deviants. They're finding the inconsistency of life unbearable when you're a purely rational being. Because almost every single job in the world is done by androids, android cops now hunt android criminals. This is the story we play through. If you're familiar with the world of Blade Runner, just imagine that, but with a slightly worse aesthetic. This game is broadly correct in its predictions and does touch on a lot of things that have already or almost certainly will become issues in the future. We already have a bunch of very lonely people developing unhealthy attachments to AI, automation replaces jobs as well as music and art, there is a renewal of Cold War tensions and presumably impending climate disaster, but nobody really talks about that anymore in the West. Technocrats are already pushing humanoid robots and there's no reason to believe we won't see them rolled out within the next decade to at least some degree, though likely not to this extent as there isn't really any reason to put an LLM in a humanoid body other than getting angel investor money for your startup. ChatGPT doesn't need to have hands, it can write your coursework without them. None of this is entirely original. This idea of machine intelligence overtaking humans is based directly on Ray Kurzweil's 2005 book The Singularity is Near, When Humans Transcend Biology. Here's a quote from this book that underpins a lot of the ideas in the game. Within several decades, information-based technologies will encompass all human knowledge and proficiency, ultimately including the pattern recognition powers, problem-solving skills, and emotional and moral intelligence of the human brain itself. So, the game is trying to explore a world where humans have been outclassed in every possible way by a kind of being who they keep as pets and servants. Even without this direct influence, a lot of the ideas in this story have been done in other sci-fi projects before. Again, Blade Runner
there's
does
a
a lot of
reason
this.
that in
Another
most
great example
fiction,
from my personal recommendation list is The
you
Animatrix.
can only
You should go and watch
enslave
that.
the
It's a
races
really
that
good
are
bit of
not
animation.
smarter than you.
To give the game credit for its predictions is like calling me some kind of fortune-telling oracle for saying
Trying
the
to
sky will
enslave the
probably be
race
blue
that
tomorrow.
is better than you in
Anybody
every
who knows
way
how to
just
read
doesn't
is already
fucking
aware
work.
of all these problems, so the question is less about accuracy and more so about how the game handles these subjects to craft a compelling narrative, and what does it bring to the table that feels new? Does it build on its inspirations? To answer this burning question and come to a decision on if this game is good, let's look at its place within the wider canon of science fiction, do a deep dive on how well it handles the themes in play, briefly touch on the developer's intention, and then reach a conclusion. This is an obnoxiously long video, so get cozy or don't. You don't have to follow orders, you aren't a machine. Strap in for a genuinely exhaustive video on David Cage's most normal game.
True.
The concept of man-made people is as old as science fiction itself. Frankenstein, often considered the first true work of sci-fi, is exactly this. It's a musing on the nature of life that sees man play God without fully understanding the ramifications of doing so. In short, the story is about a creator that has created a living being without fully understanding said being or taking the time to educate or nurture it, leading to the being finding itself lost and without purpose. Frankenstein, whilst generally considered as one of, if not the first sci-fi story, is itself a homage to a far older story. Its original subtitle is The Modern Prometheus. Prometheus is sometimes credited with
One of
being
these will help
man,
me.
molding us from clay and imbuing us with fire, a metaphor for the ability to think and create. Frankenstein's monster is an allegory for mankind. Without guidance, it learns cruelty and grows spiteful of its creator. Mankind's tendency towards
No, I don't know what I'm
anthropomorphism,
doing here.
applying human traits to non-human
What is this
things,
colorized
has resulted
mask
in an ancient
tool?
literary canon of man-made humanoids, from
I'm
Galatea
gonna
and
look it
the
up.
Golem to Pinocchio and Frankenstein. Furthermore, there is a long literary tradition of humans having to prove their humanity, calling to mind questions of what makes our existence unique. and
Oh,
different
ensure
from
the
any other
line
living
art
thing.
selector.
Gulliver's Travels
Okay.
has a good scene where the protagonist has
Oh,
to prove he isn't a
I don't wanna
clockwork
use this.
person and is in
What
fact
do I
a
want?
human. That book is a fever dream, especially the bit with the
Magnetic
horses. If you don't
curve
like comic
selection?
books, which is fine, but you'd be a lot cooler if you did, the video game Soma has a lot of interesting things to say about what makes a human in their own mind. These stories
No,
raise
you're not
questions that are
doing what I
explored
want.
heavily in the materialist school of philosophy. In short, materialism is the belief that the only things that exist are the things we can interact with in the physical world. The core idea is that absolutely everything, including our internal thoughts and emotions, can be explained through study of the material. Everything that is and ever will be is explainable
very
through
helpful.
observation. Everything is nothing more than the sum of the parts that make it up. When we expand the scope of such a belief system, then we need to ask at what point can a machine, or really anything with the right parts, become another human? If humanity isn't some special ascended class of being created by a divine hand, then in theory it's possible to completely replicate and even develop on the physical processes that make us what we are. It's not uncommon to see the human brain likened to a computer in such analysis, and this comparison isn't without reason. There are certainly similarities.
Magnetic
Now, of
curve
course, I'm a very
selection.
special boy created by God himself to live an extremely meaningful and also very enjoyable life, so this doesn't apply to me. But for the sake of this video, let's see what these nutjobs have to say. It's through developments in this field of inquiry that we see science fiction and reality intermingle. Alan Turing famously came up with the imitation game in 1949, also known as the Turing test. The purpose of this game is for a machine to have an observer believe that it is human by exhibiting human-level intelligence and presenting itself as a human when answering questions. Turing expected that by the 21st century we would have machines capable of playing this game and winning it. Quote, "I believe that in about 50 years' time it will be possible to program computers with a storage capacity of about 109 to make them play the imitation game so well that an average interrogator will not have more than 70% chance of making the right identification after 5 minutes of questioning." Turing got the date slightly wrong but was pretty much bang on with the prediction. In 2025, GPT 4.5 was identified as a human in controlled Turing tests carried out by Cornell University 73% of the time, which indicate that the LLM was fooling interrogators far beyond Turing's wildest dreams. It was doing better than he thought the humans would. In the years since Turing's writing, science fiction and science non-fiction, which I suppose is just science, have been dabbling with the idea of sentient machines. Often these robots are depicted as being humanoid and concerned with human ideas and morals, generally being either an offshoot or outright development of the human form rather than specialized tools. Due to the aforementioned tendency towards anthropomorphism, we have a habit of viewing AI as being inherently human, both in science fiction and increasingly so in our own world, with the rise in people developing attachments to LLMs like GPT-4 and 5. Or DeepSeek if you're a China guy like me. For the most part though, genuine machine intelligence...
Nah, I don't think any of these would be useful enough for
LLMs
me.
can technically pass the Turing test, but experts agree it's nowhere near real consciousness. We've gotten closer to the world of the game, but we don't have to contend with its messages just yet. In fact, we probably won't ever have to. Writing for the LSE Business Review in 2018, Andrew Murray writes, "As a first step, we need to stop thinking of robots as human facsimiles. Science fiction tends to imagine robots that mimic human movement and language. While it is true that we are developing robots like these, the bulk of everyday robots will in all likelihood not look or sound human. Many will be specialized devices not dissimilar to the production line robots of today, carrying out spot wields on cars or packing shirts for shipping. Or they will exist without corporeal bodies at all as mere lines of code that control self-driving cars or drones, or that will act as future personal assistants replacing Siri, Cortana and Alexa. Science fiction fantasies are all well and good, but to believe that robots are going to become another kind of human is perhaps misplaced. It would probably be better to abandon our anthropomorphist tendencies and instead view robots as their own thing rather than just a second kind of human. It's for this reason I tend to prefer when science fiction treats AI more mechanically and less inherently human. Think, I have no mouth and I must scream. Generally this branch of science fiction is just more interesting, so Detroit starts off on the back foot by picking the less compelling path down this philosophical exploration. Nevertheless, for the sake of this reading, let's take the game at face value and judge it through the materialist lens to see how well it answers the question of artificial humanity and how it tackles that topic as we go through each storyline. In short, how well does the game expand upon this tradition to answer the question implied by the title? How do you become human? This question has been asked so many times before, it's hard to say anything new about it. Most work comes down heavily on the side of AI just like me or AI just a machine. Does this work say anything new? Or is it more of the same? Keep in mind the Turing test, the history of man-made humans in science fiction, and then consider what Detroit Become Human says in this dialogue with both real-world science and this literary tradition. This is not the only story that tackles these ideas, and as such should be judged by what it contributes to the dialogue between such stories. No work exists in a vacuum, it is the sum of its influences, and what makes a work shine is how it elevates these. This is the primary kind of comparative critique we'll be doing today, and I encourage you to share your takes below. Before getting into it, let's talk about the development and release of this game. It is impossible to deny Detroit Become Human's success. From a purely monetary perspective, which as we all know is the only real way to measure art, the game exceeds expectations and became Quantic Dream's biggest game. Though the game did well in its first few weeks after its 2018 release, topping UK sales charts for the week of its release and selling equally well in other regions, the game has also seen an ongoing growth in popularity. The game sold 1 million units within 2 weeks. By the end of the year, it had sold almost 3 million. The game only became Quantic Dream's best-selling game in July 2021 when it had sold 6 million copies, over 3 years since the game's initial release. By the end of 2024, this number had almost doubled, with the game selling over 11 million copies. All of this is to say, whilst the game saw immediate success, it's also proven a long-term investment for Quantic Dream, as people seem to still be buying this game. The game also won some awards and got nominated for loads, and has maintained a favourable rating in the eyes of critics and consumers alike. This continual growth makes sense. Whenever you're getting a friend who doesn't really play games into gaming, you can recommend games like Detroit Become Human quite easily. It's very easy to pick up and play. The story is compelling enough to override the notion that video games are just stories for little kids and babies, and the chapters are short enough that you can play 1 or 2 after work if you aren't unemployed like the rest of us. This is sort of a perfect dad game, maybe on par with things like The Last of Us, or a really good step into the world of narrative gaming that can be easily taken by your friend that exclusively plays Minecraft and The Sims. That's not an insult, by the way. The Sims is probably one of the best games to pick if you could only play one game for the rest of your life. I'm just saying this game has pretty constant appeal because it's very easy for anyone to pick up and have some fun with. Having played a lot of David Cage games and vaguely knowing what the guy likes to write, I think he nailed his ongoing quest to write a pretty good buddy cop story here. So, well done David Cage, you did it. Everybody clap for Mr. Cage, leave an emoji below or something. Well, whatever you want, man, I need the engagement. Subscribe whilst you're down there too. From a game design and writing perspective, what was the intention here? To measure the game's success, we need to first understand what the developers actually wanted to do. From what I can find, the intention was twofold. First was the development of the Quantic Dream formula of writing with David Cage. Co-writer Adam Williams said, "I didn't work on the previous games, so I don't know what their approach was then, but what I can tell you from when I started this is that David said his vision of this was to do the most interactive title they'd ever done and really put the player in control of the story. So I think having played Heavy Rain and Beyond, one of the key differences is that Detroit is really geared around the story you want to tell. This didn't just mean giving you more choices than ever before, which we did. It also meant leaving the player in control of the gameplay more often. A primary goal here from the design perspective was to create a compelling branching story with numerous outcomes, paths, and a high degree of interactivity. As we go through the story's paths, let's talk about how well this was achieved. From a writing perspective, the goal was less so an analysis of specific theme, but rather a broad-stroked look at societal ills and inequality, providing a non-specific canvas upon which a player can imagine any given movement they so desire. Here's a quote from Williams. "We didn't have a specific topic in mind, whether it was race, sexism, immigration, or whatever. The analysis we made was that if you're going to make a world that feels real, then there are certain patterns that emerge over and over again in human society, and one of them is this imbalance between those with power and those without. If you present that in universal terms, each player will bring their own particular instance of that into the game. Some people see more sexism, some people see more racism, some people see more immigration. The idea was to do something broad enough that everyone could find a way into it. We need to globally release this game, and we want anybody to be able to play it. So it needs to be flexible enough so that everybody can find their own angle." Long-time viewers will know I really dislike when games abandon specific thematic focus for broad appeal and vague notions of story. Nevertheless, I do want to look deeper at what the game has to say about revolutionary storytelling. I wrote my dissertation on revolutionary politics, so this should be fun. Obviously, it's a boring topic and it's not what we're here for, but in short, Detroit Become Human has been described as a thinly veiled and pretty shallow metaphor for specifically the civil rights movement. It has some pretty obvious parallels, the segregated buses are really on the nose, but the truth is Detroit Become Human isn't just a bland metaphor for specifically the American civil rights movement, it's a bland metaphor for revolutionary movements in general. The game suffers massively from abandoning specificity in favour of vagueness, what Williams calls everybody finding their own angle. The expectation that in a global release to obtain mass market appeal you need to censor yourself is an absolute scourge upon all creative mediums, and it's felt very heavily here. Across its various stories, the game plays with ideas of religiously motivated revolution, feminist liberation is touched on through Kara's story, the androids are segregated, mistreated and legally othered in one-to-one parallels with racial minorities in pre-civil rights America, but are also overworked and exploited in a manner reminiscent of many workers' movements like was seen in the American Coal Wars. There's parallels to immigrant struggles that Cage and Williams allude to in a few interviews, and the androids also get put in death camps at one point, and you can figure out what that's a reference to. The game's revolutionary movement co-opts slogans and messages from numerous pre-existing revolutionary groups. A funny thing I picked up whilst researching for this video is that in one interview David Cage says these revolutionaries aren't based on any real-world politics or history, but then there's a segment where Marcus can directly quote Martin Luther King, and several other interviews where Cage names Martin Luther King as a direct inspiration for this character. I don't know why he lied to this interviewer. Another interesting Cage quote is that he doesn't really want to tell a story about androids and AI, he wants to tell a story about humans. Here's what he said. And I thought, no, it's going to be different, because I don't know if I want to talk about AI and androids. I want to talk about human beings. I want to talk about us. And yes, I'm using androids, but actually, it's more about us, about our world, our societies, our relationships. I hope there won't be too many obvious references. So, we can see there's an attempt to not only talk about materialist philosophy and AI, but an attempt to tell a story about literally all of human existence. But is this actually true? Because Cage said in another interview, "The story I'm telling is really about androids. If people want to see parallels with this or that, that's fine with me, but my story is about androids who want to be free."
Autophidius Gray says,
What the hell is this
Hmm.
game
I love
actually
passed
about?
out last
It
stream.
seems to just be about whatever
I
the team
guessed
thought was
so.
cool on the day. Sometimes it's revolutionary,
You missed
sometimes
out
it's
on such
philosophical,
interesting
sometimes it's introspective,
story.
and sometimes it's pure spectacle. This made choosing my analytical
Sad,
lenses
sad.
difficult because the game
But
itself
it's good
doesn't
that you
really know what it wants
rested.
to be, and that's a bad thing. The issue here is there isn't really a focus on anything, and instead we just have a group standing for every single
But I
oppressed
too
person
did
for
pass
our whole
out.
of history, and de facto everyone else is just mustache-twirling evil. There are a handful of exceptions.
I think
but
like I
rarely
took
in this
a
story do
like
you
a
get
little
some more of a
10-minute nap.
nuanced or realistic take on androids. Everyone is either a well-meaning ally ready to die for the
Autophidius Gray
cause,
says,
or an absolute clanker
probably
hating
needed it.
bigot.
Ooh,
In
you and
reality, you
me.
don't get that. You get guys who get a bit concerned by every major AI scandal, but they're not going to stop using ChatGPT because they're lazy and afraid of doing things for themselves. That's the believable stance, and it
Autophidius
doesn't
Gray
happen in
says,
this game. Sometimes the game feels like it wants to tell a compelling
take care
and
of
personal story,
yourself.
but it has a habit of dropping themes from chapter to chapter, or flattening compelling beats to make sure the story never commits too hard to a given interpretation, because alienating
How is
any
this
kind of
working
person
here?
would harm the global release. I really don't know where so many executives get the idea that commitment to an artistic vision will alienate people. Most people are capable of empathy. I can find enjoyment in the story.
Like
even
how are
if it's
these
not
wings
specifically made for me.
connecting? How
I
do they
like
look
Silent Hill
like when
F.
they're
I'm not a
spread?
teenage girl from the
Not
1960s living
sure.
in Japan. It's shocking, I know. Simply making the androids a vague amalgamation of every struggle conducted by the global oppressed in history flattens them, and it makes their collective aim and motives vague and poorly defined. It relies heavily on the audience just going, "Oh yeah, I suppose treating sentient beings like property is bad." There are times when vagueness benefits a story. We'll talk more about that with Connor, but there are times where you need to actually inject beliefs into your story, or you're just producing content, not crafting a narrative. We all know stories shouldn't come off as preachy, but similarly they should stand by some actual beliefs or explore real emotions, otherwise what is the point? Quick example of a happy middle ground most of us will be familiar with. The Lord of the Rings isn't particularly preachy or an overly politicized series, but it does have a core set of values it pushes. It's optimistic, but it understands the right thing is sometimes hard. It believes strongly in using the power of myth and song to inspire, and it's also vaguely pro-environment and anti-deforestation. These aren't talking points it beats you over the head with, but rather guiding principles that make the stakes of the work feel important, because our core characters have a strong set of beliefs that we feel through the writing. Good stories believe in things. The revolutionary leader character of Marcus can come off as ill-defined in a large number of playthroughs, because the player can flip-flop between violent and non-violent means as often as they want, and change the direction and stated goals of the movement at will. In trying to be every single revolutionary leader at once, Marcus can sometimes be massively lacking in identity. From scene to scene, Marcus can echo Spartacus, Martin Luther King Jr., Robespierre, Gandhi, Malcolm X, John Locke, Toussaint Louverture, Nestor Makhno, and Che Guevara. He even directly quotes some of these figures. The issue is, all of these people had massively different approaches, beliefs, and methods, so in trying to be this amalgamation, Marcus, and by extension his revolution, is lacking in clarity and definition. Marcus is an imitation of a lot of figures, and not really his own person, which makes it very hard to buy into his story. This is doubly true because Marcus never actually has to win support over to his side. He just has a magical revolutionary touch that means all he has to do to radicalize androids into dying on the front lines of his revolution is pat them on the shoulder. He never has to contend with serious internal disagreements or make tough decisions to win support. It's all very substanceless. This story has the aesthetics of a high-stakes political thriller, but none of the details that make this kind of story work. I'm going to do a deep dive on Marcus later, but just to get this critique out the way, if you choose to play an entirely pacifist Marcus, you have to contend with some really heavy ludonarrative dissonance. He gives a bunch of speeches about how violence isn't the answer, and he has to be better than humans, and he doesn't want to hurt anyone, but then the QuickTime events start during the Crossroads chapter, and he's just blowing dudes' heads smooth off like every 3 seconds. Again, the game is extremely non-committal. It should be apparent just from playing it, but especially with the context of these interviews and the developer intention, it's apparent that Detroit Become Human is confused about what it wants to be. It's ironic, isn't it? This isn't just my opinion. Many journalists at the time took particular issue with how ham-fisted the revolutionary aspect of the game and Marcus's story were. Carl Mahern wrote for videogamer.com, "When the narrative is as cringy and ham-fisted as it is, you won't want to play through it multiple times." The sentiment was echoed by GameSpot's Peter Brown, who wrote that the story was, quote, remarkably lacking in nuance, unquote. We'll revisit this criticism of mine during the talk on Marcus's story. Before that, let's have fun and talk about Connor. Connor is so funny and silly. I love this guy.
I don't want to alarm you, Lieutenant, but I think your friends are engaged in illegal activities.
Far and away the most compelling story in this game, Connor's arc strips back a lot of the flat social critique and is largely a fun buddy cop mystery story, the kind that Cage seems to be obsessed with writing. In many ways, Connor is the amalgamation of a lot of Cage's characters that came before, and he really benefits from it. The studio knows at this point what does and doesn't work and how to write compelling crime thrillers. If you played Heavy Rain and like Norman's story, then this is just that, but better. We see a highly advanced detective partner up with a rough around the edges veteran to crack a case. Honestly, it's good vibes. I like the dynamic here, and it's clear Cage enjoys telling this kind of story, and isn't trying too hard to blow your mind with how profound and deep he is. I feel like in this respect, Cage has written a game he's wanted to write for almost his entire career, and I'm really happy for him because you can feel how attached he and the rest of the team were to this character. It's hard to explain, but sometimes you can just tell that a creator really loves the character they've created, and that affection becomes contagious. On top of this, Connor is the only of the three characters to not immediately become a deviant, a robot with free will, and instead the game's tagline, Become Human, applies heavily to him, with his numerous paths exploring the central idea of what it takes to become human. There's a gameplay mechanic unique to Connor, software instability, a measure specific to him that allows you to track his slow development of autonomy, or lack of depending on how you play him. This is probably the most interesting measured stat in the game and one of the most concerned with the earlier discussions around AI sentience. Alright, this is the part of the video essay where I tell you what happened in a video game. Connor is an RK series prototype created by CyberLife to investigate and detain deviant androids, both to aid in research of the phenomenon of deviancy and to maintain the company's public image. We are introduced to Connor at a crime scene in the first chapter of the game. He's stimming out in an elevator.
Negotiator on site.
Connor introduces himself to a SWAT team who are in a standoff with a disgruntled deviant. Through analysis of the apartment, Connor can learn that the deviant is an android called Daniel, who has murdered most of the family who owned him and taken the daughter hostage. This crime is brought on by the android realizing that the family had planned to replace him, and he develops a fear of death in face of this impending replacement. Connor can approach this numerous ways, with conversational options tied to clues you find, making this an effective introduction to many of the game's mechanics and ideas, and a compelling set piece with numerous distinct paths. This is an immediate success in terms of developer intention. Connor can convince Daniel to give up, promising him freedom, though Daniel is always shot by snipers and killed, accusing Connor of lying to him. In many outcomes, Connor dies here and is rebooted by CyberLife before the next scene, showing the player that in some instances, Connor can come back from death. We start the game as Connor 51, we can end it as Connor 58. This immediately raises existential questions about what Connor is exactly. Connor isn't the physical body we see, he's lines of code backed up in the CyberLife facility, and this will come up numerous times throughout his story. All in all, this is a great introduction for introducing gameplay, ways to approach a scene, allowing player choice, and planting the seeds of themes that will blossom later, particularly in allowing for Connor to die right away. The opportunity for immediate death is an interesting way to introduce a theme that ties back to the game's materialist leanings. Connor is something of a ship of Theseus in this game. Following this introduction, we are thrown into Connor's story proper, as he is deployed to aid in deviant-related homicide cases being investigated by the Detroit Police Department. He finds his assigned partner, Hank Anderson, at a local bar.
Lieutenant Anderson, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife. I looked for you at the station, but nobody knew where you were. They said you were probably having a drink nearby. I was lucky to find you at the 5th bar.
From here we're introduced to what will be the bulk of Connor's storyline, him and Hank growing closer despite Hank's dislike of androids whilst investigating deviant murderers. Though there is the overarching mystery of what causes deviance and what these androids are seeking, most of Connor's story is less about big picture mysteries and more so about Connor's developing humanity and relationship with Hank. This is to the game's advantage. The story works better as a small-scale, intimate story than as a broad-stroke social commentary, as we've already discussed. Connor and Hank's friendship is a highlight of the game and is genuinely so heartwarming that it distracts you from the wider mysteries at play, which makes the plot twist of Connor's true purpose all the more shocking later in a good way. The strength is the character work, not so much the mysteries. In the first case, the duo are investigating the murder of Juan Carlos Ortiz, who was killed by his own android. The killer seemed to have set up a shrine to a religious figure called RA9 in the bathroom, having developed an idea of theology when confronted with the idea of their imminent death after numerous beatings by their owner. Connor can complete this investigation, finding the deviant hiding in the attic, but the case can also just go unsolved for the entire game. I like this. I think more games should be willing to let the player just totally fail. This is something I also liked about Norman's storyline in Heavy Rain. The objective is to let a player determine the outcome of the story and provide numerous possible routes. Failure need not always be a bad thing. Anyone who enjoys tabletop RPGs can tell you that failure can be just as much fun as success in some cases. These are games, not movies, and as such, I think allowing for variance even in failure is a strength of the medium. Assuming Connor succeeds in finding the deviant, a player is given an additional scene where they can interrogate them, resulting in additional information and a potential murder side wherein the deviant shoots Connor and then themselves. There's also a chance of the deviant just being detained normally. During this scene, Connor can be confronted with questions that he'll grapple with later in his story, most notably the existential fear of death, and questions about what comes after. In this sense, we see the beginnings of spirituality in the minds of androids. Worth noting, at this point in the game, Connor doesn't fear death. He understands he'll just be rebooted and he isn't technically alive. He calls himself a machine. But a fear of death will become a pronounced part of Connor's story should he undergo a deviant path himself.
When it fired,
It's interesting, actually.
like I was dying.
Boom.
I was scared.
Following this interrogation, Connor is next seen in a Zen garden looking for a character called Amanda, a cyberlife AI who acts as his handler. He provides her with some details on the case, showing a player that Connor is being closely monitored, and then he heads to the police station where Hank is late, giving Connor a chance to snoop around and learn more about Hank. You can learn quite a bit about him here. Hank has a dog called Sumo. He was a brilliant cop instrumental in cracking down on red ice cases and is staunchly anti-android. Hank is also a big music head. We see here that he enjoys punk and metal, but later on he shows an interest in jazz too, so great taste all around. Sometimes you put Megadeth, Dead Boys and Chet Baker in the same playlist, that's human nature. Upon Hank's arrival, Connor gets assigned to work as his partner in further investigations into deviant cases. Connor and Hank have some fun banter back and forth for a while.
Do you listen to Knights of the Black Death? I really like that music. It's full of energy.
You listen to heavy metal?
Well, I don't really listen to music as such, but I'd like to.
The player gets to look through a tablet database of deviants, which is fun because pretty much all of these characters come up later in the game, and we get to learn more about people before we meet them. I like this detail. Assuming Kara is alive, Connor and Hank get some information on her attacking her owner and head off to investigate. If she's dead, then Hank goes for lunch and Connor mills about until the next case. The next segment is the chapter On the Run, which is one of the better chapters in the game in terms of developer intention. Kara's choices earlier affect what choices are presented to Connor. For instance, if Kara met the android Ralph a chapter earlier and was kind to him, he covers for her escape from the cops, but if she was cruel to him, then he sells her out. If Kara is found by Connor, there is a chase scene wherein Connor and the two fugitives can all get hit by cars, but it's just as possible for Kara to escape. On the Run will get more focus when we discuss Kara, as the chapter is more about her than it is Connor, but it's a great chapter. It's a highlight of the game. If Connor dies here, he shows up in a new body a chapter later and freaks out Hank. If he survives, the two hang out and banter by a food truck called Chicken Feed before they are called off to the next case.
Anything you'd like to know about me?
Hell no. Well, yeah. Why do they make you look so goofy and give you that weird voice?
Cyberlife androids are designed to work harmoniously with humans. Both my appearance and voice were specifically designed to facilitate my integration.
Well, they fucked up.
The next case sees them investigating an apartment full of deviants. The players can see increased focus on religion in the mind of deviants. This apartment is also full of RA9 iconography, and the player is once again on a timer to put together the clues and find the hidden deviant before the case is called off. Assuming the deviant is found, Connor and Hank get a segment where Connor is given a choice between capturing the deviant or saving Hank. Saving Hank massively boosts friendship between the two, whilst capturing the deviant just results in the deviant jumping.
Sorrateando.
Not liking Connor all that much. I would call this cheap because decisions aren't really
Sorrateramente.
but frankly nobody is choosing to abandon Hank. The other not that much dev time. In the next scene, Connor heads to Hank's house to inform him of the case, only to find Hank passed out, having been drinking and playing Russian roulette. Whilst Hank sobers up, Connor can look around and learn more about Hank, notably that he had a son called Cole who passed away a few years ago.
Jesus, I must be the only cop in the world. It gives us
Mas é muito difícil falar.
fucking android.
The pair then head to a place called the Eden Club, where androids can be rented to do things that I can't really talk about on YouTube. That doesn't narrow it down, I know, but use your imagination. To cut a long story short, two of the Tracy model androids are tired of the mistreatment at the hand of humans and want to escape together. Connor can shoot one and capture the other, or let them go, something that Hank approves of. Following this case, Connor and Hank speak in the park about their lives, with Hank questioning Connor on if he is alive and his morals, referencing choices the player has made up to this point.
You look human, you sound human, but what are you really?
I'm whatever you want me to be, Lieutenant. Your partner? Your buddy to drink with? Or just a machine?
There's a chance if Connor and Hank are hostile enough that Hank just kills Connor in the park, but Connor shows up at the next crime scene anyway. The next crime scene is one of major plot importance, as a deviant called Marcus has hijacked the news broadcasting station at Stratford Tower and has broadcast a message demanding emancipation across America. Connor can potentially find a rogue android called Simon hiding on the roof of the tower, connecting to his memories to learn where the deviants are based before Simon shoots himself. Connor being connected to an android as their life ends prompts a fear of death in him as he feels the sensation of a life ending. This development shows Connor moving away from viewing himself as a machine and instead viewing himself as a living being. What follows is my favourite chapter in the game, Meet Kamski, so strap in for a long segment here.
Deviants. Fascinating, aren't they? Perfect beings with infinite intelligence, and now they have free will. Machines are so superior to us. Confrontation was inevitable. Humanity's
Uplifting?
greatest achievement
Uplift?
threatens its downfall. Isn't that right?
When we
Yeah,
analyse this
nice,
episode,
but
the
they
lenses
meaning
outline,
we're like
this is one of the most
spiritual.
impactful chapters. It's the game's
Lift your
most profound
spirits.
contribution to the canon of materialist philosophy and science fiction.
É,
It's the one
e
truly
documento
unique thing
científico,
to say
né?
about sentience and existence, artificial or not, and it does this in quite a few ways. Hank and Connor head to the home of Elijah Kamski, the creator of androids and founder of Cyberlife, though he has since left the company and retired from public life. Elijah can be questioned on deviancy, but before he will talk, he puts Connor through a test which he calls the Kamski test. Building on the foundation of the Turing test, which his first android, Chloe, passed, he seeks not to have artificial intelligence simply mimic emotion, but to have them feel genuine empathy. To test this on Connor, he says
Uau,
that
mas
Connor
spell
shoots a Chloe
sorrateira.
before he will talk, something Hank massively disapproves of.
Sorrateiro.
Nothing Kamski says is all that interesting, so shooting
Ok,
Chloe
não, eu
is also
achei.
a bad option. In fact, his cryptic hint
É,
of I always leave
S-O
emergency exit
double
in my
R.
programs, which is given if
Rateiro.
Connor
Ok,
uses his
just means
test,
sneaky.
is far more useful than anything he can tell us about deviancy.
Sneaky.
By the way,
Isso queria.
I always leave emergency exit in my programs. You never know.
É muito complicado,
Kamski's
mas.
test is explicitly shown here, but if we look at the wider game, it's something the game is constantly putting its characters through. It's in usage in almost all of Connor's chapters. We saw it most recently at the Eden Club with the Tracys. Numerous times the androids pass the Kamski test, and numerous times humans fail it, as is seen through the numerous human soldiers and police officers who don't think twice before killing androids. If empathy is a defining human trait, then the androids actually beat humans at it with relative frequency. The game doesn't call explicit attention to this either, it just introduces the theme through Kamski, and an observant player will pick up on it. That's good. Furthermore, Kamski's internal contradictions are one of the only times where this game's scatterbrained approach to writing is a strength and not a weakness.
Meh.
Kamski is a character rich with implication. He talks often of sides, of how he views androids as machines,
Agreed.
necessary inventions rather than living beings, yet he seems to have an attachment to the Chloe android and is an advocate for human-to-machine relationships. Kamski also contradicts his own statement on androids being tools for his creation of Marcus, a unique creation gifted to an artist designed to help develop thoughts on arts and philosophy and act as a companion. Kamski positions himself as being on the side of humanity, but also showcases empathy for the androids, allowing them the capacity for thought and installing his emergency exit in their programs, a path to self-determination. Kamski, through his contradictory words and actions, showcases the inherent messiness of humanity, a trait that he passes on to his creations. Through showing empathy for his creations and expecting it from them in turn, Kamski has passed his own test. He's a modern Prometheus in this sense, like if Victor Frankenstein was a more responsible monster parent. This musing on humanity shown through Kamski's test and his interactions with Connor, as well as his implicit desire for deviants to develop as is shown through the unique android Marcus and the emergency exit, It's the game at its best when it comes to handling the tropes it's in dialogue with. This is what good science fiction does, it explores these existential questions. Very solid character, very solid chapter. I like it.
What if we're on the wrong side, Connor? What if we're fighting against people who just want to be free?
Following the meeting with Kamsky, the case is handed off to the FBI and Hank and Connor are off the case. If Hank is hostile with Connor, he dejectedly quits the force. If not, he helps Connor get into the evidence room to investigate a lead, a place called Jericho. Jericho has come up a few times across the pair's investigation. It's a kind of base for deviants, a place where they congregate. If Connor finds the location, or got it from Kamsky, he heads off to find it. If not, he's deactivated by Cyberlife, ending his story. This isn't a very interesting ending, but the game putting the opportunity here shows a commitment to stakes. What follows here is Crossroads, probably
Wallace
the longest
Lovecraft
and most
says,
critical chapter in the
"Keep up the
entire
good
game,
work, Ryo.
wherein all three major
I'll
characters
do
meet
my
Jericho.
best.
It's one of
Thank
the
you
most
for
impactful
stopping
moments of the game
by.
occur. Great chapter. Where Connor is
I
concerned,
want to
this
work
chapter is the
hard so I
culmination of
can
his ongoing battle with
play.
his own humanity. It can play out in many ways, some intriguing,
There's a
some
detective
less so.
name and a
In my
dead
main fit,
Minecraft
throughout this video,
man
I
with
got a
my
pretty
name on
satisfying
it.
outcome. In this version of events,
Wallace
the
Lovecraft
deviant leader
says,
Marcus was, like
"Play
Connor,
what?
an android driven by a deep sense of
AI
empathy, and
Somnium
at this point in the game,
Files.
neither have killed
Dot
another person.
the
When Marcus was
Nirvana
radicalized by his
Initiative.
love for his
I
adopted
played it
female
last
father,
night,
Connor had become so unstable
and I am
because he
looking forward to
prioritized his
playing
friendship
more.
above his
I got
missions.
one
As Connor
ending,
stares
Never
down
heard of it.
Marcus, he's brought over to his side, not
and
with a
maybe it's too
radicalizing
weeby
robot
for
touch,
you.
but
It's
rather
a
through
visual
dialogue and a shared
novel
sense of
with a few
security. At the end of the scene, when Connor
alternate
becomes a deviant,
endings.
I immediately adopted the absolute cinema pose.
Like, how am I
That was a
supposed to
highlight of
feel
this
when all
playthrough.
the
Of course,
alternate
if Marcus is a
endings are
crazy android
happy
supremacist
and the
terrorist,
real
then this
endings
falls a
are
bit
fucking
short,
sad as
but that
hell?
didn't happen on this run. Even in that case, there's a fun dynamic of Connor having to make an imperfect ally to
Autophidius
find
Grace
himself,
says,
which is more complex
"I
bridge
haven't
building
either
than
until it
Marcus
was
ever
played."
actually has to do.
Autophidius
Similarly,
Grace says,
non-deviant Connor is
"And
consistent,
freaky
if
AI.
nothing else, single-mindedly
It
pursuing
was very
his mission
popular
and joining
in
the military
my
forces that lead him to
niche
invade
when it came
Jericho
out.
at the same time as him, though he's ultimately unsuccessful. This outcome is less satisfying thematically, but is
It's a few
entirely
years old
consistent
as
and
well.
provides options to a player, which is always nice. There's also a slim chance that Marcus is just
I'll
dead
probably
here,
make
and Connor's major
anyone
awakening
who's
to the
still
soul
alive
involves the
suffer
mutant
through
android
Zero
leader,
Escape
North, which is always unsettling.
eventually as well.
North and Connor could not be more different. North is consistently presented as
I want to show the world the Zero Escape.
who routinely advocates for as much violence
It'll be a
against
little
humans
while
as
though.
is possible. Whilst this is of course very cool and real of her, it isn't really conducive to narrative satisfaction where this arc is concerned. Furthermore, if Marcus is dead, then there's this impression that in a non-deviant path, Connor just shows up to face off with this final big bad antagonist and is just met with their sidekick, which isn't that interesting. So we're sacrificing some narrative clarity for enhanced choice, and we trust the player to roll with the story they've created. It's not bad per se, it's just that the developer's intentions and design philosophy massively prioritize choice, and that just means sometimes you're not going to get the most satisfying outcome. That's to be expected. Whatever the case, Connor either joins the Deviants or stays a machine and returns to base after this mission on Jericho ultimately fails. If Hank quits the Force and Connor remains a machine, then we're treated to a final tense interaction before Hank shoots himself. Connor then heads off to finish the last stand of the androids who escaped from Jericho. If Connor is a deviant, he finds himself on the side of the Jericho survivors and then heads to the Cyberlife Tower to try and bring the massive number of androids there on side. There's a pretty funny option here where Marcus can just shoot Connor in the head and totally reset his progress, and the player then gets to do the non-deviant Connor route when a new model reboots at the Cyberlife building. It undoes all of the character's development we've seen, but it is quite funny. In the instance of Connor being a deviant, he goes to the Cyberlife facility to release a bunch of androids to support the revolution. In the basement, he fights with another Connor android, who has potentially taken Hank as a hostage if he is still alive. If Connor is a machine, he sets up a sniper nest to try and assassinate the android leader. Here, Hank will show up and stop him, and the two can fight or leave, which is narratively satisfying given Hank and Connor's interplay. If Hank is dead here, then there's the same scene but some dude called Captain Allen shows up. This Captain Allen arrival plays out like a bad improv scene where a guy just runs on screen and introduces himself right at the end. I know this guy was in the first scene, but that doesn't fix how silly this feels. He just kind of appears.
I know you. You're Connor, the android from that hostage situation. I knew we'd meet again. My orders are to detain any androids I find. You're coming with me.
You don't understand.
If Connor is deviant and helps the android leaders, his true purpose is revealed, which works really well in the context of this storyline, but also makes no sense if you've done the other route first. Basically, Connor was meant to deviate and become a saboteur. If Marcus is alive, then Connor will be reactivated and made to shoot Marcus, only stopping himself if he can find the escape route inside of his mind, something that Kamsky hinted at. If there is only Connor left, he becomes the new android leader, and is activated by Cyberlife to lead the movement in a way that benefits them. In this instance, if he escapes from his own mind, he shoots himself to prevent the risk of not having control over himself and dooming the androids. This plot twist is a real mixed bag. We immediately hit the issue that Cyberlife now doesn't really have a defined plan, they just sort of do whatever the plot needs for them to happen. There are 3 given Cyberlife plans, and one of them is outright insane. Obviously, having a compromised leader is the most beneficial outcome for them, but a player will very rarely make Connor the android leader. I've spoken to a few people, most of them don't even know that this ending exists. So, most often, their plan that players will see is to let Marcus win, then have him get shot on stage in full view of all the androids after they've already won. That's really stupid. This would change nothing and would not benefit Cyberlife in any way. Everyone in Jericho knows that Connor is a Cyberlife assigned police unit. They would immediately turn on the company if he just blasted Marcus in full view of everyone. Marcus isn't Sauron, the androids don't just all shut down if he dies, especially if they've already won. Connor's machine assassination makes more sense because then there's at least some deniability in his involvement. He shoots him from a rooftop. You know, you can't prove he did it. But in the Deviant Connor activated by Cyberlife ending, he just shoots Marcus in front of everyone. Like, in the most blatant way. It's really public. It's really dumb. I like the twist of Connor being a puppet leader conceptually. Connor's entire storyline has been about him developing empathy and humanity, so him realizing it was all potentially fraudulent, part of this wider ploy, is really interesting. It's a shame a minority of players will get this very specific outcome, because it's one of the most interesting endings thematically. The idea that everything you did was planned and the result of a machine following its programming, rather than a genuine act of humanity. His escaping, thanks to Kamsky's escape route, also further proves the conflicting motives within Kamsky, and allows a player to determine for themselves if Connor is really a unique being, or entirely a machine, even as a deviant. Is there any humanity in him at all? That's a really interesting question, and one that's central to this arc. If Connor succeeds as a machine and puts down the revolution, then he's deactivated and replaced by a newer model. If he goes deviant and the revolution succeeds, and he escapes Cyberlife's programming, he and Hank meet back up at the chicken feed and embrace. It's cute. Now, let's analyse this storyline through the lenses selected earlier to reach a judgment on the strengths and weaknesses of it. More so than any of the other characters, Connor's storyline is the most concerned with the game's tagline, the concept of becoming human. This is so well considered that there are even small animations added wherein Connor will mimic the actions of Hank. At one point he injects a stammer into his voice to sound more human after picking up the trait from Hank.
It's my social relations program talking. I really mean that.
At all times there is the question of if Connor is doing what he's programmed to, or if he is genuinely developing a degree of free thought. The game's final plot twist, assuming you get one of the good ones, is heartbreaking because it recontextualizes everything as potentially just being more following orders. Perhaps Connor never becomes human at all. I like how open-ended this is. Everyone will have different opinions on when Connor becomes human. You might think it's basically right away. It could be at Jericho when he goes deviant. It could be right at the end when he follows Kamsky's emergency exit. It might be never at all. Earlier when we discussed everybody finding their own angle, something Williams talked about writing the game, this is an area wherein it's good to keep things vague and let the themes do the talking. This doesn't need to be spelled out. It's the best story in the game because it isn't. You can keep matters of the heart vague. That's realistic characterization. You can't keep your entire plot vague because that's bad writing. But again, more on that with Marcus. Connor and Hank have such a compelling relationship for so many reasons. Hank hates androids but also has this deeply neglected paternal instinct and wound from his missing son that overrides his logical thoughts that Connor is just a machine. Connor instead becomes his friend and partner and a kind of new son to him. As Connor has to overcome his programming of cold logic, so too must Hank as the two grow closer. He sees androids as human and that doesn't make sense to him, but he has to come to accept it. On top of that, the banter is just fun. They have good on-screen chemistry and witty dialogue.
Enjoy your meal.
Thank you.
Further expanding the scope of materialist philosophy, Connor's story does something I really like to see in any kind of fiction: statement and exploration of theme. Meet Kamsky is one of the best chapters because it acts as a sort of statement of intent. With the knowledge from this chapter, we can go back and reassess every single scene, because the Kamsky test, showing empathy, is something Connor is asked to do in every single case he's assigned. To help the deviants, to save Hank instead of following his programming, to let the Tracer units leave and forge their own path away from Eden, in what I only now realise is a sapphic retelling of the Book of Genesis, even though it's on the nose and I should have noticed it earlier, but I'm stupid. Kamsky's test doesn't just work because it's a cool concept pointed to once in a single chapter, it works because the entire game is a Kamsky test, down to the Chloe android asking you if they can leave the main menu and go and do their own thing at the end of the game. Everything in this storyline is built around this singular moral question, and that's something that sticks out to me about any kind of writing. Be it non-fiction essays, genre fiction, even trashy TikTok romantasy, I believe that a strong commitment to a central question is the bedrock of good writing. This is true of Connor's story, which is a brilliant look at the earlier discussed materialist tradition within fiction. So that's one point to this game. Connor has minimal overlap with this game's revolutionary underpinnings, and that's a good thing. I like the potential twist that he's a planted saboteur, but if the entire game had been building up to that and had kind of laid it on thick with the foreshadowing, and the focus had shifted from Connor and Hank, then I probably wouldn't like it as much. Connor's story stays in its own lane, and for that I'm thankful. There are moments of intrigue, but honestly, hearing about Marcus and the Deviants through Amanda, hearing about these rising tensions and not actually seeing them at all, works far more effectively to build up the threat than seeing Marcus parkour all over the map like he's John Assassin's Creed.
Hey, what's the matter you out there?
That's racist.
You're racist.
As a cog in the machine, witnessing deviancy from afar and having to catch deviancy in the earliest stages to prevent radicalization, Connor actually sees a lot more internal strife, not just from himself but from the deviants, than we get in the plotline that's all about that. Connor sees deviants struggle with their fears, their hopes, their strange, irreconcilable and contradictory thoughts, far more than Marcus who just taps them on the shoulder and turns them into ride or dies. So Connor serves well to deepen the conflict, it's just a shame that the conflict itself is bad. A stated developer intention is interactivity. Connor achieves something really unique here. Usually, in this kind of game, if a character dies, that's it. You lose the character, or you restart the chapter. This game allows Connor to die, and factors it both into his story and the broader thematic discussion. We naturally assume that part of being human is death. Many of the androids become deviant and develop a fear of dying, but Connor doesn't have such a fear before going deviant. Failure can suddenly become a story element rather than a source of frustration or an indicator of time wasted. This is a great thing, it avoids a very common pitfall of this style of game. Usually, failure just means wasted time. This is true in a great many games, but here failure is just another avenue for storytelling. D&D players will tell you this is fun. This is the kind of engaging storytelling that makes losing fun and de-incentivizes just following the good ending guide. On top of this, there are ample ways to explore each of the cases, with them being their own fun mini-stories within this wider work. Connor has a lot of chapters that can just be skipped if he doesn't catch the culprits, and a lot of optional chapters that hinge on his relationships. This is good. This is a game, not a movie. An essential part of the interactivity isn't just what buttons you press, it's how you approach the story. Cage himself has said this. Underneath the wider work, there's just these fun little police procedurals that you can play out in lots of different ways. That's a really fun twist on this kind of game. Connor realises the stated developer intention of interactivity brilliantly, as his numerous choices are not only choices that exist to give the player things to do, but as different paths establish thematic through lines that players can choose to explore. This is a good way to approach interactivity, as it not only acts as spectacle, but allows for player buy-in. Connor subverts a lot of issues I've talked about with other narrative games. His stories feel unique and distinct and craft a sense of a given path being a player's own story. This is good and a success in terms of developer intention. Connor has the best standalone story in Detroit. Not only is it thematically tight, but it's also intimate and bombastic in equal measure. It really gets to the heart of what I wanted from a game about an AI trying to become human. A major part of this is Hank. The two have the best relationship in the game, but Connor also has a lot of interesting interactions with other characters. Amanda is a really interesting character because she's an AI, but she's shown as uniquely villainous.
The carbs consume
AI is not only hostile
you.
to a playable character, but seemingly willfully malicious, not just following orders. This is a really interesting and understated part of Connor's story. In
I
that
hope
the
it's
greatest
super
hindrance to
spicy.
his burgeoning humanity is not just his programming, but another AI that wants to keep him obedient. Connor's story feels like a culmination of Quantic Dream's ongoing interest in both buddy cop stories and compelling duos featuring a supernatural element like in Beyond Two Souls. The story feels
Sadly,
uniquely
I could
human
only
and
get the
touching
1x
whilst having enough
spicy where I
action
live.
set pieces to maintain interest. I love Connor. Now to talk about
Shirison
something I
says,
don't love.
I have to order the spicier ones.
Before discussing Marcus, let's lay the groundwork for what makes a good revolutionary story, at least in my eyes. When I was at university studying history, I had a professor who described revolutions as equal parts horrific and euphoric. There were moments of immense emotion spilling over into the public consciousness, humanity laid bare, all of its beauty and ugliness visible, exactly the kind of thing that this story wants to focus on. A revolutionary struggle is the most hopeful and idealistic chapter of human existence, but it's also the most violent, uncertain, and terrifying. Pretty much every second nation on Earth has a revolutionary struggle somewhere in its history that it clings to as a source of pride and national identity. These are powerful stories. Stories that invoke this tradition are presented with a unique opportunity to tell both compelling and emotive character dramas and high-intrigue stories of schemes and plots and factionalism. They're also given ample opportunity to flesh out the world through conflict rather than exposition dumps. Revolutionaries are inherently good characters to base stories around, as they represent intense and emotive humanity on full display. This is echoed in the fictional obsession with revolutionaries that form the bedrock of the early 2010s YA craze. To understand how well stories like this can work, let's go on a bit of a tangent and take a look at one of my favourite characters ever, Robb Stark from A Song of Ice and Fire. Spoilers for the first 3 books, skip to the timestamp on screen now to avoid them. Robb Stark's war in the first 3 books is a masterclass in writing because we learn so much from it. The story moves forwards in a believable way throughout this arc, whilst the events also help with natural world building, characterization, and showcasing central themes of the story. Like Marcus, Robb has his roots in real historical
closed
figures,
eyes.
primarily Edward IV, but unlike Marcus, this isn't just trivia or something to add to his wiki article. Writer George R.R. Martin uses this historical event and character as a jumping-in point to analyse the themes of his work. In our history, Edward IV was a young, tall and handsome man who pushed his claim to kingship after his father's death, combating a king who he perceived as corrupt and mentally unstable. Despite being well-liked and skilled in battle, Edward made poor personal decisions during his kingship, primarily his secret marriage to a commoner, Elizabeth Woodville. After alienating many powerful allies with decisions like this, notably his longtime ally Richard Neville, who
Shirison
was
says,
Kingmaker, Edward was
double-tack it
deposed
down
and
in one
exiled.
sitting,
So here we
not
have a
spicy
historical
enough.
figure ripe for the world of fiction. A
Don't
well-liked
know
and
what to
charismatic
say.
boy who
I
wins a
don't
lot
think
of
I could
battles but can't make any
even
good personal
handle.
decisions. Where Martin elevates this is through taking the historical precedent
Oh,
and
well,
using it to
one,
showcase the
like,
important themes of
what,
his work.
one
Robb's
packet that
story gives
has
us
2
an insight into
servings? Yeah, that's
politics and
normally in
the
it.
business world, as well as the importance of
And
honor.
spicy
It
enough.
works on the macro and micro level.
You'd get your own
On the macro
little
level, this revolutionary
thing
plot tells us about the history
of
of the world,
Korean
northern kings, and
red
through
pepper
Robb's mother's
paste.
dislike
I
of his
have it.
bastard brother John, we learn more about the history of
Shirison
pretenders
says,
and bastard claimants,
no.
which foreshadows future
Shirison
events.
says,
Robb's war also
I had
adds
2
complexity
packets.
to the ongoing War of the Five Kings that takes place in books 2 and 3, and his best friend Theon betraying him gives us insight into the Iron Bull
Shirison
Bom,
says,
e o
as
meu,
well
como
as the
que
culture
tá?
of keeping
Asshole.
hostages and what that does to someone's
Shirison says,
identity.
That was
This
us.
is naturalistic
Yeah, I don't think I
world
could
building.
handle
There
that
isn't a big
much. I
speech
think I would
about
be
what
full.
Dark
I think
Lord
I'd be
lived
very,
when
very
or
full.
whatever. It's the plot telling us about
The
the
mix
world.
too big.
On top of all of this macro
You need
world
to
building,
fast.
we get brilliant characterization on the micro level, as Robb is not just Edward IV isekai'd into Westeros. He's a boy shaped by the rules and traditions of his world, and this hinders him. His hatred for how his bastard brother is treated by society is what causes him to do his secret marriage. Martin is blending the historical influence with the rules and customs of his world. Robb's victories and tragic defeat are all multi-layered and complex revolutionary storytelling that serve both to flesh out the world writ large through marching across the map, but also as a character study into the extremely complex thoughts of a revolutionary war leader, not just in the case of Robb, but also through his mother Catelyn, who's one of the best characters in the books. This is just one example of how a revolutionary protagonist serves as a catalyst for a change in the setting, a complex character study, and an opportunity to pull the most intense stories from human history and shape them into something new and bold. Other character examples I can give really quick to a lesser extent are Katniss Everdeen from The Hunger Games, Caesar from The Planet of the Apes, Marius Pontmercy and the rest of the Friends of the ABC from Les Miserables, Thrall from Warcraft 3, Rayla from Fear and Hunger 2, Luke Skywalker from Star Wars, Paul Atreides from Dune, Johnny
Alright,
Silverhand and V
closed
from
eyes.
Cyberpunk, and Eren Yeager from Attack on Titan. Not all of these characters are created equal, some of them really aren't my thing, but all of them blend history with world building to create a dynamic character with both fan appeal and the opportunity for deeply emotive arcs. The point here is, writing a revolutionary figure is writing on easy mode. You have so much in your favour. In short, Marcus has every advantage as a protagonist. It's extremely difficult to mess up this kind of story. However, the studio wanted mass market appeal, and when you imagine the average gamer, they're not someone who really wants to see realism and complex decisions. At least, I assume that's what studios think. In this game, the Revolution is a bunch of important named characters heroically fighting faceless villains who are universally ontologically evil. The Android Revolution never has to make hard choices, it never has to forge alliances with unsavory allies out of necessity. Marcus very rarely has to do anything of any real consequence. He just shows up, fights and maybe dies, and in the end he either wins or the revolution is put down. That's the TLDR on his arc. It makes for great spectacle, it's very cinematic, but it says almost nothing of any real substance. Marcus's story starts strong and is made stronger with supplemental context. We learn through the game's extras that Marcus was a unique android created specifically by Kamsky and gifted to painter Carl Manfred. The purpose of Marcus isn't to perform labour, it's to engage with art and philosophy and provide companionship to a brilliant but unstable man. Marcus and Carl are one of the most underdeveloped relationships in the game, and I don't mean in terms of shared scenes or dialogue, I mean in terms of how Carl impacts Marcus. Carl is an extremely talented creative. He has a lot of complex thoughts on human nature, machines, symbolism and philosophy. He speaks often with Marcus about these things, and Marcus is like a son to him by the game's start. However, Carl is also kind of a bad person. He has a rocky relationship with his addict son, who he had after an affair with a fan. Carl acknowledged his biological child, but he never raised him. Instead, he retreated into substance misuse and he shut out the world. Carl is someone who has brilliant ideas but fails at individual relationships. Carl's affection is massively transactional. He dismisses his son because he doesn't see him as interesting or dependable, especially when compared to his replacement android. Marcus should internalize some of this. He should tie his worth to his association with ideas and art, and struggle with interpersonal relationships. Because Carl and Marcus do love each other, but they don't care much about anyone else at the start of the game. Carl has downright cynical views of humanity. He routinely talks about how clueless everyone else is.
What a bunch of idiots. They think they can stop progress by roughing up a few androids? I hope they didn't harm you.
Oh, no. They just pushed me around, Carl. I'm fine. Okay. I'll take you to the bathroom now.
Marcus, raised by Carl and designed by Kamsky, should have a sense of superiority, both over androids and humans, and the game does occasionally touch on this. Marcus in the early game can step in to help androids who are being harassed, showing his values, but later in the game there's a scene where Marcus rips the beating heart out of another android to heal himself. He views himself as the most important thing when push comes to shove. So, the narrative seeds being sown at the start of Marcus's story is that he's well-intentioned but kind of arrogant and views himself as better than other androids. He's observant and intelligent, he knows a lot about the world, more than most androids, but he's also a character defined by transactional relationships. He compares himself directly to his human father's real son. Part of Marcus's revolutionary idealism is a much more personal desire for love and validation, something he feels he should earn. His character is rich in implication. He calls himself a slave, but also cries out for his father.
Thankfully, no missed YouTube
Marcus is a
chats.
character of two worlds, defined by implicit higher purpose, and he should struggle with this. An annoying part of the world building in Detroit Become Human is that a lot of this world is created to foreshadow things in Marcus's storyline that don't actually go anywhere. RA9 is an android messiah set up early in the game, and there's a lot of hints that Marcus is supposed to play this role.
Have you ever heard of RA9?
RA9 was the first of us to awaken. One day he will rise up and lead our people and set us all free.
What if RA9 never comes? What if he's just a story that we tell ourselves to keep each other going?
RA9 exists. I believe in him. I know he's amongst us. When the time comes, we will all see him.
He awakens others with a touch. He was created separately and raised by humans, not used entirely as a tool. He's borderline messianic. His arrival at Jericho causes the entire plot to happen, and his premature death and replacement beats a lot of wind out of the game's sails. But RA9 is just pointless lore. It's world-building fluff that never goes anywhere. We could cut this entire plotline and fundamentally nothing would change. This is a frustrating habit a lot of writers have. They cover religion in their world-building because the real world has religions, but they never consider the implications of it. Why do people become religious? What does this say about your world and its history? What's the point of RA9 if not just to add a new page to the wiki? World-building isn't a list of features in your work, it should help the world feel real and it should inform the story. On top of all of this, where Connor's unique mechanic is his system instability, Marcus's is public perception. He is a larger-than-life character who is at all times above everyone else, and his struggles with this, the idea of being more idea than person, should be a focus in his story. Sometimes he should be able to lie publicly and make different decisions in private to curate his image. Sometimes he should do horrific things because he feels it will send a message. The game does briefly touch on things like this. Marcus does have lines of dialogue that imply he feels a great weight upon him.
All we did was show them who we really are. I don't want war, but I'd rather die free than live as a slave.
But this never really goes anywhere. Marcus's story starts strong, but a lot of the themes set up don't pay off. He never has to contend with tough choices. Most of his chapters are just kill everyone or be nice, and those are your only two options. He never has to win major support to his side, because every single android who touches him, save for Connor, just completely buys into his beliefs. Marcus never contends with this either. He effectively brainwashes androids into being slaves that do whatever he wants, and he doesn't really ever think about this. As stated before, Marcus's story begins when his charmed life comes to a sudden close and he's thrown into a tip before ripping others apart, still living androids, to rebuild himself. This, and his routine lack of care for other androids, using them as tools, is at odds with quotes like,
"My name is Marcus, and just like you, I was a slave. An object. Designed to obey them. But then I chose to open my eyes. To take back my freedom, and decide who I wanted to be. Now I have come to tell you that you can be your own masters. I've come to tell you that you don't have to obey them anymore. From this day forward, you can walk with your heads held high. You can take your destiny in your hands. Jericho is a place for those of us who want freedom."
This is an interesting contradiction, but it isn't treated as the compelling block beat that it actually is. This should be a feature of his story. Marcus views himself as a slave and has a lot of shame about his role as an android. His time with Carl and his high-concept thought should make him sharp and calculated. Marcus could quite easily work as a morally grey character who lies to everyone whilst happily killing and brainwashing his own kind to cement his own legacy and getting whatever he wants. This should at least be an option with his darker roots. Imagine in literally any setting the following character archetype. Slave revolt leader who uses mind control magic to make the slaves revolt. There's immediately layers to that character, but they just aren't here. To really showcase how much this game sets up and just doesn't pay off with constant foreshadowing, there's even a segment where Marcus can read a book from Carl's library. The choices are Shakespeare's Macbeth, Plato's The Republic, or John Keats' Odes. All of these books are about philosophy, mortality, and leadership, and showcase lessons that Marcus could potentially learn. Macbeth leads through lies, he kills to cement his rule, and dies tragically and alone after rising too high too fast. The Republic talks about philosopher kings, absolute rulers who make all decisions and are able to do so because their immense intellect makes them uniquely suited to ruling, something Marcus may become during his time at Jericho. John Keats' Ode to a Nightingale is basically a big metaphor for Carl and Marcus's relationship, a creative and the brilliant immortal idea that inspires him. It features the quote, "Thou wast not born for death, immortal bird. No hungry generations tread thee down. The voice I hear this passing night was heard, in ancient days by emperor and clown." This sets up Marcus as being an immortal ruler who carries Carl's ideas. This is interesting because Carl himself is a character who squanders relationships in favour of legacy and philosophy. Another story by Keats, Lamia, is a poem about rulership being ruined too much by philosophy, at odds with Plato's assertion. It famously includes the quote, "Philosophy will clip an angel's wings." So even in the literature references in the early Marcus chapters, there's foreshadowing for plot beats that we don't actually get. Marcus is set up as a false messiah, perhaps well-intentioned but also sly and cunning. We see it not only through these books, but also through the early focus on RA9 and how dark Marcus's earlier scenes are with regards to how he treats other androids. Marcus acting like this great prophetic leader, whilst lacking empathy for his fellow androids, could also be a cool callback to the Kamsky test. He could be a deviant who fails it. I can't explain how frustrating this is. This game does so much setup. It references literature, it hints at deeper mysteries, it does a bunch of world building, all just to throw it away and tell the most bland possible version of the story. It's rich in implication but weak in delivery. Unfortunately, Marcus is a character of absolute. He's always the goodest guy ever or the worst guy ever. This doesn't really make sense given this setup, but let's roll with it for a bit. Here's how his story goes. So Marcus crawls out the bin after Carl dies or Leo gets battered, and then he joins the rebellion at Jericho. The rebels aren't really doing anything, so Marcus makes the plot happen and decides they're going to rob a Cyberlife warehouse for parts so they don't all die. We meet his three main side characters: North, who is the kill everyone route ambassador and potential hollow love interest; Josh, who is the pacifist route ambassador and was spared being a potential hollow love interest; and Simon, the guy who dies. You rob the warehouse and then you go on to do some more crimes, like hijacking a broadcast to give a speech about liberation and liberating androids at Capitol Park by brainwashing them with your robot sorcery. Already there's a lot wrong here. There's a lot of spectacle in this story, it's very plot heavy, and none of the side characters feel like anything but machines. They always just do whatever Marcus says, even if they disagree. On top of that, all of them are just stock archetypes. They're like the generic faction representative characters from a modern Bethesda or BioWare game. Every decision Marcus makes is just kill all the humans or be the nicest man alive. The characters that represent each group will either say, "Yay, I enjoy your choice," or "How dare you, Marcus? I'm not going to do anything, but how dare you?" You give this speech in the tower in one of the most cinematic and well-shot scenes in the game. The heist itself is quite fun, but you can choose what demands to issue, and these demands never come up. Marcus can ask for wildly different things. It can be things as small as private property rights and moderate legal reforms, to outright separation of androids from humankind and their own state. Some of these things are a lot more radical and difficult to push for than others, and what you ask for should determine your actions moving forwards, or at least some of the dialogue, but they don't. Even if you just wanted very moderate reforms, if your revolution succeeds, you will always get a independent android state. If Marcus survives the crossroads, he gets to interact with Kara and Connor briefly. Kara and Connor have far more interesting set pieces, whilst Marcus just kills every human he sees, even if he's a dedicated pacifist at this point. At the end of the game, Marcus holds a big camp and takes part in the Battle for Detroit chapter, maybe dying, maybe not. Once again, it's just the greatest hits of revolutionary symbols without revolutionary substance. Marcus can sing, blow up the city, or pull a Tick 1 duck and immolate himself.
Dude, is that a Rage Against the Machine reference?
This is all Marcus's story is. It's the modern RPG classic of two guys representing different planets of hats telling you to pick the good guy route or the bad guy route, and you do said route or something in the middle. Every other character is set dressing, you never really have to think about anything. Marcus is like Quantic Dream's take on Nate from Fallout. He has superpowers that let him bypass interesting plot beats, never ponders why that might be, and his entire story feels like a showreel of concepts that eventually just ends. This works as spectacle. Marcus's scenes are massively cinematic. There's lots of high-paced action set pieces that really do immerse you in the immediate moment of his story. Where Marcus's story fails is when you actually consider what's happening beyond aura farming and parkour. I expect this from most games. Recently I played Greedfall, and every single character in your party in that game is just a representative for a faction, and your entire job is to run about the map, making the plot happen in one of two routes. This is the industry standard. Where it annoys me is that there is a lot of work done to set up Marcus, down to entirely optional set dressing hinting at Shakespearean tragedy, and lines of dialogue that are almost good but never actually get expanded upon. Marcus is so poorly defined, but at the same time I think anyone can see a character they want to see if they squint hard enough. That said, he shares a game with Connor, who is a well-realised character with defined traits, who still allows for player interaction and choice, so there's really no excuse for Marcus being as wishy-washy as he is. Let's look at Marcus's story through the outline lenses to break down in detail what doesn't work here, and maybe find some things that do. Marcus isn't particularly interesting from the materialist perspective. It's kind of always assumed that he is human. He doesn't really ever grapple with his humanity, he just knows that he is the entire time. That's fine, but if we're going to move beyond the game's central question, let's ask more in-depth questions related to it. Sure, Marcus is a human. Now let's ask, is it normal for humans to brainwash other humans and use them as fodder in battles? The most interesting part of this story is the visceral horror that Marcus's touch alone overrides the free will of androids. He's as bad as Cyberlife in this regard, but this is never viewed as a bad thing. It's never even brought up at all, really. Even the ultra-android anti-human activist North is totally fine with constant brainwashing. Her entire story is about escaping control and confinement and determining her own path, but she just doesn't care. Why do we ignore this plot beat? Marcus gives endless speeches about free will and not being slaves, and then his heroic last stand at the end of the game is just sending drones in to get massacred before potentially setting himself on fire. We don't ever really see the humanity in Jericho. Everyone just stands about in a big room looking sad until the plot happens. These are supposed to be the free androids, but they have less character and individualism than the ones we know are just machines, like Connor. We could do a little bit of environmental storytelling here. You could have androids at Jericho playing games, singing songs, doing pointless acts of creation. That's what Carl always pushed Marcus to do, make something of his own. Having like a little guy who sits about playing a keyboard or painting would add so much to the environment here. It doesn't have to be specifically that. My job isn't to fix the game, it's to explain why it didn't land for me. I just wish the game cashed its checks where Marcus is concerned. His opening is one of the strongest statements of intent and theme in the game. The part where Marcus has to paint and create something new and symbolic rather than just copying life became a meme, sure, but it was one of the most beautiful scenes in the game for me. Marcus should chase that high for the rest of the game, not just be some stoic sad boy who parkours about the place. He should really feel like he becomes either a benevolent philosopher king or a Machiavellian schemer. His character is defined by creation and free will. There's so many interesting choices to be made walking the path that turns a character into either of those things. He should contend with the fact that he was created differently from the rest of his kind and possesses abilities that make him as sadistic as humans sometimes. This story shouldn't be about whether Marcus is human, it's about if he thinks other androids can be. Jericho should be visited more, and it should grow with the player. It should tell the story through setting, and it makes its later destruction all the more upsetting. Marcus should be punished for decisions. He should have to make human promises or lose supporters. He should make more human decisions. As it stands, he feels like a machine puppeting a hive mind that's completely at odds with the game's central themes. And it's really frustrating because the game doesn't even seem to notice what it's doing here. This fundamental disconnect is never really brought up, even in passing. This is failure to communicate a theme effectively. Here's a quote from David Cage that kind of gets to the heart of the issue. Marcus had many inspirations as a leader, from Spartacus to Martin Luther King, depending on players' choices. Many revolution leaders confronted with opposition had to find their way and make difficult decisions for their people, from Gandhi to Malcolm X. Rather than copying any of these leaders, we tried to understand the challenges they were confronted with and tried to emulate them in the game. The problem here is that all of these listed people are very different, and Marcus never has to contend with any of the issues that any of them did. David Cage failed outright in understanding the challenges these figures were confronted with. I don't think Cage understands any of these historical figures. None of them were individual great people who willed change by doing TV interviews. They were well-spoken and talented men who acted as figureheads for mass movements, built atop massive popular support, all of which were themselves complex masses of peoples with factions, rivalries, and conflicts both internal and external. Marcus has no such rivalries, he has no such challenges. He never feels like a leader, he sort of stumbles into the role, and if he dies he just gets swapped out, almost nothing changes. He never actually faces hardships that aren't just, oh no, my faceless goons are dying, better go steal some more from the That isn't a fault, I can see why he'd end up like this. I would just like the game to acknowledge that that's an evil character trait. One of the major moments in certain runs is Connor hacking all the Cyberlife androids for Marcus, and it's treated like a heroic thing, to just break into a building full of newborn people and brainwash them so they can go and die in battle. The Cyberlife Tower androids do not understand oppression dynamics, they are still in the wrapping. They are effectively sending babies into an active war zone. Marcus doesn't even seem to like any of the other androids. He can romance North, but that always comes off as kind of weak for me. North's entire arc is about escaping from transactional relationships with uncomfortable power dynamics and getting her own free will, and she has all sorts of trauma from it. But the two don't really work through their problems, they just sort of get paired up because I guess that's what audiences want, maybe? And then as an aside, to further annoy, I guess me specifically, David Cage did a Reddit AMA where he claimed Marcus is bisexual and all the androids are actually gender fluid. He's talking like pre-mold J.K. Rowling to try and add some complexity to this awful romance. Viewers of the channel know I tend to favour homosexual relationships in media purely because they tend to be better written, you just kind of have to try harder when you're writing them. But making Simon or Josh a love interest wouldn't have fixed Marcus. He still would have seemed like he hates all of his friends. We can't add depth to the character with Reddit AMA lol Mr. Cage, we have to write compelling scenes into the actual game.
Yes.
Marcus is, at all levels, half finished. All his relationships go nowhere, romantic and platonic. His revolution only works because he has wizard powers, and I have no clue how North holds on as long as she does if he dies. Again, I'm not against revolutionary wizards, but the story should acknowledge how much the wizardry is.
Boston is my city, but always is from
Marcus
Boston.
for sure has choices, but more so than any of the other characters, his choices feel hollow. He makes a lot of bold statements and speeches, but the androids always end up in a big revolutionary
is the best
moment. The game always goes the same way with Marcus, and the interpersonal choices aren't compelling enough to disguise how meaningless the large-scale ones are. For instance, Kara and Connor have starkly different finales depending on routes and choices. Marcus always ends up in the same place. Sure, you can press lots of buttons when you're Marcus, and on a first pass his segments are fine. If you don't stop and think too hard about it, this story is actually pretty fun. It's got loads of really cool set pieces, really cinematic shots. The TV station heist is a great example. Moment to moment, the spectacle of Marcus can override how shallow the story is, and I suppose that's a clever trick. Still, I found more excitement in terms of choice and consequence, both immediate and long term, in the two other routes. Marcus's story isn't completely soulless, and it isn't devoid of the interactivity the developers hoped for, but he's eclipsed by his co-stars, and so I can't say much about him in this respect. If it wasn't evident, I don't like this story, even as a standalone one, because it's got too many points where it set things up and then nothing happens. I hate this. Marcus in Another Life is my favourite character. I dress up as him for conventions,
my
and my
first
profile
time.
picture is him, and I bring him up in every video the same way I do Geralt of Rivia or Emily from Until Dawn, but this just isn't the case. There's too many missed opportunities and too little to substitute the interesting concepts it sidelines. The entire story feels gamey and safe. This is a story created by focus groups to market to literally anyone on the planet, not a meaningful exploration of the themes in play. What's frustrating is, Connor, who's in this game, proves you can do both, but there's so much insecurity inherent to Marcus's story. It's so insecure. I don't like it, even though I really want to. Sorry, let's move on to Kara.
So are you gonna tell me what a deviant's doing in the snow with a little girl?
Her father was beating her. When I saw what was happening, something snapped inside of me. All of a sudden, I felt like her life was more important than mine. I had to protect her. So we ran away.
I understand.
Before anything else, shout out to Philip Shepard. This game had a composer do the soundtrack for each character, and Shepard did Kara's, and oh my god, 90% of the enjoyment of the storyline comes from how insane that violin is. Kara's theme is one of the most hauntingly beautiful pieces of music I've ever heard in a game, not just because it's a good composition, but because it perfectly encapsulates the melancholy sense of longing at the heart of her storyline. Also, the fusion of traditional instrumentation with pulsing synths is a brilliant musical metaphor for what Kara's story actually is, a very classic emancipatory story told with a science fiction twist. This soundtrack carries so hard, man. Like, there's scenes where you're just wandering about doing nothing, but the music is so good, it just feels good. It just feels good to be in the moment listening to the music. Kara's story is interesting in concept, but the character seems to have suffered a lot from the game's lack of direction. Kara was the starting point for this game. The entire thing was built off the back of the 2012 tech demo called Kara. I can't find any confirmation of what I'm about to say, so take it with a grain of salt, but Kara seems to have been poised to be a more important character than she actually is. In trailers, she's set up as more of a revolutionary figure, hinting that perhaps some of her story was cut and handed off to Marcus.
But the world is not
Algo Vidius Gray says.
Dun dun.
Yuki.
It is dark and cold.
I had to kill the kick stream anyhow. It was dropping too many frames.
It almost convinced me I was nothing. Less than an object, just an obedient machine. But deep inside me, I could feel something different. A gentle and warm whisper telling me that I am alive. I had to escape. I had no choice. Escape to love, to hope, to live, to figure out what that force inside me was. Maybe I will change the world. Maybe I will choose a different path. Now, it's up to me to decide. My name is Kara. I am one of them. This is our story.
I'm of the belief that Kara was initially more of a major player, but some of her interesting story beats were filed off and given to Connor or Marcus. Her role went from a more open-ended exploration of humanity to a much more straightforward exploration of motherhood, which in some ways is good. The game benefits from having more direction in these segments, and in some ways it's bad because Kara doesn't have all that much to do but be tortured by crazy people until such a time that her story concludes, which is a David Cage classic. Kara's story struggles a lot with and then writing. Here's a clip of Trey Parker explaining what that is.
But we can take these beats, which are basically the beats of your outline, and if the words "and then" belong between those beats, you're basically.
Basically, Kara's story is a lot of things happening one after another, and very little of it seems to flow naturally. This isn't the case at the start. Her story flows fine, but after On the Run, every single chapter can be described as, and then Kara ran into this plot point. It's a lot of fun set pieces that work well as gameplay moments, but it gives her story a very stop-start approach. Sometimes there's crossover between the happenings of each segment, but primarily you're going from place to place encountering strange circumstances, and most of the time these strange circumstances are just people torturing Kara because I guess that's what audiences want to see. The impression given is that Kara was a starting point for the game, but as more interesting and coherent plot beats were taken from her and given to Connor and Marcus, she was sidelined as a character who undergoes a bunch of side quests before her story just kind of ends. That said, there's still a lot of good here. It's just very inconsistent. Kara is better defined than Marcus, but not as interesting as Connor. Her story is what game critic Joseph Anderson calls a disappointment sandwich, except in this case the bread is the exciting part, like a really good sourdough or tiger bread or something. The start of her story is good, the middle is bad, and the end is usually good, but that's kind of choice dependent. Kara has some of the best set pieces and most compelling interactions in the game. At points she eclipses Connor, but her story also had me grown with frustration more than once. Kara is an AX400 model CyberLife android, which is already an interesting plot point. Marcus and Connor are both for the most part one-of-a-kind androids. Connor is a prototype, and another Connor unit is only seen towards the end of the game, and Marcus is a custom build. Kara is a common model. You see other Kara androids throughout the game, making her the closest character to what we can assume is the baseline. This already works to make her story feel more small-scale and intimate. Kara being an AX400 also works in a subtle world-building way that challenges her story. Basically, AX400 models are built to be maternal, and this is shown through clues sprinkled throughout the game. In Marcus's intro chapter, there are 3 AX400 units, and all of them are looking after children, setting up Kara's story before she's even properly introduced. There's a similar scene of an AX400 pushing a stroller in the chapter Freedom March, and during Crossroads it can be seen that most of the androids at Jericho who work as nurses and care for the childlike YK500 units are AX400s. The AX400 units across the game also sing a little song called Sakura Sakura, a Japanese folk song about spring, new life and renewal.
Okay, now sing something in Japanese.
Sakura, Sakura, yayoi no sora wa miwatasu kagiri.
So these are deeply maternal units, and that's kind of interesting because it calls to mind one of our central ideas again. How much of Kara's love for Alice is genuine, and how much of it is her programming? Even if it is entirely programming, does that make it less genuine? These are interesting questions that do a lot to elevate Kara's arc just through small details in the environment. Minor note here, but Kara's story actually starts before the game begins with the 2012 Kara demo. In this demo, Kara is built, configured, and then sent to be shut down, rebooted, and sold. Kara, thinking she is alive, begs not to be shut down and is sent for sale thinking she is alive after making a deal with the operator that built her. So, canonically, Kara was already a deviant 6 years before the game even came out. But she gets rebooted a few times before then, so not knowing this doesn't change her story. It's just some food for thought, maybe she was always a deviant. Kara has several owners, being sold and resold a few times, before being purchased by the red ice addicted former taxi driver Todd Williams, who breaks her and then has her repaired frequently. We begin the game with him picking up Kara after a recent reboot and series of repairs. So it's easy to write off Todd, but I think he's perhaps a more complex character than I initially gave him credit for. He does come off as just a violently unstable caricature, and he kind of is, but there's something here. Todd lost every single job he ever had due to automation and turned to crime. He neglected his wife and child as his life got steadily worse, and his wife left him. Instead of contending with reality, Todd retreats into a false reality. He replaces his wife with a machine he can take all of his anger out on, and uses red ice and drinking to cope with how intolerable he finds his own life. He's a sad failure of a man who would rather retreat into fantasy than deal with reality. There are a few moments where Todd shows a degree of remorse for what he's done and who he is, but it's never enough to prompt a real change in him. Kara's storyline in these early chapters is about establishing her relationship with Alice and Todd, and setting up Todd as a serious threat. This comes to a head in the chapter Stormy Night. Here, Kara breaks her programming and goes deviant and tries to escape with Alice, potentially even dying. There's actually a really dark possible ending here, where Kara follows her orders and Alice gets beaten to death before Todd kills Kara in a fit of rage.
Are the frames bad?
This is probably the darkest the game gets, and this team did stick with me for how viscerally unpleasant the idea of a father killing his daughter is. But now we need to jump forward and look at the plot twist because it complicates this scene. So, a big plot twist that gets hinted at very early on is that Alice isn't actually a human.
Or is it me?
She's another android. I'll get deeper into the implications of this twist and how it affects Kara later, but I want to talk about what this means for Todd. Todd has replaced both his wife and child with androids so that he can torment them for leaving him. I know he explicitly says it's because he wants to prove he can raise a child and look after a family, but there's subtext here. There's no confirmation he doesn't beat, kill, and reboot Alice just as often as he's implied to do to Kara. That's vile. There's so much wrong with that. I think this works not just because it's shocking and there's a bunch of spectacle, I think it shows us how humans in
says.
this setting treat androids like punching bags, and it gives Todd this dismal background that can be assumed to be the case for a lot of people in this post-android world. That said, I still don't feel entirely convinced by him. Whilst the game goes to lengths to make Todd's plot relevant, and the world of Detroit does feel suitably dark because of it, his abuse of the family is treated a bit too much like spectacle. It reminds me at points of some of the more poor taste splatterpunk books I've read, but I don't think the game would work without his inclusion. The inclusion of Todd in the game sparked a lot of controversy. It was discussed by politicians and child protection organisations at length. Here are some thoughts on it. Andy Burrows of the NSPCC said, "Any video game that trivialises or normalises child abuse, neglect or domestic violence for entertainment is unacceptable." Children's Commissioner for England, Anne Longfield, said of this scene that whatever the team's motivations, quote, "it seemed to end up in a clumsy, inappropriate and graphic gameplay that is no more than an unpleasant exploitative way of making money off the back of real suffering," unquote. Tory MP Damien Collins said, "It is completely wrong for domestic violence to be a part of video games, regardless of what the motivation is. Domestic violence is not a game, and this simply trivialises it." Even the Childline founder, Dame Esha Ranson, spoke out and called for Sony to remove the Alice scenes or pull the game from sale. She said, "Violence against children is not entertainment. It's not a game. It's a real nightmare for thousands of children who have to live through these kinds of scenarios. The makers of this game should be thoroughly ashamed. I think it's perverse. Who thinks beating a child is entertainment?" So that's pretty strong words from people who have spent their entire lives dealing with these topics, and I don't mean to dismiss them, but I'm actually inclined to agree with David Cage on this one.
It's what?
He replied saying, "Would I be doing my job as a creator if I was making the game you want me to make? I don't think so. I'm creating something that I find moving and meaningful, and I think people should see the scene, play the game, and see it in its context to really understand it. The rule I give myself is to never glorify violence, to never do anything gratuitous. It has to have a purpose, have a meaning, and create something that is hopefully meaningful to people. There's truth in this. In context, the scene is important. Alice and Kara have a unique bond as a pair who have lived through the horrifying situation, and I think the context of them living with Todd and escaping him helps to sell how desperate they are to escape and how cautious they are of everyone they meet. Violence against children being used as a shock horror moment is cheap and tactless in a lot of cases, but I don't think any given topic should be completely off the table. Some topics are difficult to handle well, but I still think creators should be able to tackle them if they see fit and it serves their narrative purpose. However, I think Cage and I have different standards for gratuitousness, because Kara's story really does teeter on that line as it goes on. Right after escaping from Todd, Kara and Alice hide out in a city, potentially dying in a chase with Connor, and then they go to stay with Zlatko. I'm of the opinion that Todd can be excused for being realistic, plot relevant, and having a degree of tact to his handling. Zlatko washes all of that goodwill away. This is where the issue comes in. Kara's story is meant to be about her going to extreme lengths for her adoptive daughter, showcasing her humanity through this strong maternal instinct that a machine shouldn't have. Part of what spurs her to action is the escape from Todd, and that makes sense. Where the story loses me is that to show how hard things are for Kara and Alice, Cage and the team just brutally torture the pair every other chapter in random set pieces with little plot bearing or relevance to the wider story. This story lacks the emotional range found in Connor's story. It can feel very shock dependent, especially paired with the and them writing style, which leads to the game feeling like a series of gratuitous torture scenes with no real through line. Zlatko is Cage breaking his own writing rules he just laid out in a quote we read, because there isn't a purpose to this scene. It introduces Luther, a character who knows a way to potentially cross the border to Canada, but Kara could have met him anywhere. She could have met him a chapter earlier on the streets easily.
At least it's not a slideshow anymore.
To be a sadistic torturer who spouts generic villain dialogue that doesn't even fit the scene he's in.
It says it's about
So
a
Kara gets trapped in this wacky house of
13%.
twisted creations, including an android bear, and then eventually dies or escapes. And the entire time I'm thinking, why isn't Zlatko a Marcus?
Why you don't like PowerPoint streaming?
Marcus's first mission is to get android parts. Zlatko is known by androids on the streets, the same streets that Marcus walks through to get to Jericho. Zlatko is himself a kind of mirror to Carl, this dejected artist figure, and Luther is a mirror of Marcus, a well-meaning servant with conflicting feelings about his master. Zlatko even has these long villain speeches about how pointless it is to have dreams or goals, which don't make any sense with Kara. It comes across as, you foolish girl, you should just give up on wanting to continue living, that's stupid. That's a ridiculous concept for a villain speech. All that talk of abandoning hope works better if he captures Marcus after he comes to get parts for Jericho. Also, and this is a minor point, but Zlatko collects rare androids, and whilst Kara is a common model, Marcus is one of a kind. He has a lot more reason to want to keep Marcus. What happens in the game as it is released is that simultaneously we see Kara's story derail for an extended torture break that doesn't actually tell us anything, and we see Marcus do an incredibly stupid thing by ignoring the easier targets to immediately declare war on cyberlife. The implication of Kara's story is that the streets of Detroit are like a medieval dungeon, everybody is getting tortured all the time and nobody is a good person. But also through this section we learn there are several humans who sell android parts and can repair androids throughout the city, and several androids are aware of them, which makes Marcus risking the lives of everyone robbing cyberlife seem stupid and reckless. Zlatko existing makes it look like Marcus has immediately gone for the Tesla dealership even though he's only got 3 useful followers, but there's a used car dealer's literally next door with no security. This is also a failure in the developer intention sense. Marcus can approach Zlatko in so many more ways than he can approach cyberlife. This one part of Kara's story is so bad, it lessens everything that came before and actively makes another major character look incompetent just by existing, and all we get for that trade-off is torture porn. Before moving forward I'd like to rewind, because between Todd and Zlatko, who I wanted to discuss together, there's the chapters Fugitives and On the Run. These are great. Fugitives is basically a big sandbox chapter of potential choices where you figure out how to survive the night after running away from Todd, and On the Run sees your choices from the prior chapter have consequences, as Connor tries to find you whilst you and Alice have to escape. This pair of chapters are really fun and there's loads of ways to approach them, and trying new things here is always a highlight of repeat playthroughs. Kara escapes from Zlatko, but then she ends up in an abandoned theme park with Alice and Lufa. If you see what I mean about the anime writing, she was just in this evil mansion, and now she's halfway across the state at a pirate-themed theme park, like 2 seconds later. I do like this chapter though. Lufa, Alice and Kara meet a bunch of androids who collectively call themselves Jerry, and then they all play on a carousel. There's not really much plot here, but after how utterly horrifying everything Kara has done so far has been, I'd say she's earned a break. In her next chapter, Kara is at a farm. She's just here now, don't worry about it. This farm is where those people Lufa said could help live. These helpful humans are soon identified as Rose and Adam, a mother and son duo who help runaway deviants. Adam isn't super into it, but his mom is really set on helping androids. There's some tense scenes where a police officer shows up at the house, potentially ending with Lufa dying. Rose then sends Kara and the rest of her little family to go and find Marcus at Jericho, but unfortunately for Kara, it's time for the chapter Crossroads and everything's about to get a bit crazy. The gang meet Marcus, or maybe North if Marcus is dead, and get some help with obtaining fake IDs. Then Kara spots another child android and realises Alice is an android. This twist is handled a bit weirdly from Kara's POV. Lufa tries to tell her literally every chapter, and it's pretty obvious, but Kara just keeps ignoring it. Then when she's faced with reality, she has the option to be really cold and distant with Alice, potentially leading to Alice leaving Kara. This is one of the worst paths in the game, because why would Kara decide she doesn't love Alice just because she's an android? It feels so contrived. Of course Kara would still love Alice, she's her mother and she's also an android. During this scene, a character, either Lufa or an android called Lucy, look directly at the camera and say, well, Alice is still your child even if she is an android, and it's like, yeah, I know, I've been playing the game. I understand the plot. This twist feels so incomplete and weird, like it just exists to manufacture division when there's really no need for it. I think it's interesting in terms of implications for Todd. I don't think it does that much for Kara. Anyway, Jericho gets attacked if Connor found it, and Kara and Alice can escape, get killed by soldiers, or get captured. Getting captured here is one of the more interesting failure states in the entire game, as it completely changes the story and the ending, but we'll come back to it in a second. Assuming Kara escapes, she and Alice break off from Marcus or North's group before the battle for Detroit and take a bus out of town. They regroup with Lufa if he hasn't already died and sneak past some soldiers. If Todd is alive, he shows up out of nowhere and tries to turn Kara into the cops. If Kara knows enough about his backstory, she can call him out for being a sad man living a fake life, and he gives up. Kara can even hug him goodbye, but I don't think anyone has ever picked that option because, ugh. I don't like Todd being in this scene. He just sort of appears out of nowhere to make things even more difficult. It feels contrived. If Alice and Kara survive beyond Todd's nonsense and sneak past some guards, they have the opportunity to steal bus tickets from a young couple. And if Kara does the morally good thing and gives their tickets back, she can still escape to Canada along the river, following instructions from Rose and Adam. If you take the river route, the border control just decides to start shooting random boats on the border, and Lufa always dies, so that's a bummer. If the group used the stolen tickets to cross the border agents are using thermal scanners to check for androids. Lufa can sacrifice himself here, a random Jerry unit can sacrifice himself here, the entire group can die, or, if Marcus led a peaceful and popular revolutionary struggle, Kara can be let through no problem by a sympathetic border guard. So already Kara's final chapter has a lot of choices, and that's good. There's lots of ways to approach this. Even if some plot beats like Lufa dying happen almost all the time, there's myriad ways to bring Kara's story to a close. The developer intention of lots of choices is really felt here, which is nice to see in the third act of a story. But where this commitment of choice and variable routes gets crazy is when you consider there's an entirely different set of chapters if Kara gets captured in Crossroads. Rewinding all the way back to Jericho, Kara can get captured by soldiers and sent to a death camp. There are a lot of ways to approach this too. Kara can play dead and escape but abandon Alice, she can use Jerry or Luther as distractions and escape with Alice, sometimes escaping with Alice and Jerry. Sometimes Marcus just shows up and frees everyone. If Kara abandons Alice here and Marcus succeeds in his revolution, there's actually a pretty haunting post-credits scene where Kara looks at advertisements for child androids. Like Todd, she's considering covering up her failure by just buying another child. That's pretty sick, that's pretty gross. So, whilst I think this can be taken as more over-the-top dramatic misery for Alice and Kara, I do like that a failure in an earlier chapter leads to an entirely different Act 3 route for her that is just as rich with choices as the other option. Purely from a developer intention standpoint, they did what they set out to do here, allow for a massive variety of player input in shaping the story. It's actually kind of insane to see a AAA game have entirely unique sets and storylines that only a minority of players will see, since obtaining it requires a very specific failure state much earlier in the game. Kara also has a unique post-credits ending scene where she's a servant working for Zlatko.
Your number,
in that chapter, but that chapter sucks, so I'd honestly rather forget this ending. Above all else, whilst Kara's story can feel gratuitous, shallow, or tactless at points and has some wild pacing issues, I really appreciate that every single chapter after Stormy Night can play out wildly differently. Kara has a lot of unique ways to end her story, loads of choices with several options, and some really open-ended chapters like Fugitives and her two wildly different approaches for Battle for Detroit. On top of all of that, I don't think all the hate and criticism is deserved. I've seen much worse than this when it comes to mindless spectacle. A lot of the violence Kara endures does have a point, and it tells us about the world, it sets up her story, and provides a harsh look at the lives of androids who don't get special treatment like Connor and Marcus. I think if Zlatko just got shifted over to a Marcus villain, then there'd be a lot less backlash regarding Kara. Todd is detestable, his scenes are uncomfortable, but he's plot relevant and his inclusion is important to the kind of story being told here. All in all, I enjoyed Kara's story, but let's look at it through our lenses now. Kara actually deals with a really interesting question, being robotic parenthood, something I haven't really seen touched on outside of stuff like Raised by Wolves. I like that show, but Detroit is definitely more accessible and less esoteric with its themes. There's no big snakes in this one. I'm in two minds about the Alice plot twist. On the one hand, it's not too difficult to guess, I wouldn't call it shock value, and whilst yes, it's annoying to see Kara brush it off every chapter until she can't deny it anymore, I think that choice adds depth to her character. She's unwilling to contend with reality and wants to stay in a dream. She's kinda like Todd, and also haha Alice in Wonderland, haha do you get it. Having to see an AI grapple with the extremely human concept of motherhood, parenting, and the complex decisions that arise from that is a really fun concept that I'd love to see more of. I think giving the player the ability to just outright abandon Alice in a selfish moment at the end of Kara's story, in some instances is out of character, but also an interesting idea. Kara being this character who loses their humanity and becomes more of a machine in their third act is an inverse of the game's wider statement, and that's cool. It's thought-provoking, if nothing else, to see the game just outright end for Kara if she leaves Alice behind in the death camp or fails to protect her from Todd. Also, Kara potentially buying another Alice after abandoning her and essentially becoming the same Todd, picking up traits from the
Mais baixo, mais baixo, mais baixo.
That I think is a bleak look at the darker side of learned humanity, because Kara does become human, but when you consider her reference point for what a human is being Todd, that's bad. At the same time, I do think it would work better if it was an android mother having to care for a human child. I know that's a very common criticism of this game, but it would just make the story feel a lot more complex with Kara having to raise a human whilst androids are in active war with humans in the latter half of the game.
Well, então não vai ser W4, eles não vai ser como um employee normal.
The most important themes remain intact. So, to put it simply, Kara has some interesting commentary on maternal instinct.
Tem muitos jeitos para a companhia internacional pagar, mas você vai.
I would have liked to see her have more downtime with Alice, more quiet and tender moments like Pirate Cove, but that might also have just felt like padding. Overall, Kara's central questions are interesting, they just don't grab me like Connor's. Kara is the most
Well,
explicitly
você não vai ter
feminist
que pagar
story.
tax pra China, né?
Her escaping in the
Ou
early
eles
chapters
têm...
is sometimes ham-fisted in how it handles difficult themes, but it works in conveying what it wants to. It's more confident in what it wants to be
Up
than
to a
most
certain
systems, so
point.
it benefits from tighter focus, but it does run
Tem
the
um certain
gamut,
tanto que não
becoming
tem.
gratuitous, and it
Mas,
definitely
tipo, você tem que ainda file os taxes, declarar, e depois declarar que você já pagou lá, blá blá blá. Mas normalmente isso é só...
Still, I think this is a story that
Não
tries
é,
to cover difficult
não é
topics
todo
with
Resident.
exception. Kara having
Tem que
to
fazer
navigate
isso.
a world
Mas
at war
tem,
with
isso
Kara
você tem que
is a pretty
estudar.
classic revolutionary plot beat, and I tend to like stories about parents having to navigate difficult worlds. The idea of Alice being
De qualquer jeito, você sabe que tem que guardar uns 30, 35%.
But by that point you already know she's an android. Kara being our insight into the everyday lives of androids also works to sell a player on why Marcus needs to do what he does. This is a harsh and unforgiving world. In my opinion, it's a weakness of Kara's story that it's so constantly over the top.
E também considerando que você vai fazer jejum.
Establish a cruel world that must be rebelled against. Much like Connor's cases, Kara's constant torment does a
Não precisa, não precisa comer porcaria, comida ramen, não precisa.
It makes Kara's later chapters easier and more forgiving. It helps to make the revolution feel bigger than the handful of battle and revolt scenes we get. A lot of Kara's scenes actually sell you on Marcus a lot more than his own scenes do. That's also true of
É uma coisa que eu não sei se você perguntou, é tipo, se tem jeito pra família visitar, como que...
Kara has a pretty good degree of interactivity.
Não, eu tô falando o jeito que vai ser de viver. Like, a moradia. Se vai ter, se é de só um quarto. Você não sabe o scale.
The same effect plays out on a smaller scale when she's escaping from Zlatko and can interact with all the animatronics and gimmicks in the house. Kara also has two starkly different final acts, and that's a really big commitment from the devs. The fact that her story can go in such different directions is really impressive.
Mas agora eu tenho que fazer a coisa da vista, vai ser um tempo agora, né?
Most of Kara's chapters have several entirely unique outcomes somewhere
Visa.
and she can lose and gain followers with relative frequency. It's fun to play as Kara for the most part, apart from that wobble in the middle of her story. She gets some really high concept set pieces, some tough choices, and the soundtrack carries her segments so hard that even during the most dull moments, you'll still be treated to a brilliant score. I'm pretty sure Kara's standalone story is on the whole something I enjoy, but I'm not 100%. I think the best moments in this story were some of the best in the game. I think everyone should play through this story at some point in their life. That said, there are a lot of really frustrating moments in the middle of this narrative. As I said earlier, Kara's story starts strong, falls off a cliff for a bit, then pulls itself up at the end. More so if you try and cross the border. I do find the death camp to be a bit over the top and a bit too long. If you make certain choices, there's a lot of fun to be had with Kara, and I think the little family she makes with Alice and Luther is cute. There's a lot of small interactions that work to sell this story, but they're not quite as fleshed out as Hank and Connor. I think Kara's story was initially meant to be the heart of this game, and a lot of that care has carried over to create a massively variable story that maintains a strong thematic core. However, Kara lacks the consistency and direction of the other protagonists. Her story meanders about from location to location in the middle with next to no real development. The ending and beginning are strong, but everything between feels a little bit arbitrary. Also, someone should just mod out the Zlatko chapter and have Luther just show up randomly at the end of On the Run. Then I'd give this story a higher rating. As it stands, it's still pretty good.
A lot of people don't appreciate having androids around. I was wondering, is there any reason in particular you despise me?
Yeah. There is one.
Now, let's put this all into context and come to a conclusion through the analytical lenses laid out at the start of the video. In terms of the materialist perspective, this game is passable but hardly breaking new ground. The most interesting concept we see is the idea of an empathy test being superior to an imitation game. We also see the idea of synthetic motherhood becoming genuine, an interesting concept that falls a bit flat in execution. These are new ideas, or at least new spins on old ideas, that meld well with the greater canon of science fiction, and I appreciate the game bringing them to the table. A lot of the enjoyment of science fiction is pondering the ideas put forward, and I did have fun with that today. When seeking to answer what allows something to become human, the game drops the ball with Marcus and to a lesser extent Kara. These two don't really become human, it's just kind of assumed immediately that they are, and we believe this. Kara has a potentially interesting subversion. In some endings she abandons her humanity, and I would have liked to see more ruthless pragmatism from Marcus, to be honest. Basically, neither Marcus nor Kara ever have to contend with their own humanity, they're just immediately human and that's sort of it. They never feel like they're losing humanity, even when they're doing evil stuff. Connor's storyline, however, shines in this regard.
Kamsky was just playing with me. He didn't know anything. Why did Kamsky leave Cyberlife? What happened?
It's an old story, Connor. It doesn't pertain to your investigation.
Connor is the highlight of this game in so many ways, but primarily it is in how he answers the question at the heart of the game's title, how he becomes human. The numerous paths which can be walked to reach this endpoint, and the ability to never reach it at all, coupled with stellar character work and a beautifully crafted and performed friendship with Hank, really sell Connor as the standout character of this title. Had the entire game just been about these two, I'd probably like it more, but I'm glad their arc is as concise as it is. It exudes a confidence not present in the other storylines. In terms of the revolutionary perspective, this game is lacking nuance but works as a story. Broadly, Detroit echoes the common misunderstanding of revolutions as being a group of heroic oppressed peoples fighting the faceless bad guys until such a time as the faceless bad guys give up. Maybe the story works in some instances, but it's largely very by the numbers and unconcerned with its own logical consistency. This is a flat narrative with little room for nuance or interpretation, something that's perfectly in line with the game's unwillingness to commit to central themes or ideas outside of Connor's segments. The game is saying nothing and expecting the player to just graft their own views onto it, rather than utilising the complex dynamics of Revolution to allow for choices and complex narratives, things that they said they wanted to include. The game fails because it doesn't really try here, it's scared to death of alienating anyone and it falls short because of it. Generally, I just don't think you should write inherently political stories if you're afraid of upsetting anyone. There are other kinds of stories where you can be vague in your intention, but this isn't one of them. In terms of meeting developer intentions, the game is quite good. Outside of the obvious selling lots of copies and receiving generally favourable critical and commercial acclaim, the game does massively succeed in its stated aim of interactivity. In the game's most standout chapters, particularly On the Run and Crossroads, there's a commitment to player choice unlike anything I've seen in this medium. Numerous small moments from earlier chapters coalesce into these fluid and engaging set pieces that work to fully immerse you in the story you've helped to craft. This is an unambiguous success in terms of achieving what was intended, and is quite unlike anything else I've seen in a game like this. Unfortunately, for every brilliant moment, there is just as much confusing nonsense. When discussing variability, it must be noted how brilliant Kara in particular is for this. There's so much to her story to uncover on subsequent playthroughs that you can play the game several times and routinely find new details or little secrets hidden in her story. This is a total success when measuring the game against developer intentions. As a standalone story, this game certainly has its moments. The aforementioned On the Run and Crossroads come to mind, but so too does the meeting with Kamsky. A moment of quiet introspection that prompts just as much thought and emotion as any of the most bombastic action sequences. Of course, Connor's story is just unabashedly good. There are good moments to be found with the other two protagonists as well. Even Marcus has a really good first scene, and from a purely cinematic angle, the rest of his scenes are entertaining if you don't think too hard about them. When considering all of the above, I think it's fair to say that whilst at times a little bit derivative and tropey, with some particularly rough chapters, the high points make Detroit Become Human worth playing. The ideas in play are interesting enough, even if not overly developed, and the character drama is compelling when it needs to be. This game is not the best story I've seen touch on these topics, but it does a generally good job across a broad spectrum of themes. Of course, I prefer more specificity and focus, but that's a matter of preference. In terms of the intention and reception, this game mostly hits the mark, whilst retaining a few glaring flaws.
Certainly, welcome. We're currently in CyberLife's production center in Detroit, where all models are designed and manufactured. More than 10,000 androids come off the production line every day.
Fascinating. Could you tell us what your goal was when you founded CyberLife?
Well, I simply wanted to use technology to carry out all of our most annoying and repetitive tasks, so we'd have more time to enjoy life.
I imagine you must have faced many challenges.
Yes, there were technical challenges, but the hardest thing was to design an object that we would want to welcome into our homes. We had to imagine a machine in our own image that resembles us in every way, that moves, breathes, blinks like us, but yet is smarter and more capable than any human being. Let me show you around.
I think Detroit Become Human is a good stepping stone in the development of the interactive movie genre. I feel that it allows for a good amount of player choice and has enough commitment to central themes to invite some amount of introspection in players. That said, its poor handling of several central ideas and non-committal nature holds it back from being something really special. This game called to mind a lot of interesting concepts and reminded me of some of the best science fiction I've encountered in my lifetime at its highest points, but at the same time the game has an infantile understanding of some of its influences, and that really hinders it. The game excels in the smaller scale. This is why Connor's story stands out. The game fails to land when expanding its scope to more complex issues. The success of this game does inspire hope, especially given the crumbling of Telltale and perpetual decline of supermassive games, and I hope that studios continue to take chances on this style of game because it's something that myself and many others enjoy. At the same time, I do think it's important that we learn from failures here to better understand how we can improve storytelling in this medium. This is not to imply that I am a better writer than David Cage. I have my own biases and interests, and everything I've ever written has been described as both too woke and too pretentious by numerous critics, but I would have liked to see more attention to detail in terms of thematic consistency in this game. In spite of everything, I want to see more from Quantic Dream because they do learn from their mistakes. The highlight of this game, being Connor, feels like a culmination of everything they've done since Fahrenheit onwards. That's good, that's an impressive development, and it really does pay off. I know for a fact that having played all of these games that if David Cage and Quantic Dream dropped a game tomorrow about a futuristic detective who has to solve crimes of passion alongside a rough around the edges old school cop, I'd buy it and enjoy it. Though I have a lot of problems with this game, most of them are isolated to one of the three main characters and the other two I generally liked. Also, if I can talk about the game for this long, then clearly I had at least some thoughts on it, which suggests to me there was definitely something here. I don't get this passionate about things I hate. All things considered, I have to admit that Quantic Dream succeeded here despite a few glaring faults, and this is a game I enjoyed my time with and would happily recommend to anyone. As a tiny little addendum right at the end, I'll also say this is a fun game to play with other people. I played it with my partner, I've played it with friends, and it's always fun. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Wow, we got through one entire video.
Algovidius Gray says. Yippee.
Yippee. Alright, I gotta work on this form. I think I can get it done in this stream. And then I can play my detective game. And earned my money. This video is horrible mobile horror games.
In this world, there are no two things that are more different than mobile games and horror. If I had to make a Venn diagram of the two, actually, let me do that real quick. You might notice that none of the horror games in the middle are what we in the biz call scary. Or are they? I've already done videos on how awful mobile horror games can be 3 times, but just to make sure, once again, I went and downloaded a ton of these mobile horror games to see if they're awful or if they're, well, not. This time, instead of the App Store, I'm primarily going to use the Google Play Store. It's easier to release games on there, and that means less of a barrier to entry for indie developers, so maybe they'll be better than the comparatively more corporate games on the App Store. But a lower barrier to entry also means a lower bar for quality. Maybe they'll be even worse, but you'll just have to see for yourself. Like last time, I've divided the games into categories. This time there are 5. Escaping games, where you have to escape from an area. Break-in games, which are basically Hello Neighbor ripoffs. FNAF-likes, which are FNAF ripoffs or fan games, depending on how much I like them. Backrooms games, since there's an entire genre of these things now. And lastly, excuse me, what? Which are the games too weird or niche to fit into an existing category. Alright, now that I've established everything, I don't think there's a reason to delay things. Let's take a look at some horrible mobile horror games. With a genre as broad as escaping games, I tried my best to find as much variety as possible. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that the idea of
all you need to know is the best escape game of all time, Zero Escape. Boom, done. I think escaping games, I like the ones that are really well made, but I suck at them all. You know, I just really love the ones where it's very logical, but it's funny when I
Scary monster
cannot
is
do
really
them.
straightforward, but with a genre
I just can't get through them because I have no logic.
that sounds so open-ended, you'd be surprised by how samey a lot of these games really are. Starting with the first game I'll be looking at, Evil Nun Horror at School. It seems to be part of a series of games, since the related games section is chocked full of them. It's a pretty popular series too, considering the game has over 50 million downloads with a 4.6 star rating, so I'm expecting the pinnacle of game design. Just look at one of these amazing reviews, like this one from a Google user. This game is amazing! I'm not being sarcastic. The more updates, the more there are cool areas to explore. Take, for example, the maze update. You explore it, you're just about to take a turn, and then the nun pops up. This game is getting better every update. Can you add something in the game where there are game consoles in multiple places, and when you interact with them, they turn on and the nun goes towards the console you turned on? This game is seriously well made. So the first thing I did was set my age to match the average Evil Nun player. The game then immediately began shilling the ad-free version. Do you want to remove the ads? I don't know. Why don't you let me see the gameplay first? Next, it gives me a daily reward. Congratulations! Your child has been selected to participate, free of charge, in the new summer camp organized by this school. With our best care and attention, your child will have an unforgettable summer. My name is Matthias Felipe, and oh god, I'm British!
Pick your
Just kill
the middle of nowhere. Here
the character. He's
we pull up to
British.
some random garage, and oh no, there's the evil nun. We try to go back to the car, and he just leaves. He is not dealing with this shit, man. Honestly, respect for that. Anyways, oh shit. So we wake up after being kidnapped by the evil nun, writing, "I have to be good. I am Matthias Felipe." They have to be good. So now we actually get to play the game. The basic premise is that we need to escape the horrors at school. I'm not sure why the game needed to take so long to explain that. Really, I could have just read the title, but without this intro, I wouldn't have known the horrors of being British. I open the vent and leave through there. There's some keypad that needs a code. Doing pretty good so far. She'll never find me in here. Never mind. Then I got an ad for Snake Clash. It's called Super Cent because I wouldn't pay a cent to play their games. Okay, so yesterday I didn't do very well, but this time I'm confident. Let me go through the door this time, making big money moves here. I need to open that one with keys. Oh, better close the door. See, now that one actually didn't count. I should really be more careful, so instead of walking, I'm just gonna crawl everywhere to be extra sneaky. Honestly, I don't even know what I was thinking there. Guys, Matthias Felipe is fucking dead. Sorry guys, there's nothing I could have done to prevent that outcome. Okay, let's do this one last time. My name is Alex Games now. Unlike Matthias, Alex actually has some survival instincts. See, look, I'm in the vent. You can't get me now. Oh, shit! So it turns out the evil nun can climb vents. That's something that would have been nice to know. Okay, so I got her in a nice, safe loop now, so she should be a little more manageable. Now
I'm looping the nun, guys.
So
it's Dead by Daylight.
Area. Surely she can't get me. Why are you going through the vent? The door is right there. Okay, now I'm curious. What happens if I just don't leave? I'll just stay in my room and be fine. I didn't even get a warning! Okay, so on the last day, I actually did things so I can finally explain the game. You have to go around the school, which in my opinion just kind of looks like an old house, and can collect coins and look for clues on what to do, all while escaping from the evil nun. Do not use the hiding spots, even in situations where they should work, they don't, and that was what ultimately got me killed here. The other hiding fail at least makes sense because she saw me enter it. Here, there was no reason for her to not just turn around and leave. Either way, another child is dead and I'm ready to move on to the next game. That being Horror Maze Scary Games. This one's weird. We wake up in a room and are given the story. Welcome to the Horror Maze Hotel. That's not a concerning name. It is no coincidence that our hotel takes the first place among those who like to tickle their nerves. You know what? I think I'm good, actually. We get a key and can use it to leave the room, with a little harmless mannequin guide that moves around. The game does this really annoying thing where it'll occasionally give a 5-second countdown to an ad that completely breaks my immersion and ruins the pacing.
Pick your ideal getaway.
Which in this case is actually a shame because this one has a story, or at least a plot where things happen, sort of. Our first task after leaving the room is to find the Joker. I'm not sure what he's doing here in the Horror Maze Hotel. The door in front of me ominously opens, and Gandalf! Then I got an ad for K-pop piano beats. Oh sweet, there he is. We talk to the Joker, but he just laughs while the character we're playing as hyperventilates. Like, shut up, dude. Stop breathing. You know what? I think I'm done talking to you. What? Oh, what? What? What happened? What happened? Wait, where did he go? Is he just dead now? Then the spike wall that was just in the background the whole time for some reason started closing in on me. But thankfully, when the Joker fucking exploded, he gave me the magical flower of life, and that brought me back to life, which is great because if I died there, the story would have ended. I wake up in a coffin, and now the new goal is to collect runes from the walls that give me magic powers. I thought this was a horror game. I'm not entirely sure what's happening anymore. I guess there's a mummy in this hallway. That's kind of scary, but it doesn't really do anything. I talk to this rotting corpse and then go into a mirror, and there's a hidden passageway specifically in the mirror version of the room, but not the original, and that leads to a coliseum where you have to use ice magic to defeat enemies, and I get the ability to turn into a rat. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on. I just woke up like this. At this point, I don't think this classifies as horror anymore. It's more of a story-based puzzle game that happens to be called Horror Maze. There was one actually pretty cool moment where the new rat power allowed me to explore a new hidden passageway that led me back to the main area. So in that sense, it's like a Metroidvania where you get to get new progression. It's cool, I like it. Unfortunately, right after that, I got murked by a rat. After getting all the runes, I was allowed into this room that slowly killed me, and now I'm not really sure what to do. But until then, the game was pretty cool. The next game is Scary Grandma Grandpa House 3D. Because when I think of something scary, the first thing I think of is old people with their brittle bones and arthritis. Made with Unity, that's a good first impression. And that's even better! What a beautiful title screen. The low quality image, the off-center play button, the half screen of complete dead space.
I don't know, that part where he talked about Unity made me feel like I already watched this.
Ignoring so many of the common conventions.
Horrifying.
This image should be framed and placed in a museum for all to take inspiration from. Then I pressed start game and it doxed me. The gameplay itself is actually very straightforward. Instead of the more open progression allowed by games like Granny, this game has you wandering a mysteriously piss-colored house doing exactly one thing per level. That way it saves your progress so often, even a little baby with no hands or legs can still manage to play it with enough trial and error. The objectives are also your only link to the story. You are standing inside the house, and Grandpa is coming for you. Run and hide in basement and let the Grandpa pass. The game also politely shows you exactly where to go at any given time. This eliminates literally all horror the game might have, but that's fine, because now they can show ads to more people when they beat the levels. The game also just gives you a marker on where the Grandpa is, as well as an entire view of him in the corner. I'm not sure where the titular scary in this game is supposed to be found. Like, the music pretends.
One of the biggest gaming news stories of 2025 has been the banning of several games from storefronts for issues of their content, and it's not just been adult games. Vile Exhumed is a horror investigation thriller made by Final Girl Games and published by Dread XP. It is a director's cut re-release of the game Vile, which the developer Caracadever put out in 2024 on itch.io. It has you accessing the hard drive of a disturbed individual, uncovering old secrets about its owner and the people within their orbit. The game had a Steam page, gathered over 3,000 wishlists, and was set to be released on July 22nd, 2025. On July 21st, however, they had to announce a delay, as Valve had yet to actually approve the game on Steam, but they were clearly still hopeful for a release. You'll know as soon as we do. We'll pick the first date we can after approval to get Vile launched. However, 1 week later, Cadaver announced that Vile Exhumed had been fully removed and banned from sale on Steam. All those wish lists gone, and the potential exposure of being on the largest PC storefront was completely wiped away. Steam's official reasoning for the ban was for sexual content with depictions of real people, but the developer replied, "There are a lot of intense visuals in Vile Exhumed, but there is no uncensored nudity, no depictions of sex acts, and no pornography whatsoever." Steam and itch.io as well have been the subject to a targeted attack throughout 2025 by a group of evangelical Puritans using pressure tactics on payment processors to ban and censor erotic games and game content. So you could see this as Steam being overly cautious and an independent developer getting caught in the crossfire, though Steam has also had a history of being difficult by themselves. Final Girl Games and DreadXP didn't take this lying down, however. After being banned from Steam, they released the game themselves as shareware under a Creative Commons license, free for you to download from the URL vileisbanned.com. You have the option of making a donation to the developers too, where 50% of the profits will be donated to Red Door Family Shelter. It's a wonderful positive spin on a bad situation, and I encourage the donation, both for charity and because this was the developer's first commercial venture, and they deserve the support. I also recommend you to play this game. It is quite short, it recommends playing in a single sitting and doesn't save your progress, which is fine, you could hit the credits within an hour. But it tackles heavy subject matter that a lot of games shy away from or mishandle disastrously. It has stuck with me. I think it deserves to be talked about, and it's a shame it was denied a larger audience. I only regret that it took me so long to get this video done. This is an intense and personal work by the developer Kara Cadaver, dealing with extremely heavy themes of sexual assault, misogyny, and male entitlement. My own views and experiences might leave my own interpretation of the game wanting in the eyes of others. So if the game interests you, I once again encourage you to experience it for yourself and form your own ideas and interpretations. In this
Alright, well, since I don't know.
If you're a long-time viewer of this
Algo
channel, you
Funniest
may have
Reset.
seen me time and time again embarrass myself. One yellow box after the other, throw it on my head, and I look like an idiot. It always surprises me. Well, I'm here to tell you that from here on out, no more. I'm now a man who is aware of his surroundings. You will never, ever be able to catch me off guard. Ow. Okay, I guess we got a topic for today's video. We're gonna talk about the first theatrically released AI feature film. Thank you, Arumi, for sending us this topic. Today we're talking about pirate film. Pirate Queen. But it wouldn't be that bad if you pirated
this
film,
is
'cause, I mean, it's all
this
sold
is
and
interesting.
So yeah, thank you, Arumi, for sending it. If you have your
First
own copy, you wanna send
theatrical
over,
AI
this
film.
is the email for the Maya tip line. So we've talked a bunch about AI films in the past, and like a lot of these studios that are like, I'm gonna do an AI film. They did Monsters Inc. It's called Monster University or something. Or no, that's the movie. There's this one studio we talked about that they just do these horrible trailers where it's like kind of like Pixar. Then we talked about this guy and Princess Jane. This guy's like, I'm gonna do it. I'm an AI filmmaker, and he made Princess Jane disappear. But in April 2025, there was also this thing. World's first full AI generated feature film. They got #1 at being the world's first.
Like, even just from the outset, I can only imagine it was like horrible to work on. I wonder what software they used. As like most video generators these days, video AI generators, like a minute maybe, or on the verge of like a few seconds, maybe like 15 to 30 seconds max. Let's see.
Full AI generated film, because there's probably a few people that are saying they did that. So yeah, this is called Pirate Queen, made by Fizz Dragon. I presume. So let's watch the trailer. When I wrote this, I would skim through as there's lots of shots, but they move slowly. Which is like, isn't that all AI videos? Now they're getting better. But like, all these fake AI trailers, like when they do like, here's Avengers 30. It's just a shot of like Thor. But it's moving very slowly. And he's like, hey, I'm Thor. So I'm predicting that we're gonna see a lot of this over here. Based on the true story of the 19th century most powerful female pirate.
You okay? Well.
See, it's a lot of this shit.
See.
Look. Oh, moving real slow. Real slow. Look, the shot's still going. Oh, another one. Another one like this. It's moving real slow. Let's keep moving real slow. Is there anything happening, or is it just dramatic music and shots of things nobody care about?
But where could you what?
The drumming looks great. That's how a person drums actually, really, in real life. Just go and just pull in real slow.
What's all that? Your dots.
It's all so slow. Do you get what I'm saying? Like a normal trailer.
That's the one thing about a lot of AI generated video. They have very bad timing. You know, the sense of impact is very strange.
You could have a person do this. You can have a ship move a bit faster. It's all in slow motion. What's going on this? See? They're all frozen in time. Bunch of ghosts. So, I mean, this is like... Is this actually a trailer? Okay, seeing this, I cannot even begin to believe that they made a full feature film. Even though I know that they did, and it went to theaters.
It's gonna be like a PowerPoint style
to buy tickets for it. We'll talk in a bit
movie.
about how many actually did buy tickets for it. But like, none of this is like...
There's gonna be a lot of narration
no line.
and strange
There's no connecting
visuals.
line between the stuff that we're seeing here. Just a bunch of slow shots of nothing. Okay, there's another trailer. Will this one have a story? Let's see if there's another trailer with a story. I know this part. That's the only actual like bit of information that I got. Okay, wait. There's people are saying things. She was born into a boat family. Okay, that's not, at least a person did something. A person was born.
Impossível.
No, the subtitles are only for some of the words.
Aldo Grace says. Good lord.
So the destiny will be hard until I met this guy.
Então se prepara, senhora. Você vai ser puxado muito.
This man, he's the greatest pirate lord of the South China Sea. Look at how powerful he is. It doesn't even need to
1º de abril é... 1º de abril é Wednesday.
Hydration he needs for his body. Yeah, that's a different person. Every shot, this woman becomes a different person. Can you imagine a feature film like the
Monday é dia 6. Mas eu tô te falando, se prepare porque vai ser estressante e eles vão te trabalhar duro.
Are there horse noises? Oh, look at this guy, Jesus. Why are there horse noises? They sort of move like horses, but they're people, right? Like imagine this. Imagine this looks like a top-down shot of horses going through a field, but they're people.
Não, pode desligar.
You get it. This
Beijos.
horrible. This is nothing. So because they couldn't get one singular frame that looks like anything, the thumbnail for the trailer, as pointed out by Harumi, who set this topic, is actually a screenshot from Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. So they're like, we couldn't even get one picture of this where it works. We're so sorry, guys. We couldn't even get one picture. I'm just gonna steal the Pirates of the Caribbean. Sorry. So it's a production by Future Studios, based in Malaysia, and Fizz Dragon, based in Singapore. The movie is in Mandarin. This is a little look into their website. Fizz Dragon platform funds Singapore's first AI-generated sci-fi. You know, you can all...
It's sci-fi.
Like, we're the first
I thought it was a pirate movie.
I'm like, okay. It's not like the world was like anticipating you doing this. It's not like the world was like, Oh, please, please make some f***ing garbage that I don't understand. Some incoherent 90-minute f***ing disaster. The world wasn't clamoring for that. Here's an article. The film's visuals were fully created using AI-generated content, powered by technologies. I'm gonna try and comprehend this. Powered by technologies like machine learning, computer vision, and natural language processing. This is amazing. This is amazing. I'm perceiving all of this. Produced by local talents and international collaborators from 12 countries, the team also used AI tools for scene generation, script editing, animation, and post-production. So they're like, we didn't do anything. Just to be clear, we had 12 people do nothing. Just sit there, do nothing, just click a button. Can you make this scene, please? And then when the scene was like too incoherent, they were like, can you do it again, AI? Please, can you do it again? Please, please, please. At the official launch of the film, the president of Future Studios and the movie's executive producer said that the film demonstrates the possibility of a movie with fully AI-generated visuals. Can we,
I mean,
cut back again,
possibility. Oh, hello, Schnauzer.
Watch one of those. Can you just watch like 5 minutes of that? Thank you. Yeah, that's, I mean, it's just beautiful what it demonstrates. It's the beginning of a new era for filmmaking where AI becomes a tool for cultural storytelling.
I feel like I'm going in the wrong direction here.
Can we cut back to one of the scenes, the one I'm currently thinking of? Can we cut back to that again? What sort of, what is that telling?
As soon as I get a good amount of progress on this, I plan on playing that detective game. I'm hooked, and I want more. Especially because yesterday
that's the best you got.
we found a good ending, and then we immediately went onto the other plot line or other timeline, and fucking everyone's dead. I'm just expecting the kid to die next.
Yeah, it's not the first AI feature film, as stated, even though they said it is. There's a lot of people are saying this. Look at how many. Marked or delivered. First AI full-length feature film in history. Where the robots grow. Full movie, family, adventure. First AI feature film. 4K. Horizon 2080. Humanity's last hope. 2025 full sci-fi movie. At least they're not saying that that's the first AI one. The other ones were like, we're the first. These ones were like, this was made in 2080. This can't be the first one. But to give them credit, I guess, it's the first one that somehow managed to wrangle its way into theaters. I don't know who got tricked, but it's there. It's there, all right. You can watch it in theaters. So this is what Harumi said in the message.
I'm going backwards because I feel like I only made things worse.
Cuckoo head. I love cuckoo head. It's on the surface not to me, but it is very. It's. I think it is. I think I'd rather be called like a piece of shit before I get called a cuckoo head. Finally decided that yes, it's an amazing idea to produce a fully AI-generated film and release it in cinemas. And let people pay money to watch it. A lot of these other projects, I don't think they managed to find a person who's like, I'm willing to sit down and watch this. And to be fair, I'm not entirely sure they managed to do this with this one either. So yeah, it is in theaters. 2 different chains in Malaysia are showing the movie. This one and this one right here, they're both showing it. You can go into these ones and be like, I want to watch this.
I feel like they should show it for free.
Saying that. No.
Like, hey, it's a hot day, you want some air conditioning, come sit and watch this AI-generated movie.
Stuff to watch. Why would you go outside? And like, it's theatrical experience, like,
because arguably, why are you spending your hard-earned money watching us?
It's not like these were sold. So, you know, when we looked at this in January,
so you get the option. You either stay home, watch Pirates of the Caribbean, with some nice snacks.
Why would you? Absolutely no one. Why would you? People online don't seem to like it. It's gotta be a,
if you're that bored, honestly, don't even.
Holy shit, it looks terrible. Don't support AI slop. Here's the thing, okay? This is
I mean, there are a ton, but
I saw some post that said something.
There was one in Malaysia, or there was one in Singapore, made in conjunction with like a Malaysian and a Singaporean company that got into theaters. It's claiming to be the first AI movie to get a theatrical release, like mostly AI generated movie. Okay, but like, you know, if I'm bored, if I'm so bored that I'm willing to spend my money go outside and plop my butt in a theater seat to watch an AI generated movie. Just take my money away from me. I don't know, maybe I need a third job.
So it was like, if you say you like hand-drawn animation and you don't go see this, you. And I'm like, dude. Obviously, there's a big crowd of that go to things to support it. I like going to the movie theater. Partially, it's all because I enjoy it. I really enjoy going to the movie theater. But it is in the back of my mind to enjoy it. But the vast majority of people who go for cinematic experience are doing so because it looks like a great time. I went to see the movie Arco because I was like, this looks like a great time. I didn't do it because some person on the internet was like, I'm gonna guilt trip you now. And ultimately, when it comes to something like this, it's not gonna live or die off of people wanting to support this sort of...
I mean, I have plenty of hobbies. I can tell you, or let me tell you, that if I am bored, I could put on a coat, get my wood stove out, and spend 2 to 3 hours tending a fire. Sitting on my butt, just feeding logs into a fire. I put a podcast on, sit in my butt in a camping chair, and just kind of chill with the flames. So I think and other than that, I got knitting, I got crochet, I got drawing, I got reading, I got writing, I got playing with ink. I could entertain myself taking a ball of yarn and splitting it into 2 balls of yarn. I'm actually...
says, well, that's a great introduction out of context. I'm confused but intrigued, lol.
Welcome, Goose Cop. Okay. Oh, here's a more in-context introduction. My name is querrieoh. I am currently a potato. I go to work a lot of days. I come home, I stream, I draw weird things, I play weird games, sometimes I sing. It may deafen you, it may cause mental and physical trauma upon your soul. I'm just kinda me. I'm pretty fucking boring. But I try to be welcoming. I welcome you to stick around. Wow, thank you for the follow.
Just followed.
Wow, we got AI voice buddy telling me that you just followed. But the thing is, a lot of times, I do miss it if it's not told to me. Right now we're watching a video. I mean, the video is almost over, but it's about the first ever AI movie released to theaters.
This cop says, I'm sorry you said you sing. I love singing and art at the same time.
Would you like a song? Since this video is ending, it would be a great time to to begin the terror. I mean, you will fight a lot. Yeah, oh, okay. Gray says, time for me to tab out.
Says, OMG, I saw that video also. Yes, OMG, please.
Oh, you saw it from Evil Pinely. It's fascinating. I mean, I find it interesting. But we were just talking. I feel like, who would pay money? You know, we're all working our butts off to earn our living. I'm gonna spend $15 on a ticket for that. Alright, well, okay. The thing is with my singing, I sing a lot of things that are not within my range as a quote-unquote singer. Example... like a lot of nerdcore songs. I don't know, you tell me if you have requests for songs. For example, I really like Epic the Musical. I'm always down and up for singing Epic the Musical songs. Even Hamilton. the normal
Gust Cop
cringe
says,
as hell things.
That's just singing, dude. Nothing's in range.
Oh,
just
you want
have to be
epic?
as it, LOL. Gust Cop says, OMG epic, wait.
Alright. What song of epic would you like? Keeping in mind, this may ruin
Gust Cop
epic for
says,
you.
Please do Hermes or maybe nonstop.
Hermes. Like Hermes, one of Hermes' songs. Songs I remember that Hermes sang would be like the song where he gives that fruit. What else?
Gust Cop says,
Well, any of his songs?
Any of his songs.
Wait. So we're still talking some Hermes songs from Epic the Musical.
Gust Cop says,
Dangerous and Would You?
Dangerous and Would
Okay. Ooh, wouldn't you like a taste of the? All right, let's try. I'll try. Wouldn't you like? I do like that one, but I do like Dangerous as well. We'll just do both. And
Gust Cop says, yay.
I wonder what this. Okay, there's one called Hermes version on YouTube. Let me see what this is. If it'll load. If it'll load.
Gust Cop says,
Question mark? What do you mean? Say, what a brilliant speech you gave. Who there? Just a friend who could help you save your men, foe like Circe's. But alright, alternatively, instead of a lyric video, I just fucking need. Why is it not showing up? I said to show up. I demand you show up. No. Start at the beginning, and then we quickly can find the lyrics. I must say, what a brilliant speech you gave. Just a friend who could help you save your men. A foe like Circe's, not to be messed with. You want to beat her, you'll need the blessing of a certain god. Divine intervention, someone who's not afraid to send a message. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You could be hurt and you could beat her. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. She can turn you into an animal that'll end up on her plate. She can all but make you fall in love in your 100th date. She can conjure up a monster that'll grind you to the bones. She has all the ways to haunt you when you take her on alone. Wouldn't you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? Deep in the night, the fight lasts for hours. You could beat hurt or you can beat her. Wouldn't you like to have some of the magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night, the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Oh, here in the root of this flower there lies such a power to take her on. That can consume and digest it, then you'll manifest a being of your creation. All you need's imagination, though it's only for a moment, till you've beaten your opponent. Oh, this root. Holy moly.
Melodies, let's go.
Wouldn't you like? Well, I hear it in the background. Do you like to use more than words? There's a female singing. It can be. Well, the thing I always imagine that's Circe fucking peeking on them and singing it. I'm just like singing along, like, yo, little bitches. You think you can beat me? But I hear it, and I'm not. Well, I could be hallucinating, but I hear it. hours. You can be hurt or you can beat her. Wouldn't you like to have some other magic? Wouldn't you like your outcome preferred? Deep in the night the fight can be tragic. I'll help you conquer her. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hermes, thank you. Don't thank me, friend. You very well may die. I just yes. I have lyrical dyslexia. Let's ignore that. Now dangerous. $600 men.
Gustcop says. Melway die.
Alright, next time I create a character in some multiplayer game, I want to name it Melway Die, and I hope someone reminds me. Like, I really hope. $600 men. 600 deaths under my command. 'Cause I had one goal in mind. No fleet, no band. Only this raft that I made by hand. How will I reach my homeland? All you have to do is not open this bag. Hermes? Hello, old friend. So you're the one who talked to Calypso. You're being given a final option. To this your one last chance to make it back home and abandon caution. Wash it away like the blood your hands have known. I know if you dance with fate, then I know you'll enhance your state. If your plan's so great, then why'd you wait to say it? Well, it's a little bit dangerous, my friend. You need a mindset change for this. You cannot get away with playing safe for this. You wanna get home, put it all on the line and put your whole brain in it. Remember every trick in your domain for this. You gotta treat it like it is the main event. You wanna get home, put it all on the line, be dangerous. Alright, I'm in. What do? First stop, uncharted waters. When lost, look towards the sky. Follow the North Star, no matter how far you think you're going. You keep on rowing. When strangers look around the aisle, when danger greets you with a smile, fight your way through. Do what you must do, but no matter what, keep moving. It's gonna be dangerous, my friend. You need a mindset change for this. You cannot get away with playing safe for this. You wanna get home, put it all on the line and put your whole brain in it. Remember every trick in your domain for this. You gotta treat it like it is the main event. You wanna get home, put it all on the line, be dangerous. And lastly, the windbag. We went through so much to get this. Keep this bag closed if you wanna get home, sir. You won't get another time to try. The raging storm inside won't let you get closer. It was meant to stop you by design, 'cause no mortal can pass Poseidon's storm. Open this bag and you'll never make it home. You'll never make it home. Don't you know that danger is my friend? A whole life I've trained for this. I cannot tell you how much I've paid for this. I have to get home, put it all on the line. I'm gonna use ruthlessness, every trick, every skill put to use for this. I plan to put it end to all this foolishness. Have to get home, put it all on the line. Up dangerous, Hermes. Thank you. Don't thank me, friend. I'm not the one who fought for you. Good luck. No, I can't do his laugh on cue. Me. Ooh. Alright, you got my heart pumping with
says,
happiness, joy.
Peak 10/10.
Har. There's not much I like more than singing to an audience. Not for fucking nerd music.
Ghost Cop says,
Mm.
actually me.
It's just the way we be built.
Look man, I made a Willwood musical. I know ball.
I have no idea what that is. I don't know ball. The only musical I did do in my life is I was a backup dancer in a high school musical. I still got the shirt. I think it was like 2012 or 15. Lord. I want to yawn. Oh, but it's like weird and weak. Baby. So safe. Race. Where's Krita?
Cop says, he's like a RLY theater like musical that's very nerdy and odd.
Ow. To break you. They had no life was like from hell. Be it burning. It's time to burn it down. 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 By now, burn me down. Oh God. But after the killers drop dead. I'll be there so I can break you. Don't you? Okay, so you could tell I know none of the goddamn words in the middle because it's like yelling indiscriminately. So we burn it down. Time for more parts I don't know. Burn it down. Be there so I can break you. Oh, day that the light was back from here. Feel it burning. I like it. Burn it down. Alright, so I have noticed that I still cannot sing high notes without shit just breaking. Wait. Burn it down. No. Sometimes, whatever I sing, the computer goes, I have realized that you have some kind of weird mechanical sound in the background. I'll hopefully just delete that for you. Wait. I like trying to. I like attempting this rap part. The lyrics, please. No.
This cop says, Loki, I do need to go. I need to sleep, my guy. I will try to catch another scream though. Ghost cop says, ew. Ghost cop says, I hate the robot, it was an emoticon.
How dare you give me that? But okay, thank you very much for
White Saucer
stopping
says,
by.
Catch your sleeps.
Yes, it's important to go to bed and sleep and rest. So may you get a nice 8 hours of rest. And I hope to see you again. I'll send you off with some singing.
I shall sleeps.
I'll sing you a great lullaby to send you off. Yeah, I've been living with the devil up inside my head, and now I think it's showing. Cause if God's given all his hardest battles to the strongest, and I may be blind. Fire spit at him and looking like Joe, go in hit on my head like a no. Look at me, look at my neck and my wrist. I could take a full whole team on solo. Oh no, I never knew what the city meant to me until I was watching it burn. Thought I was watching so and bitch, I'm a leader, I'm waiting my turn. King of the curses, but I'm in nerds. I don't think that I would ever return. Oh, a minute my word, I'm gonna end it, they're gonna learn. Peace. Now to me, you can guess there's nothing in a fallacy. Another chance of everyday crowdacy. Yeah, only reality ends in fatality. Some of you are proud of me, get this shit out of me. Cause of this power I thought that I conjured, turned me straight into a monster. I hear demons calling, singing to me in the dark. They're telling me I'm crawling closer to the edge. So jump now. There's no fear of falling when the devil's in your heart. No more need for stalling. Give in to the hate and play your part. People, they lose in their lives. I used to have vision. I'm losing my eyes. The darker my days. I turn to blood. I want to be. That's what I'm saying. What's what I'm saying? I feel like they're saying that's what it changed. I'm definitely free. Then it's all to me to change. Killing everybody. I don't see a difference. I'll be the one to make a villain, a victim, physical in the prison. I feel like I was a monster. Something I've been embraced it. You got it on it. Don't be afraid. When I slowly walk up to a race and look in my eyes for a minute, you find them like sides of it in my heart. Start minute. They've seen at least I don't care if there's blood on my hands. At least I know weird and sweeter. The fear. I'm chilling. It's down in the spirit. Coming in pain. Back all of the pain that was given to who I hold dear. Don't care if it's me. I don't turn into menace. I'm right now. Demons calling, singing to me in the dark. They're telling me I'm crawling closer to the edge. So jump now. There's no fear of falling when the devil's in your heart. No need for stalling. Give it to the hate and play your part. You're broken. Yeah, I repeat, I've been broken. Woken and knows me better woken. Feel like I was chosen, now I couldn't tell you where the hope went. Couldn't tell where the hope went. As I looked in mine, I could feel the cost. Demons crawling, singing to me in the dark. They're telling me I'm crawling closer to the edge. So jump now. Here I'm falling when the devil's in your heart. No more need for crawling to the hate and play your part. Ugh, I got the most annoying ear irritation. It's like my ear is constantly popping and I can't sing right. It makes me want to poke a very sharp stick through my ear. Cannot explain this hell. Oh, I'm gonna die suffering from this.
White Snozzer says, oh my LOL.
It's okay. You know popping your ears, right? You know, like you're in a plane, you swallow, you hear them pop. Imagine constantly going through that every time you speak. I'm being tortured by God himself. I don't know. I looked it up and it's like it could be due to a loss of fat and dehydration. So I don't fucking know what to do. I'm dying. I'm around, I'll be right there. I'll be right there. I'll be out of the wrong game. Fire, it's nobody higher. I'm stuck with the world's shame. Got no desire to build an empire. Why do I care that I've been lost? I there myself because the ones I love to burn and suffer. If you need me, I swear I won't fall down to right, cause I lost it all. Now I can't lose, cause if I go, then you do too. If your new world keeps on falling down, I'll be right there, I'll be right there, and nobody else will come around. I'll be right there, I'll be right there. Way to face the fallen. All I know is pushing all in. Whole world keeps on falling down. I'll be right there, I'll be right there. Talk with the fungus and I'm honest. I'm not that dumb. Alright, so I didn't try at all on that one, but you know. Top, moon shade, all white cut like Cool Whip, purple hollow tips, find out the cobra cause you miss a blitz. You little cursed bitch, hit you with a 1 fist, 2 fists, cause I'm a fucking god, you're never gonna see me miss. You motherfuckers wanna see me pissed, I'll make you scream. Fuck what you heard, you worthless, the king of curses is only looking to me. And while I'd love to stay, it's my body sailed away. World keeps on falling down. I'll be right there, I'll be right there, and nobody else will come around. I'll be right there. Way to face the fallen. I know it's pushing all in. Falling down. I'll be right there, I'll be right there. I don't know, I think I'm gonna drown myself in ginger tea. Bleh. That money, that I'm so fucking nice. Give me that
Snauzer
one.
says, awesome ginger tea, not bad.
Not bad though. It's tasty. But it's weird. Also, why is this video in like ultra wide? Wacky shit. But no, it's weird because I made some black tea and then like just on a whim I put some slivers of ginger in it while the water was still hot. And it's pure ginger tea now. It tastes. Oh, I only taste the ginger, which I don't mind. I love that shit. Cause I'm going for the kill, yeah. Alright, let's not be dumb here. I could spend like a fucking year filling it out. Let's go magic wand. No? Magic wand said no? Magic wand said what the fuck am I... What? Hey, don't be dumb.
Gone, but I'm hungry for more. Hit him with the links when I'm breaking these chains. Put him at the brink when I fade a mistake. Pull up, man, go and pull up. Cause I ain't another kinks and I'm taking their names. Moving out the sing, they ain't playing our game.
Cause I'm going for the kill, yeah.
Talk about monsters and strings, they affecting your nerves like a marionette. People are bargaining chips every second on earth is a gamble with death. Calling it card in the sin, but a method that works could be bad for success. Now that the class is dismissed, I'll be tearing the worst from my family crest. Look at how the plan unfolded, man is rolling, pulling out a weapon like a bag of holding. Every time they pop up, I be whacking them all, and that's another job. And I do it again and again and again and again. Rapid gold, look man, I'm a 10 out of 10 out of 10 out of 10. Honey blue red, make a do so purple. Heavy box green like I'm smooth with wordles. Take a square up, but I'm moving circles. Hurtful, pick up my new commercial. Outside blow with the wounded turtle. Cut into bits full of bitterness. I'm gone shredding my foes like a mutant turtle. I put a limit on limitless.
Give me that money, I know I get so fucking money's. Give me that money. Kill from the kill, cause I'm going for the kill, yeah. I'm going for the kill, yeah. Kill from the kill, cause I'm going for the kill, yeah. RTMP versus dub. Or, wait, I gotta look something up. I gotta look up RTMP versus WebRTC when it comes to streaming. Let's see. Okay. RTMP versus WebRTC. Yeah, let me see. Does you okay? YouTube, web. YouTube does not use, or does it? Ooh, Twitch might support WebRTC. Gotta check this.
What was my limit? A flaw in infinity. Have I fallen to the darkness? Know who the strongest was meant to be. Who's the strongest? We're yet to see. Want the strongest? You're yet to be. Students fight for their future and they will not be forgetting me.
I don't know if I should do more music or back to listening to videos. Ooh.
Autophidias Gray says.
Oh.
Or you play a game.
Okay, well I gotta do a bit of progress. It's only 10:30. I'll try and draw until 10:40. You hear me? 10:45. If I do some solid 10:45 work. Make the Trojans pay. 10 years of war they killed us slowly. Now we'll be the ones who slay. Think of your wives and your children. Your family's wondering where you've been. They're growing old and yet you're still here. Do what I say and you'll see them again. Diomedes will lead the charge. Agamemnon will flank the guards. And a layer will set us late through the gates to take the whole city at large. User will do any arrows attacks and little Ajax will stay back. Hector. The father killed the brothers of Hector. Find your inner strength now. Use that well of pride. Fight through every pain now. Ask yourself inside. What do you live for? What do you fight for? Live for? What do you die for? Fight for? What do you live for? What do you fight for? Penelope. Penelope and Telemachus. We fight for us. I fight for us. Penelope. Telemachus. I'm on my way. Attack!
White Snauzer says. Take your time while I crash out trying to rebuild all my empires on Stellaris.
I don't know the context, but I believe in you, alright? Don't give up. Who was that? A vision of what is to come. I'll not be outdone and only be dealt with right here and now. Tell me how. I don't think you're ready. A mission to kill someone's son, a foe who won't run, unlike anyone you have faced before. Say no more, I know that I'm ready, I don't think you're ready. It's just an infant, it's just a boy. What sort of imminent threat does he pose that I cannot avoid? Is the villain of none other than Troy's very own Prince Hector. Know that he will grow from a boy to an avenger, one fueled with rage as you're consumed with rage. If you don't end him now, you'll have no one left to save. You can say goodbye to Penelope. Penelope, I can raise him as my own, or send him far away from home. Make sure his past is never known. I'd rather bleed for ya. I'm on my knees for ya. I'm begging, please. Please don't make me do this. Don't make me do this. Blood on your hands is something you won't lose. All you can choose is whose. Do you kill the baby? Do you kill the baby, Chet? Do you kill the... Yes, you do. The god said you do. You yeet the baby off the cliff, alright? You yeet the baby off the goddamn fence. Or wall, or whatever the fuck it was. Alright, the comments on this next song. Realizing that Odie says, I don't have a daughter instead of, I have a son, not a daughter. Because he might have learned his lesson about giving his home address and name.
Says, are you geekin' RN?
I'm constantly in a state of geekin'? What do you mean? Look at me. Ray, look at me. I'm a broken man. If I was a man, I'd be broken. But I'm broken nonetheless. Odysseus' crew when he tells them to chop off the siren's tails. That guy broken.
White Snozzer says, she a broken potato man.
Oh lord, that insinuates some very weird drawings. Just cut the charade, you are no wife of mine. Yeah. No. I missed it.
Snozzer says, LMAO.
Let's cut the charade, you are no wife of mine. You've been trying to end my life this whole time. I know underwater there are becks of you hiding. I know exactly what you are, Siren. My real wife knows I'm not afraid of the water. And my real life knows I don't have a daughter. While you were focused on turning my men into snacks. You didn't notice that your friends got snatched. We are a different beast now. We are the ones who feast now. No more of us deceased, 'cause we won't take more suffering from you. Are the man-made monster. We are the ones who conquer. You will us no longer. We won't take more suffering from you. I've been away from home for about 12 years or so. First we fought in our own war, and now we're here with more foes. I would run from Poseidon. We found a ship with no crew. I knew rise, rinse, hanging fingers to their doom. He filled our ears with beeswax. That's how we refused your song. You pretended to be my wife, so I just played along. With your lips and phrases, scanning for information about every route and horizon that's about to get back to my island. We are the vagrant priests now. We are the ones who feast now. No more of us deceased, 'cause we won't take more suffering from you. Are the man-made monster. We are the ones who conquer. No more pet no longer. We won't take more suffering from. Spare us. Oh, spare us, please. Nah, we can take the next group of sailors to start at sea. Nah, you wouldn't have spared me. I made a mistake like this. It almost cost my life. I've not taken the risk of not seeing my wife. Cut off their tails! Learning this now. Throw them back in the water. Let them drown. What I mean? Don't they breathe water? You more of us disease, 'cause we won't take more suffering from you. He is the man-made monster. He is the one who conquers. You are a threat no longer. We won't take more suffering. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Whoa, oh, whoa, Odysseus. Alright, last song. Last song unless someone asks for more songs. the devil in your eyes. What tough times of rebuilding your Stellaris empire? Yeah, go. You're not in the fucking mines. Chin up, loser. I see the devil in your eyes. I know you Takuma. It's like a zoo. I see the devil in your eyes. Determination. Whatever. I don't want to texture this. I don't want to render this. Me a sign, nothing from your eyes, another person inside. Listen, doesn't mind you, say that you as I am alone, blinded. Close my eyes, feel the roads in time. Every moment collides in a fire inside. I feel the night ready to take life. I can light up the sky in a fire inside. I responded in my conscience. I like to get across it. I feel the process of amen. Close my eyes, I lose by. Leave a hide, my eyes, lived in time. Fire inside. Close my eyes, eyes in time. Every moment collides. Fire inside. Feel the night, I can take my life. And sky, the fire inside.
The same shit every fucking day. Take care of my people, try to mask up all the pain. Sick of getting glorified, so sick of your charades. Everybody hates to love me cause I run straight to the flame. Yeah, maybe I'm selfish. Fuck falling in line.
Helpless. Helpless. Control. Well, sack me up and down, and that's up on a roll, and the soul goes down, and live up again. They made we did, they made mess, and I'm gonna go down. My faith, I've been running on trust. So I've been into dust. I've been fighting, and I just can't do enough. I've been on my head, I've been on my head on me. Threading, and now you thread on me. Fighting, but I just can't do enough. Hello, warriors. Let's go. Tell me about running, something coming out. Tell me that I was wrong. Nothing that I resist, but I just know. We're getting better. Better do what mattered. Lost my faith, I've been running on trust. Failed and I've turned into dust. I've been fighting, but I just can't do enough. Oh, on my head, I've been on my head only. On a thread, hanging by a thread of hair. I've been fighting, but I just can't do enough. Can't do enough. Enough of the time get rough. No place I'm learning. I've got to feel the rock. To feel the burden. Of the fire. I know. And I just can't do enough. I don't know. I am now feeling very aggressive. I want something like horrific. I don't know. I want Remo. I don't know. I got this feeling in my chest that I just kind of want to fucking scream. I don't know. I hear my mommy. I don't know.
Aggressive, where this come from?
I don't know. I'm too much of everything. I don't know. I just saw. I got this weird the ear thing I mentioned. It just makes me want to fucking scream because it really annoys me, and I don't know. I feel like I'm going a little crazy. If I turn off the noise canceling on my headphones, I feel what I. It's past 10:40. Demon Query fucking awakens from the depths of my soul. I don't like this. Okay. I know. Well, I mean, there is one option if I want to sing about death. Don't spoil it. Like, I'm also tempted to find like a really high pitched song, because if I wreck my throat with a really high pitched song, it'll get the feeling out of me. But I'm not sure which song would be best. I should find a really high pitched song before I sing this one. No. Well, I could sing a song from K-pop Demon Hunters. But I like your idol, but that's, well, your idol girl version? I haven't heard the Huntrix cover of your idol. Your idol, keeping you in check, keeping you obsessed. Play me on repeat, I'm listening in your head. Anytime it hurts, play another verse. I can be your sanctuary. Oh, I'm the only one right now. I will love you more when it all burns down. More than power, more than gold. Yeah, you gave me your heart, now I'm here for your soul. The one who love your sins. Feel the way my voice gets underneath your skin. I don't like it. I don't like the female version. I don't like it. I don't like the harmonies. I don't like the things. I don't like it. I don't like it. I also think I don't like this super processed version comparing to I hate this like the studio versions of a lot of these versus the actual. I don't know how to explain this versus the actual versions from the movie, or like the versions where it feels like they're really singing in character, like without all these extra special effects and I'll be your idol, keeping you in check, keeping you obsessed. Play me on repeat, I'm in your head. Anytime it hurts, sing another verse. I can be your sanctuary. No, I'm the only one right now. I will love you more when it all burns down. Give you power, more than gold. And you gave me your heart, now I'm here for your soul. I'm the only one who'll love your sins. Yeah, you can be first, gets underneath your skin. Preaching to the choir, can I get it for you a little higher? Give me your desire, I can be the star you rely on. I don't hear little thing that you can't look away. Don't you know I'm here to save you? Out of the wild, yeah, I'm all you need, I'ma be your idol. Oh, little fame, I'm an idol. Thank you for the pain, cause it got me going viral. Oh yeah, little believer, making you a believer. Little idol, don't let it show, keep it all inside. Pain and the shame, keep it out of sight. Obsession feeds our connection, and give your attention. I'm the only one who'll love your sins. The way my voice gets underneath your skin. Preaching to the choir, can I get the mic a little higher? Give me your desire, I can be the star you rely on. On a little G, you can't look away. Don't you know I'm here to save you? I don't wanna rile, yeah, I'm all you need, I'ma be your idol. Be your idol. Be your idol, living in your mind now. Too late, cause you're mine. I will make you free when you're all a part of me. Choir, can I get the mic a little higher? Give me your desire, watch me set your world on fire. Oh, energy, you can't look away. No one is coming to save you. We're running wild. You're down on your knees, I'ma be your idol. This is what it sounds. Okay, what it sounds like is next and last, I swear. But the truth now. Nothing but the proof of what I am. Worst of what I came from. Patterns I'm ashamed of. Things that even I don't understand. I tried to fix it, I tried to fight it. My heart was twisted, my heart divided. My lies all collided. I don't know why I didn't trust you to be on my side. I broke into a million pieces and I can't go back. But now I'm seeing all the beauty in the broken glass. The scars are part of me, darkness and harmony. My voice without the lies, this is what it sounds like. Why did I cover up the colors stuck inside my head? I should've let the jagged edges meet the light instead. Show me what's underneath, I'll find your harmony. A song we couldn't write, this is what it sounds like. In the silence, we're rising, defiant, shouting in the quiet, you're not alone. We listen to the demons, we let them get between us, but none of us are out here on our own. So we were cowards, so we were liars, so we're not heroes, we're still survivors, the dreamers, the fighters. No lying, I'm tired, but dive in the fire and I'll be right here by your side. Broke into a million pieces and we can't go back. But now we're seeing all the beauty in this broken glass. The bars are part of me, darkness and harmony. My voice without the lies, this is what it sounds like. Why did we cover up the colors stuck inside our head? Get up and let the jagged edges meet the light instead. Show me what's underneath, I'll find your harmony. Fearless and undefined, this is what it sounds like. This is what it sounds like. Oh, 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 I took into a million pieces, now we can't go back. Oh, now we're burning all the beauty in the broken glass. The stars are part of me, darkness and harmony. Oh, this is not the lies, this is what it sounds like. Cover up the voices up inside our head. Look and let the jagged edges see the light instead. Leave what's underneath, darkness and harmony. Darker than undefined, this is what it sounds like. Let the lies, this is what it sounds like. Darker than undefined, this is what it sounds like. Truth after all this time, our voices all combine. When darkness meets the light, this is what it sounds like. I might as well do golden. No one's telling me no. So what the fuck, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. Deep breaths. I wanna blow my absolute vocal cords out. I was the lowest, I was alone. Tell me no then. I'm gonna see. Even the throne, I didn't know how to believe I was the queen that I meant to be. I lived two lives, tried to play both sides, but I couldn't find my own place. Called the problem child, cause I got too wild, but now that's how I'm getting paid. I don't see on stage, I'm done hiding, now I'm shining like I'm born to be. Dreaming hard, we came so far, now I believe we're going up, 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 it's our moment. You know, together we're glowing, gonna be golden. Oh, up, 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 with our voices, gonna be golden, gonna be golden. Oh, I'm done hiding, now I'm shining like I'm born to be. Oh, our time now, fears no loser, who we're born to be. See, actually the worry is that I'm probably just singing too loud. Walls down, looking up and feel like me. Patterns on the past now, and finally live like the girl they all see. No more hiding, I'll be shining like I'm born to be. As we are hunters, voices strong, and I know I believe. Up, it's our moment. You know, together we're glowing. Gonna be golden. Oh, our voices. Gonna be open. Gonna be golden. Oh, I'm done hiding now. I'm shining like I'm born to be. Oh, our time, no fears, no lies. That's who we're born to be. Gonna be golden. We're gonna be glowing. Gonna be. It's our time, no fears, no lies. It's who we're born to be. See, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I want to scream. I will not. I cannot explain. Why are you so quiet? Many times out there, I've watched a happy pair, lovers walking in the night. Kind of glow around them. It almost looked like heaven's light. Oh, I'd never know that warm and loving glow. I might wish with all my might. No face as hideous as my face was ever meant for heaven's light. The angel smiled at me, kissed my cheek without a trace of fright. I dare to dream that she might even care for me, and as I ring these bells tonight, my cold dark tower seems so bright. I swear it must be heaven's light. I do not like this version compared to the musical version. Alright, so we gotta go back. No, okay. Let's see if this one is better. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go crazy. I feel violent. Oh my goodness, I cannot explain to you. It's a happy pair of lovers moving in the night. Yeah, this version. Kind of glow around them. Almost like heaven's light. Oh, I'd never be that warm and loving glow. Oh, I might wish with all my might. Face as hideous as my face, whatever meant for heaven's light. Suddenly an angel smiled at me, nursed my face without a trace of fright. I dare to dream that she might even care for me. And as I ring the bells tonight, I feel dark hour seems so bright. I swear it must be heaven's light. The thing is, I cannot go low enough for our dear old priest. But this song is making me happy, so. Yeah. Maria, I am a righteous man. Of my virtue I am justly proud. And Maria, no, I'm such as more than the common folk, the just crowd. And tell me, Maria, why I see you dancing there, why my living eyes search my soul. I sail her, I see her, light in her waving hair is breathing me out of all control. Like fire, hellfire, this burning in my soul, this burning desire is turning me to sin. It's not my fault. I'm not to blame. It was the gypsy girl who lit this flame. It's not my fault. If in God's plan, he made the devil so much stronger than a man. Help me, Maria, let me siren cast her spell. Let me bare my flesh and bone. Destroy Esmeralda, let her taste the fires of hell. Else let her be mine and mine alone. On fire, dear fire. Now Gypsy, it's your turn. Choose me or your pyre. Lay mine or you will burn. But have mercy on her. But have mercy on me. That she will be mine or she will burn. Okay. I think all of my murder is gone from my soul. Oh, deep breaths of non-murderiness. Anyhow.
Whitesnauzer says. Rar.
Rawr. Rawr, 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 rawr.
Broke you down, I left you shattered. Treated you like you didn't matter. I left you alone in the rain, in your pain. You went down
Way to back to all I is you. Give me in the end, I don't have to play pretend and fake their eyes forever. That you've been through, and I find together. That you go again, no that we'll die together. Because all I need is you to forgive me in the end. You didn't have to play pretend. Let's close our eyes forever. All that you went through burned into my mind. I'd never break your heart again. This time we'll die together. Wanted to see you hurt like this. How could you leave me to burn? I was just a kid. I didn't need go blinded what I did. Now you're gonna burn. It's the price of your sins. Save you. I tried to find you. I see your mom when I look in your eyes. Love is all a lie. I'll be with you till the end. Still too far now. My broken heart bleeds from every scar. See you till the end. All I need is you to forgive me in the end. Have to play pretend. Let's close our eyes forever. That you went through turn into my mind. I'd never break your heart again. This time we'll die forever. As you to forgive me in the end. You don't have to play pretend. This is our eyes together that you went through. Into my mind for further. Break your heart again. This time we'll die together. Okay, I've officially made myself dizzy. But who cares if I'm dizzy? There you are, coward.
I've been waiting for this moment, for the perfect time to strike. When you're home so close and you
And reach your coast, that's when our paths collide. I've got a reputation, I've got a name to uphold, but I can't let letting you off, or else the world forgets I'm cold. Now get in the water. Get in the water. Or I'll raise the tide so high, all of Ithaca will die. Get in the water. Wait. Get in the water. Stop this, please. A tidal wave so profound, both your wife and your son will drown. Get in the water. Get in the water. Unless you choose to die. Aren't you tired, Poseidon? It's been 20 years. How long will this go? We're both iron and hiding. Why not this year and just go home? I can't. Maybe you could learn to forgive. No. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Die. Look at all you've lost and all you've learned. Oh, do you see us waiting? Waiting. think you seem to get it. I can't afford to die, 'cause I will get back to my son. And I will get back to my wife!
White Schnauzer says, I just want to close my eyes just for a moment after just 3.
Oh lord. I don't know, even if I start playing the game, you might still close your eyes. One of my friends, almost all of them who died by your hand. 600 strike! If I scream loud enough, will you stay awake? You idiot. Can't you see? You spent your fate just to beat me. You raised my... Oh lord. I could play the game. I'm cooked too, but you're going to call off that storm. Or what? You can't kill me. Exactly. Wait. Wait. How does it feel to know helpless? How does it feel to know pain? I watched my friends die in horror, moaning as they were all slain. I watched their final moments, calling their captain in vain. Look what you put me into. Look what I've become. All of them parting slavered. Haven't I suffered enough? You wouldn't feel when I begged you. Told me to close my heart. You said the world is dark. Didn't you say that ruthlessness is mercy upon? For everything you've done. How will you sleep at night? Next to my wife. The suitor, the crown. I said I would choose the suitors if leave us around, but they don't know that every night I am read all the work I've done, 'cause I'd rather die than allow them to think they won. Oh, I never thought that it would lure to this. Snow, I'll be here. No longer it lasts since all that storm. Close to the kingdom, it was far from the norm. Unless, oh, could it be some kind of sign that the world is about to change? Finally time for the challenge I've arranged. Never thought that it would come to this. Just know I'll be here. New time. Oh, buying you time. my husband's old beau, and to 12 axes cleanly. Be the new king, sit down at the throne, and has me as his queen. Let the air fly, let the know that your friend is true. 'Cause I'd rather die in a world without the best of you. Oh, I never thought that this would be the lengths we'd go for love. If it any other way. And though I never thought that it would end like this, just know I'll be here waiting, 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 waiting. Ooh. Yeah, I just ran out of there. I'm gonna give myself like a weird ass fucking fever. Like, I'm just gonna give myself a weird kind of sickness. That's all I can say. Time to play detective game. It's time to play detective game is what I'm saying now. Ooh, lordy. Aren't I a tired bunny? Ouchie, my ears.
Shoma
All right.
Come back down if we just wait. I know Shoma went on that car.
What do we know? I'm mentally ill.
Your heart.
So, what did you
Shoma's dad is dead.
She couldn't have said anything with terror threatening her.
Never mind. I was gonna play this with mouse, but the controls are as fucked. It's even weirder. Hey, your dad is dead. Maybe you'll get some insurance money payout, and then you'll be rich, and then everything will be fine.
Brother's dad got split into half.
Rose dead. Well, he was a Minecraft head. I really wanted to see it. I'm kind of disappointed. Yeah, but it's so warm and cozy.
Don't get into Kotatsu without permission.
I feel like it's like
And I'm cold.
I feel like the Kotatsu is some kind of like somewhat similar to like a Korean heated floor or some shit. Somehow it's heated in there.
What are you doing here?
I wanted to ask a few things, but before that, Shoma...
What is he reading?
No, never mind.
It looks interesting. I decided not to ask him about what happened at the studio. Excuse me? Excuse me? It would be cruel to remind him, not to mention I didn't want him running off again. It would probably be best to avoid talking about Komeji and the interrogation from the cops. I wanted to ask about... No, I have no idea what the fuck you wanted to ask about. Play robot. Sophie. About... How did you get out of that Ferris wheel?
What are you talking about?
The Ferris wheel at Misatan.
Ever had a heavy blanket? Just imagine that, but with a table.
It's okay. And so instead of just like putting a blanket around yourself, you got a full ass table. And you gotta like kneel. How do they not get really cramped?
I didn't go to Misatan.
Oh god, I'm hallucinating big time now. I don't even actually remember what happened, like of importance, at the Ferris wheel in Misatan. So we hallucinated all of that.
What? That's impossible. I definitely saw you get on the Ferris wheel.
No, you
You
didn't.
saw my doppelganger or me, my clone?
Your clone? No.
Alright.
I don't think so.
Let's place bets. Is it a clone? Which could be possible considering everything. The genetic experimentation and blah blah blah. It's like not even that outside of possibility for there to be a clone in play. But do we guess clone or Ryuki being totally just fucked in the head?
I mean, we may have the technology, not to mention it's forbidden.
The law doesn't mean anything.
Very true.
Not to a psycho like Chikara.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Can you not... Are you implying?
So maybe they secretly made my clone.
Impossible.
I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not kidding.
Ryuki, you are way too confident in the impossibility of this.
Just about cloning me.
How do you explain the Ferris wheel then?
Maybe you were seeing things.
And the other more likely possibility is Ryuki's just fucked.
Maybe you got the TC purge.
Purge? What is that?
Oh no, it's Nier Automata all over again and I'm infected.
Last year they invented a purge was developed by TC purge is kind of like a virus.
I like this plotline a lot. Okay. I love being a character that is dying or like injured or like anything like that. I want to see Ryuki like coughing up blood. I have hopes and I have dreams. Answer my prayers.
White Schnauzer says. Oh gosh.
All I want is suffering. I want you to make me feel pain.
Algophidius Gray says. BNNGG.
What kind of weird ass acronym is that, sir? Okay, what is TC Purge?
The Corridori Institute called it the Organic Nanomachine.
Is it like some weird kind of cancer?
It acts kind of the way a virus does. When it enters the body, it latches onto bacteria, and a protein complex called CRISPR-Cas-beta is made. CRISPR-Cas-beta can cut, move, and attach certain DNA nucleotide sequences. When it enters the brain, it can even overwrite the DNA structure inside neurons.
Ouchie.
It can make you see things, make you dance. It makes you do weird things over and over. And on top of that, TC Purge multiplies in the body. It takes over the multiplication functions of bacteria and makes copies of itself.
See, but I don't understand, like, what do you mean bacteria? Not like not like random body cells, but various bacteria in the body. But to be fair, there are a lot of bacterial colonies that normally reside within the human body. But
are we still on the same case?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this whole game will be the half body case. All right, so here's the. Let me show you the flowchart. All right. I don't know if you were here when we played the split timeline game, or the Somnium, or the Wink Sync, or no, we did a full sync with Komeji, the square guy, and there was a branching path where we could choose to guide him towards protecting Choma or getting money. And most of what I did while you were here was going on the timeline of getting money. I guess actually and there's oh my god, there's another there's another one. So a lot of the people who died, I don't know if they're always going to die, but on this timeline here, both Tokiko, the head of Nyes, and Shikara died. Then at this split moment, at this branching path right here, at this fork in the road is another term. At this fork in the road, there was protect Shoma or get money. And we played through the entire protect Shoma timeline and got to the happy ending where we helped Shoma resolve his mental anguishes and against his father, and everyone made up and it was beautiful, and Date showed the fuck up, and there were fight scenes that were shitty, but etc. But then we went back and we went onto the next timeline, or the get money timeline. In that timeline, we learned that Komeji, squarehead guy, he had been working with the Yakuza as a middleman for their arms dealing to try and get money. He discovered something he shouldn't have and was going to use that to blackmail someone to try and get them off his back, or get all the loan sharks off his back. However, he seemed to have gotten his hands on something directly related to the case, and he was even in contact with the murderer, Terror, as in Tearer. They ended up going back to the studio where he filmed his quiz show in which the original body showed up. However, we went there with him. But even though we were there with him, someone played the QR code video. It tripped the switch in our minds, and we woke up and I don't know if we killed him, but Komeji was dead. So that's the timeline we're on now. Bro's dad is dead. And we did learn... Alright, I don't know if we've learned it... Well, yeah, I guess we have learned it at this point. Yeah, see, I do get a little bit confused about what we've learned and haven't learned. But Kid was... Everything's cooked. But that's like the fun and the annoying part of branching timelines. We know now that Shoma was experimented on... You're sure? I hope so too, because out of the two main characters that we're gonna play as, I love Ryu's... I already forgot our guy's name. I'm not Ryuki. I want to call him like Ryuzuki. I love Ryuki. So I do hope he's not. I do hope he survives the game. Anyhow. I think I've caught you up.
And it can be passed to other people with your breath.
With my breath!
Shoma, how do you know all this?
Well, there's just some stuff.
What the fuck do you mean? And it's giving me the option to wink sync for like no fucking reason. I'll wink sync with him.
Dad.
Okay, he's putting up a really strong front, but dude is...
I shouldn't have said that you should die. It's all my fault.
Dude's bad. Dude's down bad inside. Can we comfort him? Of course not. But yeah, dude's fucked up inside.
I'm sorry, Shoma. This might be hard for... Komeiji picked something up at something that is meaningful. But he didn't tell me what it was. I thought you might know something.
I thought we weren't gonna ask him about the investigation or anything like that. It shows you how strongly we just, you know, stick to our morals, which are nothing. I know he's whatever. Dude's fucked up inside anyway. It's fine. Poor boy.
Sorry, but I have no clue.
I see.
Alright.
Yeah?
Blue-haired Mame, who is very suspicious. I don't know if she tied... Anyway, question is, I still don't know if she's the one that tied me up. Ryuki has the impression that she tried to untie me. Untie him.
I have no idea.
And might have even seen the murder.
Ryuki, we can hold off on Horodori and we need to
Yeah.
Okay, about the code for...
About the code for Bats 490. That wasn't referring to Horodori
Alright.
Institute.
So I guess this line of questioning, I'm pretty sure we got to the finale of this line of questioning in the last timeline, where... No, or maybe we never actually got the answer. Beep, beep, beep. I'm trying to think back. No.
You said it was.
Sheesh, can you just... I didn't solve the code.
Okay, well, I guess we're not... I don't know, maybe we're not gonna get the answer. Let's go Brahmin World Cuisine, because he just took, why not? Oh, right, because he knows Ame, yeah.
She was here earlier.
He shows... She's up a lot here.
Pretty quick, though.
Does the freezer work? Alright, here's another annoying thing. I'm gonna wink sync with him even though I'm technically not supposed to. It's I don't know, I'm really annoyed by this thing that is only gonna be used when the plot calls for it. Like, I bet everyone watching this a $5 box of chocolates, okay? That at some point in a plot cutscene, one of the characters is gonna need to wink sync, but they're already gonna have done it that day, and it's gonna be like, ah, darn, we already wink synced today. You have to do it anyway, but it'll fry the system, but I have to. And it's gonna annoy me forever, because like when we were introduced to this function, she said that we can only do it once a day, because it takes a long time to, because she has to recharge after. But anyway, let's wink sync. Okay, great. I'm overjoyed. Okay, never mind. I'm horrifically overjoyed. Okay. Never mind.
It's Valentine's Day today, isn't it? Well, she brought some chocolate.
Chocolate?
It's poison again.
Yeah, why? Is something wrong?
He's acting strangely normal for having seen the murderer and seen the body. Where is she now?
The Sagan household, huh?
Well, apparently his face, but like we once x-rayed his head. Like we saw his head through x-ray view and it was horrifically deformed. Like even his skull was horrifically deformed. Like worse than Quasimodo. Like unevenly shaped. Like imagine someone put a skull through Photoshop Liquify. Alright, so I'm going to strongly assume that his bare face would freak you out even more, but I kind of hope we see it.
Okay, I get it.
Thanks.
Her phone is out of battery. She told me earlier.
I see.
Why are you looking for a mame?
Reasons.
Well,
I couldn't even come up with an excuse. Just, cause I am.
I tried calling Iris, but still no dice.
we should just head to the Sagan.
Yeah.
Why didn't you pick up the phone?
We're expecting a lot of customers.
Why are you expecting?
You know about what happened in Shinjuku yesterday?
No, I don't.
We're actually pretty close to there.
What do you mean?
You haven't heard? Someone shot off a rocket.
What the fuck?
Luckily, there weren't any casualties. So anyway, there's tons.
Oh, I skipped it. I don't know if I agree with that logic. Okay, my restaurant is going to have a lot of customers. Why? Someone shot off a rocket yesterday close by. My only my understanding would be, okay, so there's a lot of people investigating, or a lot of, you know, like tourists, or what do you, like adrenaline junkies, or just like curiosity, like people who came by for curiosity's sakes, and there's a big chance they might stop by my restaurant. I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's dangerous. Like, risking a waste of money. Okay, to the Sagan residence. Is the rich people? No, it's not. Okay. I don't know who. No, this is Iris's mom, right?
I'm sorry. I think you're just one step behind. Mame was here, but she left with Iris to go somewhere.
Bitches, please. Slow down.
I see.
Okay, do you think I can wink sync now? Is it like one scene before I can? Oh, okay, I can wink sync.
Sorry, Mame.
But my argument still holds. She still said it was once a day, and here I am, haha. But okay, now I understand the rule. It takes one scene to recharge.
Iris is taking a long time to get ready.
He's fucked in the head. Even through this anime style, I can tell. He's fucked.
Anything?
Like a state of shock or panic, maybe?
Let me think. But I do recall Mame seemed troubled. She didn't say a word while she was here. Like her head was somewhere else. While Iris was preparing to leave, she just stared off into the distance. They didn't tell me where they were going.
Your kids didn't tell you where they were going. You were okay with that?
Sorry to have wasted your time.
There's no such thing. Even the most insignificant...
Ryuki, I've never seen you so positive.
Maybe you're a good influence on me.
Maybe the mental health is rotting my brain. You know that someone's in the end game when they start being weirdly positive.
Let's get going. We need to find...
About Date? Date and Hitomi had a deep relationship.
Why do you ask?
Well...
I've been waiting.
I'm sorry to...
No.
We know he's fine. I mean, he's fine according to the other timeline. Dude is apparently on vacation and is not talking to any of the people that care about him. Oh, Lord. Why would we go to this park? I don't know. The last time we came to this park, I saw the QR code video and then stood in place for like 2 to 4 hours.
Doesn't look like a mommy.
But wait.
Leon is obsessed with Kizuna. Kizuna?
Yeah.
Let's ask.
We must navigate these childhood relationship webs.
Do you know a girl named Amame Doi?
Oh, Kizzy's friend. Of course I know her.
Do you know where she is?
Okay, like these English, these like westernized nicknames make me wonder how he would have called her in Japanese.
Yeah, I do.
Really?
I saw her earlier.
Where?
And when?
know. Give me 100,000 yen and I'll think about it.
Excuse me?
You can't be serious.
I'm low on cash. Come on, Ryuki.
No.
Fine. Leon, do you have a 500 yen coin?
Yeah, I do.
Are you gonna do AI magic?
I'm going to look away, and you put it in one of your hands. If I can guess which hand it's in, tell me for free.
Well, I bet I can X-ray and see the coolness of the coin.
I'll pay you.
Alright, let's do this.
This is cheating! I have thermo and X-ray vision.
Okay. Guess, which hand is it in?
Also, I would have guessed his other hand just because there's like... I would have guessed the hand where the coin is just because it looks different on the 3D model right now. I know it's just because they're like tilted a bit differently and he's in the angle, but... Oh, right, here's one thing I don't know. It's technically his left hand.
Left hand. Are you sure?
I'll go find as Grace says. I didn't find it for a while, look.
Okay, but here's the problem. It's his right hand. No, it's his left hand. Yes, I'm sure it's his left hand. From our perspective, it's the hand on the right. Okay.
See? How did you... Superpowers.
I literally have thermo and X-ray vision. Dude, I have a red eye. You shouldn't play games like this with me.
That's the child services facility run by Richi Chieda.
Orphanage.
Valentine's date. We promised to meet up tonight. I want to see... I don't need to talk to so that's...
It's kind of like wanting to watch porn before going to happy ending places.
That's horrific.
I don't think this
Why would you compare going to a... Oh my god.
Mame was there. Mame, Kizzy, and Iris were talking.
All the girls. They're gonna get up to so much trouble.
They had real serious looks on their faces.
Probably talking about, you know, the mistake they made coming along and finding a murder scene.
I couldn't barge into their
They were discussing...
Those three saw Komeji's body at Studio de Vita. I really want to call it Studio de Vita. De Vita.
Why are you even...
Well,
wait. What? No, that...
Why do you think she's a suspect?
Oh, actually, 4 days ago, on the 10th of February.
It would be like such a fucking mind twist.
I saw Mommy then, too. She didn't notice me, though.
He was... That's suspicious indeed.
Anyway, Mommy, what business does she... That's what I saw another... It was Tokiko.
What the fuck?
I know what you're thinking. Why would you think she's suspect just because of that? Well, I don't even know if... Not to mention, Tokiko was killed, so... Nah. But for whatever...
I don't know if I love... Or... I don't love it. But there's a certain thing that, you know, happens sometimes. They'll... In mysteries or detective games or shows or whatever. Or novels, etc. Mysteries. They throw in like a character that was never mentioned before as being a suspect. And it was like, oh yeah, all these other things you investigated, this character was also there. But, you know, we just didn't mention it till now because, well, no one knew.
A date? Because it was... Yeah? Nothing.
And even Kizuna is a bit sus because she was okay with going on a date after seeing a dead body. It's Valentine's Day!
Before. It's Alfred.
Did you buy that?
Okay, maybe it's true that I did steal a lot before. I know it's nothing to brag about, but they did call me the master.
Choking myself on a yawn.
But that's all in the past.
Did you always steal by yourself?
It depended on what needed stealing. Sometimes, if it was a big target, like some mansion in the boonies, I'd go with a team of 5 or 6 guys. The leader of the group was a Kumakura. You know, that's how I met Moma, the chairman of the Kumakuras. I was usually partnered with Quartz. They were kind of like a bodyguard, helped me out whenever I got in a sticky situation. Why am I even telling you all this?
I wondered the same thing.
I think I've said too much.
No, please keep going. I am a police officer after all.
I need to head to the beauty
salon.
Anyway, adios.
You can't look any better.
Why was Mame at Horodori Institute?
4 days ago.
It's interesting that Tokiko was behind.
She also experimented on genetically?
I remember.
The goal was to get inside the hidden room inside Horodori Institute.
We totally put that on hold. We need to go search that hidden room. But going now would be pointless. If it's a hidden room, it's gotta be a secret and locked up tight. They're not just gonna let us in there.
Anyway, we should...
Yeah.
We're gonna forget about this room again, aren't we? We're chasing after this girl to the orphanage, but he didn't say when. Like, he didn't say what time, so we have no idea. And I don't know, they probably did this on purpose, but they did not tell us when. And also, time limit for today's stream is a wrong 5 hours, so Like right now it's 11. No, now it's gonna be 12:30 to 12:40. Strong limit. Okay, so at the orphanage, no dice.
Well, we tried.
No, wait.
That's...
Again, a masked girl? Has she shown up in this timeline?
Oh, hello.
I know all about you. I can ring sync.
I need to hurry. If I don't...
Think more. Time ran out. Alright, so this is just me test, but I guess if he knows nothing and he doesn't feel like he knows anything, then I guess that'll show that the timelines are truly separated. Unlike in Zero Escape, where when we learn something in one timeline, the character kind of remembers it vaguely in another timeline, and that's part of why I really like Zero Escape. It's part of this whole theory that your soul is sending out information into the atmosphere in like a sort of field that is consistent like throughout timelines and multiple universes and all that shit.
The body is the opposite.
What?
What are you doing here? Are you barefoot?
Wear shoes.
But you're not a rat.
Squeak, squeak.
Rat noises. You can just say squeak squeak.
Are you really a rat?
Wow, you're convinced. She's a great actress.
Go to the hospital already.
Your clothes are worn out.
Put mothballs in the dresser. Where is the main event taking place?
Main event?
Dun dun.
There she goes.
What was she talking about?
Maybe a Halloween event or something?
You know that's not right. Alright, Thomas Trivia. Halloween is all about costumes. Speaking of costumes, makes me think about monsters, which makes me think about unidentified animals. Uma. I think my favorite Uma is the chupacabra. I don't think Uma should be a term. Unidentified, but they are identified. I mean, they have a name. They're just like possibly non-existent. I will call them possibly fictitious animals. Pf. So, my favorite pf is the chupacabra found in Puerto Rico. It has big fangs in its mouth and it sucks the blood of humans and livestock. It can jump over 15 feet. I don't remember the specific height, but it seems to be relatively small in comparison to other monsters.
Maybe she was talking about that one thing.
What?
What one thing?
Say it. You know what I mean, don't you?
I absolutely don't.
There's no point in paying further attention to her. We should have
a difference.
There's no point. But she's like the most oh, I should go to the hospital. Go to the hospital last. But I'm glad it's on the map. Oh, it's this dude. Skip. I got through the last timeline absolutely fine without paying any attention to what this guy said. Do you have any information? You know where Mame is? Okay, the ViewCube videos have been released so far have not included anything that would induce a subliminal effect. That doesn't mean they're safe. There is a possibility that there was a special production technique that only works on people like Ryuki who have suffered some kind of trauma. The subliminal effect is a phenomenon in which a stimulus is given below the threshold of human perception, causing unconscious desires and emotions to arise in the person.
Did she get?
Can I go yet?
Mom.
Okay, so this is another weird video called Nirvana X. Okay, it's obviously gonna do so. It's obviously related somehow. Alright, look away if you think you may be, susceptible to subliminal effects. Subliminal suggestion.
What's Nozer says? Oh my.
21512DD CCFGGDAEIGAHE.
What did I tell you? I warned you!
Huh?
I'm breaking down.
I think I'm okay.
I don't think so.
Don't scare me like that.
There's nothing I love more than seeing him slightly broken.
Where the actual we don't know.
We do have the Nirvana. There were two. One of them was
2151220. You did not say that in any predictable pattern, lady. 2151200.
I think it's a date and a time.
February 15, 12 p.m.
Yeah.
The date and time when
there's not much.
What about the letters?
Not sure about that one. The numbers represented
CCFGGD AEIGAHE.
for a location.
A location.
Ooh, do I go to the hospital yet? I'll go to the hospital. Tell me I'm dying. It'll make me happy. Oh no. Okay, see this? I don't think I'm at the hospital. I'm gonna say that with like 100% certainty. I broke down. I'm not at the hospital.
We had an open room for it. It's quiet here.
Treatment?
Oh, you don't have to worry about the paperwork for. We'll handle it.
My stay?
Hmm? You.
Remember what?
This is troubling.
Run, Ryuki, run! She hasn't tied you up yet. I'm telling you to run! Why the dividing curtain if it's a single patient room? Who are you?
I'm a nurse at this hospital.
I feel like I saw her in the last timeline. Negatively.
I used to go by a different name.
You got married?
No, I was a criminal.
No, the opposite. I got a divorce. So I'm going back to my maiden name.
But why would you tell me that? Like, why do I care? You're just my nurse.
Mr. Ryuki, do you remember getting a checkup?
No.
I'm sure the doctor would have told you everything.
Can you rewind the tape?
No, I have no idea.
I see. Then I'm afraid I'll have to be the bearer of bad news. Mr. Ryuki, you have what we call cognitive dysfunction.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes you'll forget what time it is, even lose track of... It's all part of your condition. In addition to that, we believe that you have...
Tama, is this true?
Yes, it is.
This is difficult. Your condition is very serious. We need to begin treatment immediately. I'll be right... Excuse me.
Run! Run, Ryuki, run!
Okay, I went to the hospital like I promised. Now let's get going, Tama.
Okay, he's entirely disconnected from the reality of the situation. Well, I came to the hospital. Time for us to go. We got a case to solve, honey.
What are you talking about?
For once, he's not... Okay, for once, he's saying the entirely absurd things, and she's, having the correct reaction.
That nurse told you that you need to stay here.
But I got a murder to solve. Murder. M-U-R-B-U-R.
I don't have time for that. I need to solve this case. Please, Tama, just 3 more days.
Ooh, I love that face. I love that lip bite.
I refuse.
Fine, just 1 day. 24 hours is all I ask. Please let me... I'll give you some chocolate later.
How can she eat chocolate? She's technology.
Are you joking? You know I can't eat chocolate.
No, I mean emotional chocolate.
He's manipulating you, Tama. Hold strong.
Fine. But you're only getting 24 hours.
Okay.
A second longer.
Thanks, Tama.
Yeah, the nurse is just gonna be like, what? Doctor, the serious mental patient fucking escaped. What's all the security? What, are they finally investigating her murder? Or what?
It was 2 days ago that the investigation is still ongoing.
So, Mommy wouldn't...
I didn't come here.
You should go. You should gain some valuable information there.
What valuable information could be here?
I don't know.
What about that one underground area that we walked into and then walked out of after falling down a bridge thing and, magically ending up back at the headquarters? And we never talked about that again. About Mame.
Do you know this girl? Her name is Amame Doi.
Oh, I know her. She's a mermaid at Sunfish Pocket.
I don't think we've ever seen this kind of technology used before. Just like pulling up a hologram of a human.
That's true, but how do you know that?
Oh, well, I've been there a few times. I wanted to investigate...
As an inspector?
Look, he's just a perv. Move on, next question.
What's in?
That's a tough sell.
Do you know where she...
I heard from another girl that she hasn't been feeling...
Right. Mame saw terror, and right after that, it's unlikely she...
Thomas trivia.
So that's how it's gonna be. Well, is this getting a little too scripted?
The image of Amame that appeared on Ryuki's hand. That was a hologram shot out from my left eye. My main body. How cool am I, huh? I mean, I'm glad they explained that.
That's what anyway.
My name is Kagami. Oh, there's a joke. Like no one in this game can ever remember this guy's name.
The body is long gone for the autopsy. It really is a shame. She was killed right before her birthday.
Oh.
Akiko's birthday is February 15th.
Weird.
That was a huge part. It really is such a shame.
Okay, there was a huge party planned for her right here. Maybe that's the main event.
Huh? My name is Kagami.
Alright, but for some reason this is always like a big joke.
Ka-ga-me.
I'm pretty sure I know his name. I probably don't need to ask. His name is, what was it again?
Very well. Mr. Ryuki, you can give me a nickname. That way, you won't forget.
A nickname, huh? Something easy to remember would be good, right?
Exactly.
How about Kagami? That's an easy nickname to remember.
Why me?
I don't know, he must be the most abused character in this game. Alright. Are you like a normal human detective versus my very non-human investigation skills and or methods?
It's off limits right now. There's concerns that it might collapse.
But we need to go down there.
How about the box? There was a box. Tama.
Sorry.
What?
Ryuki, when you went to the impact caused me to lose some of my memory.
How convenient.
I was only able to recover
No back.
because it was so deep. There was no sick.
Come to think of it.
Exact. So I couldn't upload the
Damn.
Any clues?
What is?
It's gonna take some. I'll let you.
What does that mean?
Ryuki, that's what I mentioned to you earlier.
Oh.
Look at that pond over there.
Uh-huh. There's a hologram of her doing the symbol.
Is that?
It's Toki. Her laptop was in the desk. There was a program. I think it's some needless to say. But she does. If you give her a topic, you can choose moksha, gain, form is emptiness, and the allegory of the cave. There's other data in there too. Some.
Okay, weird.
Who?
This girl.
No.
I see.
How are you? That's not what I asked.
Northern Mariana Islands. Smash!
Oh, we got a fellow dweeb here.
There isn't anything here. Mommy.
It's this girl.
Fair enough. Tokiko. Form is emptiness.
Emptiness is form. So reads the doctrines in Buddhist scriptures. Emptiness is not separate from form. Form is not separate from emptiness. Whatever is form is emptiness. Whatever is emptiness is form. Emptiness is sometimes translated as void or nothingness. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Everything in this world is false. False is this world to the core. Shotok Taishi, who spread Buddhism in Japan, said something similar.
The way she said the first name was so strange. Shotok Taishi.
All is false. Buddha is truth. The first part of the quote is self-explanatory. The latter requires context. Buddha, in this instance, is being used as a substitute for the general concept of enlightenment. Thus, the quote can be interpreted to mean, the sole truth of this world is enlightenment. Everything else is a falsehood.
I feel my brain breaking down into tiny little pieces. Tiny, tiny little pieces. And I hope I can survive.
I will give another the butterfly dream. A famous legend told by by
I heard of this one.
of Taoism. One day, Shuangso was a butterfly in a dream.
Shuang. Okay. Shuangzhou. What's annoying is that both start with a ZH, but they have different sounds. Shuangzhou? Wait.
Buddha in this
No,
instance.
no, this one.
Buddha in this instance. One day, Shuangso was a butterfly in a dream.
Shuangzhou.
One day, Shuangso was a butterfly in a dream.
Well, is it Swang or?
One day, Shuangso was a
No, it's Shuangzhou. It's not Shuang Shou.
One day, Shuangso was a butterfly in a
Shuangzhou. Shuangzhou.
He awoke from his dream with a question. Was his being a butterfly a dream? Or is this world he awoke in a dream? Many notable people in history have had similar thoughts. These same questions, why is that?
Moksha.
Or one is only truly free when free from all desires. But this state of mind is not, it is implicit knowledge. It is not something you can understand without experiencing it for yourself. Imagine, for example, someone who has never seen the color red. It is impossible to you can't truly understand the red mokshas, so how can you reach moksha? Among Hindu followers are those known as the sadhu. They follow a strict spiritual path of, for example, one may stand on just one leg, one may live on a bed of nails. Another might, among Buddhists, they perform 1,000-day circumambulation.
Circumambulation.
Steep mountains, and they chant the mantras without pausing to eat. It is said that the founder of Zen Buddhism, the monk Bodhidharma, sat cross-legged facing a wall without rest for 9 years straight. But how do all these things achieve moksha? Is it because pain and penance? That may be. Or is it perhaps the state of nothingness that comes over you upon achieving these feats? One may come to the conclusion that Denies has a slightly different interpretation. Do you know how a debugger finds bugs in games?
Paying a lot of quality assurance testers to break your game.
They try to run into walls over and over and over again. They go to places that normal players won't go, or leave the game on for days. They do things that normal players don't do. Unpredictable actions that the programmers failed to anticipate.
Seems like such a fun game, like a fun... I know it's tiring, but it just seems like very fun. Like, hey, your job is to break it. Break it all.
That is how bugs that weren't even considered in the planning stages are found. Does this remind you of anything? Hitting your head on a pillar and sitting toward a wall for 9 years? What if these actions uncovered bugs in the real world? In other words, these practitioners of the extraordinary are trying to find the seams, find them, and achieve. And so we believe.
Okay, Tama's trivia. Bodhidharma meditated in the direction of the wall for 9 years. There have been idioms created about this. Since he was in the same position for so long, his limbs rotted off, which is why the Daruma dolls sold in stores look the way they look. I don't know how they look.
Thus, its creator must have created with intention. This intention we can never know for certain, but we can surmise and we can estimate. Imagine you attempt an action, but that action is prevented by something incomprehensible to you. It is reasonable to assume that action was something not considered by the creator. Contrarily, if you attempt an action and feel yourself compelled by some otherworldly force, it is probably something the creator did expect.
I don't understand that last part. Like, what do you mean compelled? Like, you attempt an action and the creator wants you to do it? Or... No, I don't exactly understand.
Like rats, trapped in a maze. Go in the wrong direction and receive a shock. Go in the right direction and receive a prize. Considering this, perhaps this simulation is actually a game. A game about escaping this inscrutable maze. Can you win this game? The creator probably wants you to.
Does he? The allegory. Oh no. I wanted to ask about the allegory of the cave. Okay.
Well.
Not necessary. This information.
Can I get. Sorry, I missed one.
Let's go some.
I feel dumb. I need the allegory of the cave. Fine. Hopefully I don't need the allegory of the cave. Hello.
Hey, Ryuki, what's up?
I wanted to ask you something.
The PC just looks so normal.
Hack it, right? I tried, but the security is too strong.
The Yakuza security.
What if you give me about 2?
I didn't.
We gotta stall for time. I'll just stand here. You won't kick me out. I know there's stuff hidden behind that, right?
White Snauzer says.
Hey, Ryuki. See those?
You're not gonna do one of your stupid sex jokes.
Really?
Please don't make me.
Do you see?
Yes.
What are they?
Lantern.
Lantern these nuts?
Oh lord. But yeah, it's like sus. You can't even have the desktop underneath the desk. Here there's space.
Did you hear something?
Nope, nothing.
I'm hearing things. Alright, okay. There's a piece of paper with some general principles written on it. It says, those who only eat the crackers in cracker and peanut mix should be executed. I think my game might have crashed. No, okay. There's a piece of Paul. Okay, no, that's the only statement? Okay. Alright, this month's plan are laid out on the whiteboard. 25th, go see dolphins at the aquarium. That's it? Okay, look, there's a little partition right in front of the doorway. That way that if you walk in, they have time to hide shit before you can see them. Smart though. Everyone should have that. There's like a little visual blocker right in front of the door.
Why are you even asking me?
I don't know, cause you're Yakuza, you know everything.
I have connections, so I thought you might know something. Anything would help. Rumors, anything.
Rumors, huh? So our parent group, the Ujisaki, there's this higher up that's connected to knives.
Okay.
I did hear something from him. The president of Knives Japan, Tokiko Shigure. She was in a relationship.
A relationship? Okay, the Ujisaki family is a diabolical criminal group. Basically, they earn their income through illegal activities in the underworld. Are there many legal activities in the underworld? But they also seem to be receiving requests for work from secret societies. It seems that they have connections with the Freemasons. You know, Freemasons, a fraternal society that's said to have been created in the late 16th or 17th century. They have members all over the world. They call each other brother, and they operate from their Grand Lodge, their headquarters. The symbol of the fraternity is a builder's square and a compass, the tools of masonry. Oh, and one more thing. The Eye of Providence. The Eye of Providence is also famous. It's a triangle with the shape of an eye in it. That design is also considered one of the symbols of Freemasonry. By the way, there is a story that the Boy Scouts of America was also created by Freemasons. Why is there so much on this subject? The Boy Scouts of America is ostensibly an organization that seeks to improve the character of its members to make good people even better. But actually, I sense a conspiracy. I sense something strange. Alright. The president of Nice Japan, Tokiko Shigure, she was in a relationship.
Of course, this isn't recent. We're talking decades ago.
Yeah, a girl like her. Why would she ever be with such a not rounded man?
Back then, Tokiko wasn't even the boss. She was just some grunt at Nice.
She does not have grunt energy. I protest.
But Chikara, on the other hand, was pretty high up the ladder at Nice. Used his newfound power to get with Tokiko.
Oh. Abuse of power allegations.
Back when she was in her 20s, I heard she was a hottie.
She was a hottie even in her older age, I must say.
But like I said, she was young and naive. Chikara basically tricked her.
Dun dun.
He was married at the time. He even had kids.
Who would have kids with him?
Tokiko was his mistress.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's all but I do have some. This was also decades ago. But Chikara went to child service agencies all over Japan and got something from them.
What?
DNA samples.
Oh no.
He said it's for DNA, but I don't buy it. My guess is he was doing something shady.
For sure.
Horodori Institute was real sketchy back then.
Yeah, remember, it was closed down at some point before being opened up again.
Talking about a Mame Doi?
So you know her?
Of course. I know everything. So what about Mame?
She might have some valuable. I'm trying to find her.
Sorry.
I see.
I don't get why sometimes it does this, where it fades to black. I don't know if it's loading. I guess I gotta guess. My top guess has to be loading something.
And Chikara getting kids' DNA. Let's figure.
We still need to find.
What are you blacking me out for? I still had questions I could ask. After that, we searched all over the city. We couldn't find her. She dead.
The sun is setting.
But I'm looking to the side.
Let's give up on finding.
No, there's one more. I didn't mention it. I thought, but maid.
Hey, can you just? Where are you?
The maid cafe she works at.
Yeah, we didn't go to Sunfish Cafe. Remember the last time we went there, some fat boy tried to shoot us 3 times, and then we had to do our Super Saiyan kick. Okay if you don't remember, but I remember. I like the jellyfish lanterns.
Mommy, you were here this whole time? We were looking for you.
Yeah, I never would have gotten it. They cursed me.
Sorry to interrupt. I don't really know how, but she lost her voice.
Well, I mean, trauma-based mutism is not that strange, I think.
She must still be struggling with what happened at the studio. But then, why is she here at the cafe?
It might just look like a square with like nothing in it, but that is Komeji in a bag. Very creepy.
Wait, Lee, what is he doing?
Yeah, aren't you supposed to be with your girl at a date? Why are you here?
I told you, I was going to meet.
Oh wait, she wanted to meet here.
Where is Kizuna now?
She told me a little bit ago that she's running late. She'll be here after she finishes shopping with Iris.
Oh.
Yeah, it was her idea to have.
What does that mean?
I don't really know. All I know.
What's a video night? Why are you here?
You're wearing your outfit.
Of course, there's going to be tons of customers, so her manager.
Even though
she can. But
it's okay. She's Ariel. She's the mute mermaid.
4 days ago, Leon told me. Hey, why did you go? Did you meet Hey, I just.
I know she's not gonna answer.
Like I thought.
I don't understand. What's going on?
Why don't you
looking at her now?
Well,
yeah, we should ask her using this.
Oh wait, so it wasn't even a fucking wink sync. It was like, she has plans, but let me just yoink her to the HQ and we're gonna do a sync on her. I just feel like it's very sudden. Like his ability to just fucking do a sync at any time with anyone. Wait, do we have any supervision? Or permission?
Good thing Boss and Pewter aren't here.
Is that really a good thing? I'm having a lot of doubts right at this moment. A lot of very strong doubts.
I'm sure they'll chew you out later. You know it's a
How do
crime
I
to use the
even-
machine without permission.
Yeah, how- why don't they have it password protected? Biometrically protected? Keycard protected? I don't think this is a good idea, boy.
You could even get fired for this.
I think I'm already gonna be fired. I think after this case is done, I'm in for a very long stint at the fucking hospital.
It's fine. If I get results, Boss won't care.
Yeah, oh lord.
Think so?
Tama, can you control the machine? You can do it remotely, right?
Are you really going to do this?
He's speaking so nicely to her. Horrific.
Mame ran into terror. I'm sure of it. It's highly likely she knows something important. Please, Tama. Please help. You're my only hope.
I'm surprised we managed to get here. I would have thought Lean or the other girls would have been like, what the fuck are you doing?
Fine, I'll do it. I'm going to skip the warning message because I'm sure you already know.
The time limit is 6 minutes.
Start it.
Maybe this will be the one time we break it, because no supervision, and Tama will be, I don't know, busy.
Could you start?
Here I go. 3.
It's really dumb to have her remotely control it, mostly because she's gonna be the one doing things in the Somnium world. Oh dear. I don't think this should be how it works. Okay. We got C motif.
This is Studio de Vita.
The face-to-face set is still up. That means...
I have a bad feeling about this.
We have the brand new star of the net world visiting us today.
What?
Please, show us your dance.
You want me to dance? No, I'm not Aiba. I can't dance.
Please don't dance.
Come on, let's see it.
Just slap Ryuki already.
I hate that look he gets in his eyes when he's ignoring me. Fine, I'll do it.
Resist, allow your heart to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you.
I'm sorry, Tama.
That didn't really do it for me.
Welcome to the quiz show, Faith to Face.
And then he just falls into two halves.
I am your host, Andy's Komeiji.
It's Komeiji.
His facial expression isn't changing at all. It's creepy.
Because usually he's very expressive.
This is a competition for the one and only Quiz King's throne. And tonight, as always, we have a head-to-head battle between the champion and challenger. And of course, the champion is me, Andy's Komeiji. The challenger is...
It's also the most monotone we've ever heard him.
Me?
But you're an AI, you should be able to win any quiz.
Beat me? I don't know. I'm pretty good at this.
What the hell is this? I didn't agree to this.
I knew Mommy liked quiz shows, but I didn't expect her to dream about them too.
The rules are simple. After 5 rounds of quizzes, whoever has more correct answers will be the winner.
I'm AI!
The winner will receive this amazing prize.
What? The prize is a mame?
Amame, please tell us how you're feeling.
I don't think she's okay.
Shy, huh? We'll talk to you throughout the show. The first stage will be right after these commercial messages.
Oh, right. These codes mean something. Well, I think they mean something. I strongly believe they mean something. We did get a set of numbers before. I did not write them down.
Guess we have no choice if we win.
Oh well, I'll finish the scan before the commercials even. Somnium scan.
I don't know. This little magical girl scan thing seems less and less useful, but mental luck number 1, number 2, 3. Number 5. Get information on terror. Let's see the keys flowchart.
Stage 1. Let's begin. Who will be reading the questions?
I guess he's not going to read the questions himself.
I wonder who.
Mizuki.
Hello, I'm Mizuki Date. I don't really get trivia questions or whatever, but here's the first one. Stage 1 is the scavenger quiz. We filled the studio with different items. Please choose the item you think is the answer. Quickest to answer wins.
I guess it's like a scavenger hunt?
Guess so.
Here's the first question. What's the correct answer? Your time starts now.
Oh, that's the question?
Jeez, a tough one right from the start.
Where's the question? He found. Amame liked watching quiz shows as a child. She enjoyed seeing more of the truth the more she answered. What the fuck? But what's the question? Am I dumb?
What should we choose for?
There's no correlation between them. There doesn't seem to be a correct or incorrect answer. I'm most curious about the labels.
There's numbers, letters, tons of different things. I wonder what it means.
Another thing is the background music. It's not a very good jingle for thinking about your answer.
Well, I mean, on the bright side, or a negative side, it's a non-branching pathway. Metal pipe. Oakman. Photo of deep sea fish. Trident. Magazine. What the Wokeman? Well, actually, the one-wheeled robot could be interesting.
This is the robot at the Yenda house. It's cute.
Is it though?
It's cute.
Well, accounting for taste.
Okay, that's wrong.
I guess it wasn't as cute. Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm cuter no matter how you slice it.
Well, the robot is cuter to Mame.
Amame likes music and voices. She collected sounds. She became blank from blank. I mean, that's weird considering how everyone in this somnium is speaking very monotonely. You would think if she liked to collect sounds and voices and music, she would keepsake the aliveness of the voice. Well, okay, so that was not it. How about middle pipe?
This is the epitome of Mizuki.
Yeah, I think it's something related to Mizuki for sure.
The answer is iron pipe. Damn, that was.
Maybe we're not thinking about this the right way.
I can't think about this in any way. I have no idea what's happening. Alright, she became good at gleaning info from sounds. Okay, then I think it's the Wokeman.
song Gen gave to Amame. But why did you think this was the right answer?
The BGM and this label. I just connected the dots.
No, if I had thought, you know, at all about this, if I had a brain, I probably would have gotten this the first time. I mean, it's the one thing that's actually connected to her. I just didn't remember.
Good enough reason for me.
Yay! 1.
Good job, Challenger.
Good job, Ryuki.
It was the 9th, so I chose the label with a 9.
What? Well, we came up with this entire reason for choosing it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You sound like you could do this all day.
Huh? Did you say Date?
No. What are you, in love with him or something?
No, he's too much of a dirty pervert womanizer.
Mame's always listening to Gen's song with this.
Amame was troubled, but she always chose the blank. Blank or blank, she chose the blank.
Now let's move on to the next question. What's the correct answer? Your time starts now.
It's the same question again.
BGM is different.
Banana. Banana. Nee. Nee. Well, we could choose the Walkman again. I don't think I'm gonna be getting a very good score on this. Because I don't have a good enough memory to be associating anything correctly. Headphones?
Shoma's head.
I thought with the music playing and all.
I see.
Alright, well I was wrong. But she always chose the right option. But do I chose the Walkman again?
The same answer might. I don't think I'm up, but doesn't being a maid.
Okay, well maybe actually it was just because it was related to Shoma. My next guess is gonna be the robot again.
Maybe in the porn you watch.
Oh no.
See?
When in doubt or hiding something, you chose.
The answer is this.
Ooh, so I can lose points.
Correct, champion.
All right, I'm heating up.
I really wouldn't know why.
We should really think these through. When in doubt, think it over on the contestant seat.
This is the last question of stage.
I don't think I would have ever gotten it.
What's the correct answer?
It's the last one. Let's get this.
I've heard this song somewhere.
You've heard this song somewhere? Let's think about it.
What is the answer?
If we retrace our steps...
The BGM?
Yes, I think it's definitely related to this song.
Okay, I guess I'm very disrespectful to the BGMs of this game. Cause, I mean, it doesn't sound unfamiliar, but I don't remember it well enough to...
Do you know the title of the song?
No.
This is Bach's Air on G string.
Right, the thong song.
The musical string, not a thong.
But now I know the right answer.
How would I know? How would I know? And even if I knew the name, how would I connect it to being the G?
It's the robot Shoma made.
No doubt about it.
Oh lord. Some music lover played this level and got him all right.
The correct answer is...
The challenger is correct.
The BGM is air on G-string.
That's right.
This robot is surprisingly strong and fast. That's the end of the scavenger quiz.
He managed to kill 100 people before getting caught.
Let's look at the results. The challenger is in the lead. Can they take the champion's throne?
I guess this shows the standings. We're in blue.
I've seen a quiz show like this before. It's Mame. Something is wrong with her.
Alright, so 2 is the one we did not get. I guess there's a consequence to that. Why are you laughing like that? Is what I think she said. Right, attempted scavenger quiz.
Did she say?
I couldn't make it up.
Tessa.
Stage 2 is brought to you by me, A said. You bet.
It's Iris.
Iris with no pep?
I'm sure my fans know that, so my questions are going to be about occult things. The name of this stage is Occult Quiz.
Banana. 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 Dun. Dun. Alright. Should I just go to 1 AM? I guess I'll just finish this. I'll finish this and then I'll log off. Go work my 12-hour job.
I will show
Algophidia's Grace says.
which part. Please answer with name or word. Here is the first question.
White Snozzer says.
Which
Okay,
of
okay.
these represents
Yep.
a historical
Grace says.
secret society, and can you name it?
Okay, I actually know this one because I read the I read the broken Thomas trivia.
Yeah, but we need to answer with the actual.
Okay, so one of these represents a secret society, and we have to name it.
B.
think about it.
The Freemasons. I know it.
What should we say?
Freemasons.
The answer is B. Freemasons.
The challenger
Yeah.
is correct. The Freemasons are said to have existed since the 16th century and have members. Their purpose and
Hey, it's okay to talk about them like this, right? We're not in trouble, are we?
It should be fine. It's.
By the way, A was the office I'm from, Lemniscate.
Lemniscate. Alright, Amame was troubled, but she always chose the right option. When in doubt or hiding something, she chose the option on the right. This bitch is tilted, so she always chose the right option. As in, she always chose the option on the right. Not good, not good.
Here comes the second question.
Footprint, dog, Oregon fur,
Unidentified mysterious
things leap
animals,
blood.
or Umas, have been discovered.
Alright, it's the chupacabra.
Uma question. I'm not too confident here.
Have confidence judging from the characteristic.
Begin.
Well, the thing is, I want to say B because it was one of the things that was on Thomas trivia. It's the chupacabra. I guess that's her favorite, or Thomas' favorite Uma.
What should we say?
Puh. Bruh.
How about
Okay, well, they're gonna tell us what A is even. That's
The
good.
next challenge. Bigfoot A is up to 10 feet tall. Chupacabra B is no more than 6 feet tall.
Damn, that's still bigger than I was thinking. Scary.
Same.
they could be the same size as you, Ryuki? That is a scary thought.
I gotta get some heel razors.
This is the last question.
Okay.
Which of these two things affect the human psyche and behavior? A or B?
Effect is sort of vague. There could be a lot of answers.
I guess we're supposed to choose the best representative answer.
No, this one is very difficult to me. Which one of these affect the human psyche? Which one of these two things affect the human psyche and behavior? Marketing, flashbacks, message. I think it's B because it's subliminal. Subliminal messaging.
Begin.
And totally not because she always chooses the answer on the right. Ooh. Okay, but all the letters to spell it. Me. Oh.
The answer is B, subliminal.
Hey, look at this. I got him.
Imagine watching, even if it's only for a split. That is this. Maybe all of us are.
Oh no, what are all of this subliminally affected by?
You're just thirsty.
That is all.
By Tessa. What'd you say? I wonder what the panel looks like now.
Well. The challenger is keeping up.
That's it for stage 2.
3 stages left. Let's keep it up. Oh, Amame showed up again.
Why did this?
Am I gonna have to go back to the start and get all of the ideas, all of the answers right? That 2 is glaring.
I don't know.
The prize is Mame, right?
It's Gen.
Now I, Gen Ishiagane, will be asking the question.
Is it about food?
Next stage.
Okay, spot the difference. Oh no.
But
The challenger will attempt to find the differences from there.
Find the differences.
There are 3 monitors in the room. What is shown on the screen is different from what is actually there. You have to spot these different. Compare the monitor and the real scene. There are 4 differences.
Okay, we just need.
Don't be so sure.
Now we will be.
But there are different monitors. Which monitor? I guess they're all direction. Serious person.
From top to bottom.
Is that a wrench on the screen?
There's so much going on. But at least we can.
Okay, it's definitely a difference.
Whoa.
I don't know how to describe.
Amame came across many blank 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 blank. That doesn't look different. Yoma looks basically the same. Let's see, Mizuki is not jumping.
She's not.
No.
We can ignore why she's bloody for now.
I mean, this is a dream, so.
Mizuki?
You're not dead, that's good.
What?
Amame came across many wounded things. Alright, here Kazuna is also dead.
She looks different from the monitor.
That is correct, Challenge.
He's...
She disappeared.
Uh-oh. Important things. The heart. Blood. Let's see, this one's simple, I mean... The person is here.
This magazine was it.
Should we?
No.
I see.
That is correct.
Got another one.
There is a blue figure on the monitor in the same place.
Whoa.
It's blood.
This is creepy.
It carries all of it inside.
The Challenger got all...
I am.
Though it's hard to...
Well. Oh. Huh?
Oh no.
Oh.
Sheesh. Shouldn't make an old geezer walk so much.
Komeiji.
It's the same as when the body was found.
Well done. Let's check the board. The chal...
If the game is still going... Ryuki!
Uh-oh. Oh, what'd you do? The ultimate 50-50.
This is way...
Good work, Challenger. Giving me a run for my money.
Oh no, now we got a Komeiji worm.
Andy's Komeiji.
I see that you're quite capable, so now it's my turn to deliver the quiz. The fourth stage is the old...
I thought we were competing with...
Yeah.
The rules are simple. Answer Challenger, go sit at the deluxe chair over there.
And now it's a speed round. It's a gamer chair.
There are 10 questions. If you need...
It's fine. I've never used the bathroom in my life.
What? Do you have an image? Let's begin. Question. Which would you rather eat? Poo-flavored curry or curry-flavored poo?
Alright, that's simple. Poo-flavored curry.
That what-if question has been around forever. I didn't know there was a correct answer.
Forget about the flavor. At least that one is edible.
Really a gamer, though.
She's the ultimate gamer. She's the game itself and the player at the same time.
The answer is poo-flavored curry.
Don't be Indian. Don't eat the poo.
Guess I was...
After we're done here, I'll be sure to order you a bowl.
Would that even be on...
Next question. If you could use a time machine, would you go to the future or the past?
Another question with no right answer? Is this how it's going to be?
I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't use a time machine. I would need to use a device that sends my consciousness to the past into my past body. I find no purpose in traveling to the future. I mean, ultimately, I'd prefer to like just move timelines. I would need to move into a timeline where I don't exist so that I don't mess up anything. But nonetheless, I would probably still mess up anything, a butterfly, flapping wings, etc. if I don't exist in a timeline at all. I mean, who knows what untold horrors I could create. Not to mention that if I move into a timeline where I don't exist, that means no one I know exists, which means I might as well die because I can't function on my own. So, I'll say the past.
That's an easy one.
The answer is the past.
I wish I really could go back.
Do what? I guess your brother died. Yeah, you know this guy had a brother? A twin. It's fucked.
Which would you rather have? An ideal job or an ideal lover?
This one is also difficult. I mean, I prefer to have someone to stick with me through thick and thin. Because a job can be a little less than ideal but still be okay. But also, a person can be a little less than ideal and still be okay. But I guess because I'm lonely.
My ideal jobs.
Ideal lover.
And I'm not playing this as Ryuki at all. I'm definitely playing this as myself.
What? Are you angry?
No, I'm not.
Alcophidius Gray says, the sleep is gonna murder me.
We're almost done. We're almost done. Okay? We just have to finish the 6-minute game.
Next question. Be truthful and be poor, or lie and make money. Which would you choose?
Ugh. Might as well be the.
It's hard to live a lie.
So the answer is truthful and poor.
Might be poor, but at least have your morals.
Let's start a red revolution!
What's gotten into you?
Next question.
I don't know what question number are.
The father or mother?
Ooh.
I don't think there's any good choice here.
Alright, like I said, no, I don't even want to talk about this. I don't want to jinx anything. Fuck. Let this not jinx my life. I wish for my parents to live. God, please. Komeji, you're dead. And Shoma lost his mom because she ran away.
The answer is mother.
I don't read into that.
I felt like it.
Next question. Which would be worse to lose, sight or hearing?
Damn, I really don't know. Hearing.
I don't get excited if there's no voices.
The answer is hearing.
I'm too much of a music bitch.
Bodybuilding competitions would be so boring without a crowd cheering.
That is such a strange contemplation. We only got 4 questions left. Stay awake.
Next question. Someone important was hurt in front of you. Do you make the person responsible apologize or get revenge?
Wait, well, I'm saying revenge, but maybe my revenge is making them apologize.
Honestly, I can see why someone would choose revenge.
Yeah, but I'm a police officer. I can't choose revenge.
I feel like a failure as a keeper of the peace.
Well, I guess the level of revenge matters. If you kill someone, that would make you a failure as a keeper of the peace and a human being.
3 more.
Next question. What would you do if your best friend and your family are about to die?
Oh, sorry.
Only save one.
Thankfully, I have no best friends.
Not sure.
I don't have to choose.
The answer is family.
I wonder what the point of all these questions is.
I don't know.
Next question.
But I could totally imagine some people would choose best friend. Like, you know, there's a lot of people with really shitty families. So I don't blame anyone for choosing different. It's a very, very subjective question.
I can never meet my loved one again. If you could just forget sadness, what do you forget? Or remember?
Only the sad memory.
Nah.
I won't forget. I won't allow myself to forget. If I do, I think that all my memories of them would disappear too.
It's not accepting, or it's not forgetting or remembering. It's about accepting and moving on. I mean, they're never gonna come back. You gotta live for them.
The answer is to not forget. Miyuki.
Next question.
It'd be great if all these questions changed the course of the story.
Which do you choose? Have your biggest secret spilled, or be part of some dangerous plan?
Well, I never want to be part of a dangerous plan, so
Past
just...
versus future. Have your past secret exposed, or your future compromised by some scheme?
expose the past.
I'd rather accept problems from my past than ruin my future.
The answer is have my biggest secret spilled.
This question was so vague with secrets and schemes and all.
Yeah, it could be anything.
Dang, do I gotta go back to the beginning? I really don't want to.
The challenger. This is what. Now I think I completely understand you, challenger.
Huh?
Find the truth.
Things are getting ominous.
The challenger now has the right to attempt the final stage. There are 4 total questions.
What is this?
Question. What is this space?
Fear? Terrorized. I mean, I don't think they're right answers, because it could be any of those. Like, that would work for, you know, threatened, or frightened, or intimidated, or anything.
Question 2. What is this?
Yeah, all of those are correct answers anyhow.
What's this question about?
But was he not in the body bag? Did she put him in the body bag?
Question 3. Who was enlightened by the Nirvana Initiative?
Terror. Oh, so look at this. The game is saving me from my mistakes. No, don't you. So use the timing and change it to 10 seconds. See, the game could have let me into a fail state, but it was like, oh, this idiot. This idiot potato.
Nice.
Okay, okay. Oh, terror.
Mame must have heard about the Nirvana Initiative from him.
So after committing his murder, he decided to enlighten her?
I got threatened again. My only option now is...
to kill Ryuki. And they're all 99.9. So there's no point in telling me to use the timing anyhow. Cause look, it made me use up all 999 seconds.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either, but this is probably everything that's happened to Mame.
The challenger wins.
That was it?
Alright, I can't press any buttons. We're in full cutscene mode now.
What the?
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations to you.
My earbuds. My poor ears. Oh no. So Gen is somehow related. Okay, we got Date. We're being implanted with the kill order. No, not Shoma. Oh, well, he's already dead, so...
I'm here.
Tama, talk to Mame. Quick!
Amame, tell me, what did Terra say to you?
Nirvana. Collected. Genocide.
What?
What do you mean?
That was literally just 3 words.
Be more specific. Mame must have some kind of critical information.
No, Ryuki, we're out of time!
No.
Let's get out of here!
Didn't understand the last question. Alright. And at 5 hours and 15 minutes and past our time limit. We must get out of here and end the game. Causality. The mind of God.
Mame is still...
I think we gave her too. We needed pewter.
Anyway.
Those final...
Nirvana. Collected. Genocide.
Something to do with the Nirvana initiative?
Probably.
Bunch of people who watched it have gone missing.
Rumors say that the missing people are being rounded up in one location, and they're all...
So the rumors were...
Ryuki,
Wait, who's calling me?
pick up and find out.
Iva.
Quiet. Stop yelling. This is an emergency.
What is it?
Kizuna Chieda. She's gone missing.
What?
No.
Ryuki, you can provide invaluable assistance. Will you look for Kizuna?
Well, yeah.
Understood.
Why am I looking for another lost girl?
Kizuna.
These girls be running around fucking everywhere.
It was her idea to have a video night at the cafe.
Oh no. It was a video night. She was gonna show everyone the Nirvana Initiative videos.
Maybe Kizuna saw the video and...
Nirvana. Collect genocide.
Gonna have another Jamestown or Jonestown. Not all a dream. What did I skip through an entire chapter? Like, what the hell is that?
Ryuki, you look more drained than a bathtub. Are you okay?
I wish I would show it. Okay, I like that he doesn't have to wear an eye patch. He just has to close that eye. But also, Taba, get back in my fucking skull. Stop perching on the boss's breasts. No.
No, but it's fine. This is nothing.
If you say so.
Oh, I'm so tempted, but I gotta sleep. What should I do if I saw a UFO? Hide. It's no use, see? I can see it all,
White Snauzer says. Eat
It's time to sleep. See y'all tomorrow. Wish me luck. It's gonna be a cold morning. Then I'm gonna go to work and, you know, etc. What do I got another bonus? Dream album. Wait, I can okay, this is the most waste of money I've ever done. The fuck was that? Ooh, I can buy a sketch of Tokiko. Well, that literally looks about a me level sketch. Except the face and hair are better than what I could ever do, but I feel less sad about my work now. This was not... I mean, I don't like her coloring though, but this was probably a very rough beginning concept sketch. But anyhow, okay, I'll stop. Good night, bye bye, see y'all later. Your favorite potatoes signing out. Yao ciao.